It's been 41 years since the British public last had their say over whether to remain or leave the European Union.
At 382 polling stations nationwide, an estimated 80% of eligible voters have turned out to have their say.
We'll be live throughout the night discussing the main talking points of both the Remain and the Leave campaigns, talking through how polling day went, bringing you all the latest news and updates from Southampton, as well as all the results nationwide.
Welcome to EU Referendum Night Live. My name's Damian Meaden. I'm joined by my co-presenter this evening, Michael Oliver.
Hi everyone, thanks very much for joining us. Over the next 7 hours we'll be bringing you all the latest results of how the voting has gone. It should be quite an exciting 7 hours. I mean, the Leave and Remain campaigns have been neck and neck throughout the night, and it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Michael, significant day for democracy in our country. Of course, yes. This is the event of a generation. I mean, how long has it been since we last had a say?
41 years since we last had a say. The EU was called the EEC in 1975 when we last had the vote. Indeed, it's only the third ever national referendum we've ever had, of course, after the AV referendum in 2011. Now, there's going to be a lot of numbers floated around tonight, a lot of statistics, a lot of analysis to be done. I mean, there's over 380 polling stations, as we've heard before. So to break all that down is our very own Katie Ju with the stats.
I'm Katie, and this evening I'm going to be going through all of the stats from the West 16 student survey about the EU referendum. So stay tuned, because later on I'll be back with more stats and they'll be analysing them in the studio.
As I mentioned before, we have loads and loads of stats to go through. We'll be bringing you some of our very own student magazine stats, the West 16, about how students at the University of Southampton think they're going to vote in the EU referendum, as well as how the night's gone.
Right, we're also joined by a fourth presenter this evening. Tom Brown, good to have you. Welcome to the programme.
Thank you very much.
What are your thoughts heading into tonight? Obviously, it's very close to call, but how do you see it going?
I think it's going to be a very tight, very long night. Obviously, as you said, 50%, about 50-50. So it should be interesting to see the result.
Should be very interesting indeed. Now, of course, you've got a couple of exit polls to show us a bit later on, but I mean, it's quite strange how both campaigns have gone together in terms of opinion polling, because when the date was announced in February, the Remain campaign was miles ahead, and now the Leave campaign is breathing down its neck quite fast.
Yeah, it's changed a lot over the course of the campaign. Leave have increased massively more recently, but Remain have always edged it slightly, so it should be interesting to see just how close it is.
It will be intriguing to see how things go out, won't it, Damian?
It's going to be particularly fascinating to see how different demographics vote. Of course, here at the University of Southampton, officially backing the Remain campaign after a student poll. Student groups expected to do likewise, but other dependency ratios, other demographics, less so.
Yes, it's quite an intriguing balance, and of course you can follow it all here live on this very website to see how all the results throw out. We're expecting most results to be done and dusted by breakfast time tomorrow morning, so it's a long night for us.
We'll be here for the next 7 hours or so, or until it becomes clear that there is an obvious winner and the decision has been made on our future. Now,
of course, campaigning has been going on for quite a considerable amount of time. The date was announced 4 months and 1 week ago today, on the 20th of February, by David Cameron. It's quite an early date for the referendum poll, wouldn't you say? Especially considering
considerably
the election,
early, given to other elections.
Yeah, but of course, if we do end up leaving, we'll need a lot of time to maybe readjust and to see how things go before the next general election.
We'll cover more of the main talking points a little bit later.
Yeah.
But looking into Southampton, which is a particularly significant zone for us all here at the University of Southampton, obviously.
Yeah.
We've got Alex Smith tonight, who's over at the O2 Guildhall. He's going to be keeping track of the count and giving us all of the latest reaction as it happens. Alex, over to you.
Thanks guys, my name is Alex and I am here live from the O2 Guildhall here in Southampton, the official count site for Southampton City Centre. Now, as you can probably tell by looking behind me, the count for Southampton is well underway. It's been going on for about the last hour or so. We shall be here, we shall stay here updating you on the latest goings on from the rest of the night. We expect results to start trickling in about 1 AM all the way through to gone 6 AM. With Southampton itself, early estimates suggesting between 4 AM to 4 in the morning. We shall be back in about half an hour or so, so make sure you stay tuned. Meanwhile, we shall go back to the studio with Damian and Michael.
Thanks, Alex. Now, for many, politics can be at best a confusing subject. So, Michael, I wonder if you'd like to explain to me a little bit more about how this referendum works.
So this referendum won't be like a traditional election. There'll be no such thing as MPs being elected, no complicated electoral systems, whether it's first past the post, AV, PR or STV, whatever that is. It's a simple one person, one vote system. Your vote counts exactly the same as anyone else. And if you, obviously if you vote once, it counts exactly the same. There's no wasted votes per se. The areas don't really matter. It's quite simply, they will tot up all the votes at the end and then see who wins.
It's especially fascinating when you consider some areas are larger than others. So
yes.
A massive win for Remain in a very densely populated area could outweigh 4 or 5 smaller Leave ones.
Yes, exactly. Of course, while campaigning and polling has been very, very fraught over the past few weeks and will continue to be fraught throughout the night, we must pause to remember Jo Cox MP, who of course was tragically murdered the other week. It really transcends any sort of political campaigning we have here. It was an attack on our democracy, our freedoms and our freedom of speech, and of course thoughts should be with her family, friends and constituents, and indeed everyone who believes in a fair democracy. No one should be killed or injured or indeed discriminated against for their political views, and it's a really, really sad day when this came out. Thoughts on this, guys?
I mean, apart from the very sad truth, it's been quite positive for British politics, I think.
Yeah.
Sort of uniting across party boundaries. We saw the other day in House of Commons, everyone coming together to speak so kindly of a MP who was only in office for literally just over a year.
And I mean, in a campaign that, if you like, many could sum up by its divisions, its accusations as such, it was nice to see a real sense of togetherness. Obviously, the circumstances are completely tragic and, to be quite frank, horrific.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it was important that everybody came together in the correct spirit.
I mean, she was a very committed MP in her constituency in West Yorkshire. She was well loved by her constituents, and it's obviously very sad, especially as she was holding a surgery for her constituents, where she was tragically attacked. Now, of course, we can only speculate as to what the motives behind the attack were, but safe to say it's been a very, very sad day for British politics, very, very sad week. I'm quite glad campaigning was suspended for those 2 days.
Moving back onto the business of tonight, and there is a referendum to be decided.
Is there?
Apparently so, I'm told. Tom, I believe you've got some exit poll data to help us.
We just move over here. Try. Right. Well, there's no exit polls as such. We just got more of the latest polls. YouGov, which is a very popular body for polls, have released this exit poll, which shows the Remain edging it, in the words of Nigel Farage, to 52 to 48%. Interesting enough, turnout-wise, Gibraltar is 84%, which is up from last year's general election at 71%. Interestingly, according to YouGov, 7% of UKIP voters actually voted to Remain. Meanwhile, if you look at other parties, Conservatives, 54% vote to Remain, Labour, 69%, Lib Dems, 73%, and of course, UKIP, as we previously said, 7% for Remain. Now, one of our early counts, Sunderland, according to their postal votes, have said that it suggests between 60% vote for Remain, and the turnout in other areas of the country have been close to what we predicted of 80%, between 75 and 80%. Nigel Farage, on an interview with ITV, actually conceded the referendum, but then later on Sky News he actually unconceded, which is quite interesting to see.
Politicians.
Yeah, it's interesting enough, 84 Conservative MPs have actually backed David Cameron despite the result, which is even more interesting if you consider the layout of British politics for after the referendum. So yeah, what do you think about those exit polls, guys?
I think it's definitely interesting. This referendum has been completely unique in many ways compared to, say, for example, general elections. We have, we're absolutely bombarded with statistics right up until the point the decision is announced, the verdict is announced. But because this is not a general election, obviously, we haven't had those official statistics to go by, and it's very interesting to see how exit polls and early indications have very much been manipulated by the context in which they're published, depending on which newspapers are supporting which campaign, etc.
Of course, it's very intriguing, and of course, as there is no sort of standardised exit poll, as you may have said, it's not like a general election, it can be quite hard to predict. I mean, as we saw last year, the exit poll completely confounded most other opinion polls. It'll be interesting to see if this has the same effect on other opinion polls. So, Tom, I hear you've got another exit poll.
Yes, quite an interesting and telling exit poll is actually from leave.eu, which is a pro-leave a pro-Leave website, who over the last few days have actually given a 52% edge to Leave, which is obviously against what we've been seeing on other websites, but obviously this being a pro-Leave website is hardly surprising, apart from the fact there's a very large Remain portion. But if we look at online trends, which we will have in a second, Google here, this is obviously Google searches, have put Remain in the edge with 53%, while probably a bit more unofficially, Twitter has had a massive proportion of people using the hashtag #IVotedLeave to the hashtag #VotedLeave, with a 74% advantage to Leave, which is shocking.
It's interesting, I was hearing earlier, obviously we're talking about online searches and use of hashtags in social media. Interestingly, some people were saying that people were using the hashtags in favour of voting Leave specifically to criticise voting Leave. So I'm not sure how much we can accurately read into that. The other thing that strikes me as interesting just listening to that is Google searches for Remain. A greater search if people are looking for the facts from the Remain campaign. Do you think this maybe suggests people are more willing to be engaged and convinced otherwise?
Or maybe, conversely, you could look at the approach that both campaigns, maybe especially the Remain campaign, can be seen as maybe, we've heard the word scaremongering, sort of even lying bandied about. So it'll be interesting to see, especially using the Google trends, whether people really want to see what the actual facts of both campaigns are. But going back to the Twitter trends, it's a case of the Vote Leave people seeming to be more passionate, more willing to express their views. I mean, as a general rule, the Remain campaign are obviously voting for the status quo. You aren't going to be too passionate about the status quo. You want to be more passionate about changing something. And indeed, with the Leave campaign, you can clearly see the passion coming through there. Whether it's enough to carry them to victory, we'll have to wait and find out.
I think another interesting point to make about the Twitter poll is last year, according to Twitter, Labour would have won, and obviously that didn't pan out. Yeah. So Twitter polls are always a bit suspect, to say the least. It's
interesting to see the contrast between this and a general election, though. General election, as you know, obviously first past the post system, we divide the country up into constituencies, and based on that constituency, you win a seat, most seat wins. Here it literally is every man for himself, your vote matters, and it's going to be a straight fight. It'll be interesting to see maybe a different dynamic to our politics in the UK based on this.
Yeah, so it's a really intriguing thing. Of course, exit polls have been quite reliable indicators throughout the past couple of general elections, as well as, of course, the Scottish referendum. It will be strange and to see if it will be as reliable this time round. But I mean, the opinion polls are suggesting it's really tight, and the exit poll obviously goes with this.
Yeah, an interesting comparison to general elections, as you pointed out. An unnamed Leave source has recently said that it's probably going to be 55 to 45% in favour of Remain, but that would mean that the vote for Brexit has been higher than any other vote for a government since the World War. So that is very interesting to consider.
I mean, regardless of what happens tonight, it definitely raises a wider question. If something is this important and it's this divisive within the UK, is it simply going to go away by a verdict tonight? If 45% of the country are against remaining in the European Union, I'm willing to bet my entire student loan, which I really need, that the issue is going to rear its head again in the future.
Yeah, of course. That leads us onto another question: where will this referendum be again like a once-in-a-lifetime thing? Will we have to wait another 41 years until we have another one? It's an intriguing question to ask, especially if we vote to leave, of course, because there may be a backlash to this, maybe a nice response, and then it'll be interesting to see how things pan out in the next couple of years, regardless of what the result will be.
I think it's interesting to consider the English reaction to the Scottish referendum and calls for a second referendum there, whether or not these same people will then start calling for a second referendum on the EU, whether it be Remain or Leave. But as you said, it's a very telling time depending on the result. If we vote Leave, if we vote Remain, it's going to change British politics fundamentally for the next decade or so.
So looking short term based on this referendum, obviously you are the political expert, if you like, on the panel this evening. What do you see happening in terms of domestic politics? Because this is not only dividing the country, but it's dividing the government.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Obviously, a vote Leave could potentially be more damaging for the Conservative government, although against what many would be expected is that nearly a large number of Conservative MPs actually backed David Cameron regardless of a vote Leave or a vote Remain, which wasn't expected. You were expected to see maybe a power move from Gove or Boris Johnson on the vote Leave, but it'd be interesting to see how Cameron's government plays out if there is a vote Leave, and if it's a vote Remain, it'd be interesting to see how the Eurosceptics react, really. Will they move to UKIP, or will they just sort of take it on the chin, as it were?
I mean, we'll explore some of these points in much more detail a lot later, but touching briefly on UKIP, obviously their main selling point for a few years now has been their desire to make Britain an independent nation. Do you see UKIP having to evolve their policies to still appeal to everybody in the same way they have done?
Well, since about 2009, they've been sort of slowly trying to move away from this sort of single party issue. Farage has been very keen to make it into a more well-rounded party, more of its independent party. But it'd be interesting to see if there is a vote for leave and that large supporter base who would fundamentally support them because of the leave, whether or not they'll move away from the move away from UKIP back to Tories or back to Labour even.
Regardless of the result of this referendum, it will be an interesting time if you were a part of UKIP or a UKIP supporter. Because if you vote to leave, you've achieved your main goal. Do you need to exist as a political party anymore? And again, if you vote Remain, your main policy has just been kicked into the dirt. What do you do now? So regardless of the way this result's going to be, it'll be an interesting time just for UKIP as they go on.
It was interesting to be told just before we came on air as well that 7% apparently of previous UKIP voters have voted to remain within the EU during this referendum. So perhaps an evolution of what it means to vote and support UKIP.
Yeah. Yes, that's a very interesting thing. It's something I'm sure we'll touch on a bit later. So just to give you a brief run through of how how this whole vote is going to play out and how long we're going to be here for. Well, the main national count result is expected to be announced in Manchester at around breakfast time. Of course, the closer it is, then obviously the further the chances are that gets pushed back even more. Just to touch on what Alex Smith said there at the O2 Guildhall, the count is expected to be announced in Southampton at around 4 o'clock to 4:30 in the morning. There will not be any national recounts, so even if the vote's really, really close, there will not be a national recount. Only local recounts based on whether they think anything's gone wrong with the counting or anything a bit suspicious is looking in the poll. But just to reiterate, there will be no recount based on how close the result is. So
I think all circumstances considered, that's probably the best option, because can you imagine if it came down to a mere handful of votes? We'd be here a lot longer than 7 hours.
Oh God, yeah, exactly. And I mean, we've already seen around Twitter, around the internet, some especially Leave campaigners maybe bringing in their own pens into polling stations to see if their votes get rubbed out or something. All these sort of conspiracy theories will rear their heads up. Especially.
It was interesting. I was reading on social media, literally minutes before we came on air, something on that very point about ballot papers being erased and remarked, which, in my opinion, quite frankly, is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's questioning the integrity of a lot of people up and down the country from all walks of life. But I was also hearing that apparently a special type of pencil is used when filling in ballots. I'm not quite sure how it technically works, but it's so that the paper can't be entirely erased. It will still be visibly marked. And then obviously if it's been marked again, it's a spoiled ballot. But the underlying point, I think, is that people don't erase ballot papers and remark. You
see, watching us for the EU referendum live, you learn something new every single day, don't you?
Who wants to focus on the results? We've got the trivia.
We've got pencils and trivia, fantastic. So just thinking about the overall count, especially if the result gets delayed to breakfast time, it'll be a long and nervous wait for both counts, won't it, Tom?
Oh, definitely. Early indications from the Sunderland count is suggesting that actually Leave is edging it there, which is against what we suggested earlier, the postal votes, but obviously too early to call. But it's definitely going to be a long night regardless. I mean, if it's down to 52%, like YouGov suggested, that could easily be to the very, very last polling station. Yeah,
it's actually quite interesting. You mentioned the Sunderland provisional result there. APCO Worldwide have produced like a bit of an infographic based on their assumption that it'll be a 50-50 dead split in terms of Remain and Leave. And what they've done, they've gathered up every single polling station and weighted that to what they think people of those areas how they will vote. And according to this, with Sunderland, one of the first results to be declared, they've stated that if 54% of people vote Leave, like what early indications are showing, then it'll be a 50-50 dead heat. So that's something definitely to watch.
Yeah, what's interesting is Britain Elects on Twitter, which is quite recognised results, have suggested that between 54 and 60% of Sunderland are voting to Leave.
Yes, that's a very, very intriguing one, and definitely keep an eye out on to see if any trends of this follow.
I mean, considering the size of Sunderland as well, there's almost no better way to start the campaign than for either side to get a victory there.
Yeah.
First off this evening, or tonight, this morning, whatever you want to call it.
I think what's important to remember as well that the night is spaced out. There's a lot of Remain votes in the big block, what we expect to be Remain votes in the big block right in the centre of the night. So there could be a massive lead for Remain, but then right at the end, the last few hours of tonight is massive Leave blocks. So it could go right up to the end.
Of course, if Sunderland win, it'll be a massive win. It'll be a massive shot on the arm for Leave campaign, especially to start off with a victory. Although, of course, I said before, it's wholly dependent on numbers. It doesn't really matter which areas vote which. We're just looking for numbers. Although, of course, it's interesting to analyse what sort of demographics will vote for Leave, what sort of demographics will vote for Remain. Of course, Sunderland, Eastern, North-Eastern, working class, coastal city, generally have more sort of Eurosceptic views, as seen all along the East Coast, compared to, say, somewhere like Oxford or Cambridge. Or somewhere in the West.
Once we get some of the results in, we can look more in depth at why different areas are voting as they are. But I just want to bring it back into a wider perspective. People are talking very much, and we've covered in a good deal of depth now what happens tonight. What happens tomorrow if Britain decides to vote to leave the EU? I mean, a lot of people falsely under the impression, Tom Brown, that we're just going to drop out of it. That's not going to be the case. It's going to be quite a prolonged.
Yeah, it takes up to 2 years to actually fully negotiate an exit from the EU. Of course, it's all predictions because this is completely unprecedented. No one's ever actually left the EU before. But we expect about 2 years of negotiations and ending of trade deals. And then after that, you can see up to between 5 and 10 years of uncertainty, perhaps new trade deals with other countries. What's interesting to note is that Canada have also been trying for 7 years to get a trade deal with the EU. So if we try to go back with them, it could take quite a while.
And also, there's a great deal of Euroscepticism around in other countries as well. If we were to vote to leave tonight, what do you think the knock-on effects might be? Can we almost see a domino effect of other countries electing to hold their own referendums?
It's possible. Obviously, on the continent, there's a bigger sort of affinity with the EU than here. But obviously, you've got like Marine Le Pen in France, who's a big Eurosceptic. Holland has a fairly large Euroscepticism, about 35% would identify as Eurosceptic. In Austria, of course, we nearly saw a far-right party be elected. So you could see it. Personally, I think it would be unlikely, but it could be very much possible.
And one of the main themes of the debate has been Britain's place within the world, Britain's place within the EU. With the second largest economy, according to most of the statistics we're given, that's quite a significant portion of the EU to leave from an economic point of view. Do you think that might spur other countries into maybe leaving that single market?
It's uncertain. Obviously, about 40% to 60% of our trade actually goes to the EU. Well, if you look at the EU as a bloc, only about 20% of its trade actually comes here. So it'd be interesting to see whether or not that's a factor, whether or not they would miss us so badly that they all start dropping out, or whether or not it just accelerate a trade deal between our two nations.
But of course, we're the second largest country in the EU in terms of economy, as you suggested, Damian. So if we do vote to leave, of course it'd be a massive blow to the European project, both politically and economically. And of course, it'll be a massive blow, and regardless of the result, we are going to be a divided country.
Absolutely.
I mean, considering, look at the exit poll, 48 to 52, it will be a complete division of the country, a bit like the Scottish referendum in a way. And of course, there is still a campaign for a Scottish referendum there. So maybe we'll see continual European campaign, and it comes back to the question, will this referendum be a lasting referendum?
Absolutely. And it's important to see how divided we are on a local scale as well. We're going to head back down to Southampton city centre now. Alex Smith is at the O2 Guildhall, and he's going to update us on the latest progress from our most local count. Alex, over to you.
Thanks, guys. So, from last time I spoke to you, about 20 minutes or so, we haven't got too many updates. It's still looking pretty busy down there. People are counting away. As they were explaining to you in the studio earlier, or at least I hope they were, the results for this EU referendum is slightly different to a normal general election. So it's also in a similar fashion to the recent Scottish independence referendum, which took place almost 2 years ago now. Voting is not done by number of constituencies won overall by vote. It's done by the number of raw votes cast. Therefore, if you take a look at the number of constituencies won as the results come in, it really don't pay too much attention to that. It's a number of raw votes cast, and hence the swing in these constituencies. Whilst outside earlier, actually, we met some of the counters here in Southampton, had a nice little chat with them for about half an hour whilst we were waiting to go in. Now, most of them had worked many elections before. They're sort of used to the whole process about this, but they have never done a referendum. It's slightly different, obviously, with a referendum being a yes or no vote rather than voting for specific parties. So they were hoping it's going to be a bit easier on them today. Just how it works, a bit about how it works whilst you get down there to count. Apparently, it can be long, hard work, constantly just searching through piles and piles of paper, looking at whether people voted yes or no. Obviously, that would be harder in a general election. Now, they also have people walking around looking over their shoulder constantly. One of the ladies we spoke to said she's had politicians banging on their table at the front, demanding that they count in a different way or they're working too slowly. She says what she does is, to annoy them a little bit more, she ends up counting extra slowly, so they just walk away and stop paying attention to her, which I would say is the best tactic to annoy a politician. They work in tables of, 16 tables of 6 counters. That's how it works here in Southampton. Normally they're split up like that. Each table has a group leader who monitors all their work. They also have to work in pairs to make sure that their work is double checked. Worst part, they say, is the fact that pardon me. Worst part is that if somebody contests the count in their one of their ballot boxes, then they have to go past and recount everything over again. If it's not signed off by the returning officer as being correct, they have to keep going back over and over again and recounting. So it's the worst part. Although the best part, in a way, is the free food and free drink that they were hoping they were going to get. We've got some free stuff up here. Let's hope they are feeling fine downstairs. Now, one last bit of information I'm going to give you before we go away. If you haven't heard already, on Facebook, there's a little feature where you can update your status to say that you voted in the EU referendum. So far, this was checked about 10 minutes ago, we have got a total number of 1,535,979. Sorry, I had to read that off my tablet there. That's a long number. Who have pledged on Facebook that they voted. That's only so far. Obviously, that's the whole that's not the whole number of who's voted in the referendum. Hopefully, we'll find that out very soon for you. Meanwhile, we'll try and keep you updated from here in the in O2 Guildhall. But for now, back to the studio with Michael and Damian.
Thanks very much, Alex. We'll be checking back with you a bit later on there. It's quite interesting what you said about the counting system. I've always wondered how elections and referendums, how they count things so quickly.
I know, it's interesting to hear that they work in pairs. I wasn't aware of that, which seems maybe like something silly not to know when you're covering a referendum count, but it's interesting they have to work in pairs, because I'd always assumed that it was down to individuals and there could be a possibility of human error there. Yeah, so it's quite interesting they work in pairs and they have teams of tables and boxes are run over to them and then everything gets collated afterwards. It's quite a military system.
I think it sort of undermines that idea that people can rub out votes and change them. It seems far too strict for that even to be a possibility.
Well, he also mentioned that each table counting votes has somebody in charge of looking after it, a supervisor as such. So it goes back to what I was saying earlier. I think it's highly unlikely, forget the motive, anybody has the time with such a high pressure situation to consciously go back and rub out everyone's votes and cross them in.
I mean, if the government was going to fix this election, I think they'd do it much smarter than just simply rubbing out a vote.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's quite an interesting thing. Of course, a massive operation. I mentioned 382 polling systems around the country, including in Gibraltar as well, exotic Gibraltar, where I'm sure they've escaped all the storms that we've had today in sunny South England. Reports of an 84% turnout there, which is pretty good. So hopefully 84% will be reflected throughout the nation. It'll be great to see that high turnout in.
Well, we've been getting some turnouts come through. Newcastle has been around about 68%. Scotland is predicted to be between 75 and 80%. Orkney in particular around about 68%. So it's a very high turnout, the highest turnout we've ever seen actually since the 1997 general election.
I tell you what I find interesting, first of all, listening to that, is that obviously the Scottish referendum last year was potentially a major flashpoint in this country's history, had the potential to divide the nation. It seems that based on the turnout you're saying from Scotland, not only have they accepted they are still part of the United Kingdom, but they're actively getting involved in politics and making sure that their voices are heard in what many people would argue is the correct manner, now that they've been accepted as a part, and they're going to be a part of the UK for the foreseeable future. Yeah, and this referendum has actually succeeded in getting people engaged with politics. I know we did say this a bit at the general election and again at the Scottish referendum before that, but I think this referendum really has sort of captured the imaginations of many people. Many people, certainly, I scroll through all my social media feeds, many people are saying, oh yeah, vote Remain, vote Leave, because this, because that. And it's really nice to see that so many people are actually properly engaged in what is a really, really important time for their futures. Tom, do you think, based on what we're seeing in terms of engagement at this referendum, we could expect to see more engagement at future general elections? Because that's definitely been something that the government's been trying to encourage for some time now. Is this finally the key to cracking that?
I mean, I would certainly hope so. I think it's good for our democracy and it's good for also representation if more people actually get involved. You obviously see a lot of people who are always like, oh, I didn't vote for this, I didn't vote for that, my vote is wasted in a safe seat. But in this kind of style of election, it's very direct democracy. There is no wasted vote, everyone counts. And I think people really sort of cling to that idea. And it'd be interesting to see whether or not after this massive referendum, will there be a clamour for maybe voting change or a change to how the general election actually works?
I mean, a friend of mine mentioned to me just earlier actually that the constituency that I'm from in Wiltshire has been Conservative dominated for I think the best part of half a century now, and there's definitely a feeling every time a general election comes around there that those not voting for Conservatives are not necessarily wasting their votes, but they're definitely almost fighting a losing battle. Do you think there will be more scope for people trying to get the first past the post system moved aside in favour of this one person, one vote?
I think there has been a growing trend towards that. Also, you saw in 2011 when the Lib Dems were the junior part in the coalition, they really pushed to try and get that AV referendum. Unfortunately, didn't work out. And obviously after last year's general election, with the UKIP actually being the third highest voted for party, only getting one MP, there was obviously a big push from the right to maybe talk about voting change. If we see a huge turnout here and a very sort of active political engagement, I think it's a conversation worth having, but I don't think we'll see it for quite a while with the immediate reactions to the referendum. But it's obviously a point worth talking about in future.
There is the possibility here. This referendum is very much focusing on our role within Europe, but actually it's almost got a dual purpose here. We're looking inwardly at how we conduct our domestic politics.
Yeah, and that can only be a good thing, of course, because there are often many complaints, usually around every single election cycle, about how politics is broken, how it needs to be sorted out. And of course, by having referendums such as this, we can address these big issues and hopefully work our way to the future, which is really exciting. I just wanted to stop this discussion very, very briefly, because I've just seen on Twitter, BBC Wales, that Blaenau Gwent, early sources are saying that 60-40 out. If we go back to the APCO chart we've been looking at, which have been predicted results based on a 50-50 split throughout the nation, we can see that they've predicted Blaenau Gwent to be a 57% Leave lead. So Leave are increasing their lead there, which is quite something. So it's just highlighting how close it could be.
I think it's like, sorry. I think something very exciting to look forward to is that we're actually supposed to be shortly getting our first actual result. Gibraltar, of course, closed 2 hours early because they're at -2 GMT. So they're actually supposed to be declaring very, very soon, which we expect a huge, huge Remain vote, considering it is the biggest EU border in our country. But that's going to be our very first poll, so it's really exciting.
But it's going to be a tiny population as well, isn't it?
True, very true.
If I can, I'd like to turn the discussion briefly to Gibraltar.
Yeah.
Some would argue maybe their votes are less significant. Why have they got votes if they're not living specifically in the United Kingdom as such on the mainland? What are your thoughts on this, guys? I mean, personally, if you're within the UK's dominion, you're entitled to a vote. But what are your thoughts on that? Because obviously they're not experiencing the same levels of immigration, things like this that this referendum is being fought on.
Well, they're part of UEFA. If that counts as something.
Well, actually, what's quite interesting is the Channel Islands aren't actually in the EU, but are British Isles, and they're not having a referendum because obviously they're already out. So you'd argue maybe they should have one, whether or not they wanted to be in or out as well. So it's interesting. A lot of people have claimed that the government have merely, purely even included Gibraltar just to try and up that Remain vote. But like we said, it's such a small population. I don't know if it would be that telling.
It won't have that.
Only time will tell.
Actually, what's an interesting thing to look out for this here is that Gibraltar obviously are connected to the mainland via Spain, and it's interesting that we think they have the highest percentage of people who will vote who will vote Remain in the EU referendum. So is that just to show the power of being connected to being landlocked to mainland Europe?
I think what's interesting is that it might reflect how people actually feel on the continent about the EU. If it's very positive and very sort of open-minded about EU because they're on the continent as opposed to an island in the Atlantic, it could suggest a difference because inherently they're both British, but they have very different opinions.
Either way, it's going to get even more exciting now as results and predictions start to flow in via Twitter, social media, and of course here on EU Referendum Live.
You speak of social media, a particular tweet has just jumped out at me. Somebody claiming that somebody down his local chip shop swears that he's Nigel Farage.
Oh, fantastic. Is it like on football transfer deadline day where they always swear they see Lionel Messi at the airport or something?
But Nigel Farage transferring.
Exactly. Anyway,
big money move.
Anyway, moving on to the national campaign now. And it's been quite a campaign, let's say. We've had 4 official months knowing the date of the EU referendum, but campaigning only started in the past few weeks. So we've got a few sort of funny, memorable moments of the campaign to look at. So the first one is just Boris Johnson, his general appeal and charisma.
I think
he's been a very mixed character, actually, I think, in this referendum. I remember early on, there was a big debate whether or not he would declare for leave or he would declare for remain. A lot of people were saying if he declared for leave, it was a huge, huge signal of his intent to become leader of the Conservatives. Obviously, he did becoming a huge part of the Leave campaign. He's obviously hugely popular in some areas of Britain.
Yep.
So it's very interesting to see his impact on this referendum.
I mean, it's quite interesting that his father, sister and brother all would want to vote in Remain.
Yeah.
To remain
in fact,
the
a year
EU.
ago, he was quoted of being in favour of the EU, but obviously, very different time. Obviously, government policy changes.
Did he jump at the chance of being the leader of the Out campaign to put his face out there in the national sphere?
I think it's very interesting to sort of note the transformation, it seems, of Boris. Regardless of which way you're voting, there's no denying 2 or 3 years ago, he was regarded as a lovable, bumbling fool. I remember 2012, the Olympics came to London. He got stuck on a zip wire coming through.
Don't forget Whiff Waff and all
one
that.
of the carts, exactly, when he rugby tackled that child abroad.
I still love that clip.
And the lovable, idiotic Boris seems to have been replaced by a very politically savvy, very aware, very self-aware political figure. And he's certainly done his homework. I mean, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with the campaign, he's certainly constructed a case worthy of opposition.
Speaking of which, obviously America have slowly become more and more interested in the EU referendum, and a lot of people actually compared him to a British Donald Trump. Whether or not that's a positive or a negative, interesting. But obviously this man is definitely divisive as a leader or even as a politician. Michael Gove.
Michael Gove, everyone's favourite politician, I'm sure you'll agree. So of course Michael Gove is a big part of the Leave campaign. He has been quite vocal actually. Has been quite vocal as being part of the Leave campaign. But it's interesting to see how he's come across to the general public. So what do you guys think?
I think very interesting is the fact that he's put his neck on the line, if you like, and said if they do not get the result he wants, if Britain chooses to remain in the EU, Michael Gove will resign. We're talking about impacts on domestic politics. That's going to be a big one in terms of a cabinet reshuffle and filling people in.
Yeah, although you could argue his resignation has been on the cards for a while now. Obviously, you can't forget a year ago he was Education Minister, very keen to be Education Minister, and within months he had alienated the entire teaching population of Britain. Obviously now he is Minister of Justice, I believe. So it'd be interesting, that's quite a major role, but it'd be interesting to see if he does quit, who would come in, and what will be the future of Michael Gove. Even if there's a vote leave, will he challenge Boris to a leader campaign? Obviously at the Sky News debate he said he wouldn't go for it, but politicians, you know what I mean?
To inject some student humour, I think many people would see it as justice if Michael Gove decided to resign.
And I'm sure some teachers will vote Remain just on the basis of him
I would
abroad.
not be surprised.
Okay, so the next image we have are two big Remain campaigners, so David Cameron and Sadiq Khan, who of course is the new Mayor of London. Now Sadiq Khan has come across very, very well in the recent debates, recent campaigning, as some sort of level-headed, not letting emotions get to him, and also being a good public speaker.
Yes, admittedly, before he really started going for the mayoral elections, I didn't really know much about Sadiq Khan. But what's interesting about this picture in particular is the fact that David Cameron, who he and his party and Zach Goldsmith were so heavy-handed even in their attacks on Sadiq Khan during the mayoral election, them becoming, best friends because they both want to stay in Europe. It's very interesting. I think the public may not have liked that very much. It was a two-faced nature that people don't really like about politics. But at the same time, it might even show this issue transcends mere party politics.
Yeah. Like we said, a change to how we conduct politics within Britain. There's always been this sort of us versus them, people on both sides of the House of Commons. Do you think that actually, especially if Britain chooses to remain in the EU and chooses to take a path of what some would call togetherness, do you think we may start to see on a domestic front, Tom, parties working together on issues a little bit more rather than constantly seeking to be divisive of one another?
Speaking as a Liberal Democrat, I hope that from the coalition, and that didn't work out. But I think what's interesting to look at next is this man, Jeremy Corbyn. He has divided opinion ever since he really, in his entire career, but more so since he became a leadership candidate and then eventual leader. He spent a long time debating whether or not really to, I think, be very vocal about the EU. Traditionally a Eurosceptic or near Eurosceptic. I don't think Eurosceptic in the same way as you see UKIP, more so about its sort of democratic nature than anything else. But eventually he did declare, obviously with the party line. What I actually thought, I don't know if anyone else saw this, his Sky News debate, as it were, on Monday, which was only with 18 to 35-year-olds, I thought he came across quite well. I don't know if any of you watched it or not.
I didn't watch it personally, and I can certainly appreciate some of the criticisms that Jeremy Corbyn attracts on a political front. He's not what you'd call an orthodox politician in many circles, but I think in his own way, though, he has certainly contributed to this referendum,
definitely.
regardless of his personal opinion.
And he has that sort of appeal that many politicians don't, of sort of being more down to earth, more sort of less political.
It's interesting. I
politician
wonder if his sort of election as a Labour leader is in result of the growing UKIP sort of dragging those sort of lower class workers away from Labour.
Yeah. Now moving away from politicians to sort of things that make even more sense and speak even more proper stuff are dogs at polling stations. It's been a big hashtag trending on Twitter today. It seems like every man and his dog has come out to vote today, bringing all their dogs, showing all their pictures on social media. And I think it's a sort of a nice, light-hearted thing to bring on polling day, isn't it?
I think it helped the atmosphere. I mean, a lot of people sort of doom and gloom, especially with the weather. But who doesn't?
Traditionally British.
Traditionally British.
One of the most serious days in the history of a country's democracy, and we decide to get dogs at polling stations.
There is
nothing
wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. I'm sure it brightened up everyone's day. I mean, I voted quite early on in the morning, so I didn't see any dogs, I'm afraid. But
I sometimes wonder how things like this catch on, because some bloke or woman must have just thought, hashtag dogs at polling stations.
Exactly.
That's a winner, and gone with it. And I don't understand sometimes how those things catch on. Loads of people going out very early to vote. Obviously, people working that might have come in later, but you wonder how it spread like wildfire so much for people to jump on it so quickly.
Yes. Now, what for you was perhaps the biggest sort of strangest part of campaigning?
I think the most ridiculous moment was that sort of battle in the Thames that we saw, which I thought was bizarre. I didn't quite get my head around it. It was a bit out there. I don't know what you guys thought about it, but it was very bizarre.
It was just an odd thing. It just sort of sprang out the blue, didn't it? Nigel Farage.
I remember I was literally just sitting at home, and then I was like, "There's a battle in the Thames. What is going on?" It was very, very bizarre.
I mean, I think both sides, to be fair, were just trying to keep their campaigns afloat.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Dear, dear. Will that be the first of many tonight, Damian?
No, I'm afraid my water puns stretch about that far.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
And this is the hashtag Cats for breakfast, Cats for Brexit, even, which I think invoke the spirit of Grumpy Cat.
Grumpy cat, of course. I mean, that cat looks very, very grumpy, doesn't he? But
is he grumpy because he's being forced to back Brexit, or is he grumpy because Brexit are not polling well?
Only the cat knows.
Only the cat
knows. That suggests.
Do you think he's attempting to use the cat as a form of ID before voting?
Maybe. I mean,
because they look very similar.
I mean, they always say cats look like their owners, don't they?
I thought it was Putin when I first saw that picture.
Fantastic. Anyways, so away from obviously these pictures, we have our first result in of the night. It's from the southern part of the UK. Can we call it that? Gibraltar.
Yeah, very southern.
Very, very southern. Sunny skies in southern Spain, and it's quite a it's a whitewash, isn't it?
Yeah, 95.9% voted for Remain, which equates to 19,322 people voting for Remain. Leave actually got 823, which is, I don't know if that's surprising or not, to be honest.
Well, if we go back to the APCO, who of course predicted the results as they would think they would turn out based on a 50-50 split, they suggested Gibraltar will come out with an 85% vote for remaining in the EU, so 96% nearly is quite a considerable increase in that. But of course, we must remember there were only just over 20,000 voters in Gibraltar with an 84% turnout. So only 20,000 votes in there, just over. So in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't mean very much. We did expect Gibraltar to vote this way, but it must be a nice fillip, getting almost a complete whitewash there.
So 381 to go.
Yep.
Remain strike first blood.
Exactly. So they're winning at the moment.
Which, if we believe the polls, about 50% of the population are happy with. So I think now we've got that first result in, it seems like a good time to reflect on the campaign so far, some of our highlights. We've obviously taken a more light-hearted approach with some of the pictures. Let's go back to Boris Johnson a bit more. Tom, do you see him leading a campaign for Conservative Party leadership in the future based on this referendum?
Based on his referendum, based on last year's general election, I think based on his entire political career for the last decade. He's been slowly going towards it. He was quite a fringe member a few years ago. Then he became Mayor of London. And then out of the blue almost, he went for quite a Tory safe seat within London. There was ums and ahs about whether he would or not, but then he went for it and got it, obviously. And I personally, if it's between him, Osborne and Theresa May, I see him winning that for the Conservatives, and it'd be interesting to see where that takes the Conservatives. At the moment, on David Cameron, they'd be regarded as centre-right. Would it take them more right? Would that start eating into UKIP's core votership? Who knows? I
mean, we would be looking at maybe a Boris Johnson, Jeremy Corbyn sort of battle for the lead. Battle for number 10.
That would be.
I mean, for the Conservative Party, Jeremy Corbyn versus Boris Johnson, George Osborne or Theresa May. What would strike heart into the Labour Party if they faced Boris Johnson? So I think regardless of how this referendum will go, I still think he'll be leading the Conservative Party into the 2020 general election. I think. Basically because obviously David Cameron said he's going to resign, and I don't see anyone else challenging him.
Boris has certainly been the man on the ground, if you like, for the Conservatives during this campaign. I mean, I think the only aspect of the EU referendum campaign he's not been involved in was on the great debate the other night, when everybody apart from Boris cited their reason as a mother before making their points.
Yeah, so it's quite. How do you think Boris came across in the debate the other night, by the way?
I mean, he continued what he's been doing throughout and come across quite well, quite eloquently spoken. Obviously, he comes from quite a well-educated background. I think what's interesting about Boris Johnson more so than Theresa May or George Osborne is he actually appeals to this sort of working class, sort of Northern England voter. I mean, I saw pictures today of him in a pub, very Nigel Farage-esque, getting hugs and selfies and God knows what else from these very passionate, very keen to see Boris Johnson, not because his vote leave, but because it's Boris Johnson.
Yeah. Now, Nigel Farage has come out saying he's not conceding the referendum result, going back on what he said at the start of the show. So a bit of a
also hearing he believes that they fought an amazing campaign, as he calls it. Quote.
So it's interesting. I mean, it has been quite an amazing campaign from the Leave side. If you think about where they started to where they are now, it's been incredible how they've got shot up in the polls to rivaling the Remain camp.
But I think on a slightly disappointing note, though, if we look at the highlights of the campaign as a whole, it's definitely been marred to an extent by both sides accusing the other of lying and then counter-lying, and they're putting up these arguments, and then actually experts and people who analyse statistics are able to go, well, that's wrong. Do you think that might have led to some people being disillusioned slightly with voting?
It's interesting. I don't think it will affect the sort of the core voters for each side. I think those who believe the rhetoric will be so strong in that view that any experts, as Michael Gove say, wouldn't affect them. What might be interesting is those undecided, whether or not, for example, that sort of £350 million a week figure that Vote Leave kept sort of coming out with on alongside their battle bus, which was debunked thoroughly throughout the election, but still was peddled and peddled and peddled.
I mean, certainly for the Remain campaign, they've come from quite a difficult position because many people, even within the actual political campaigns themselves, aren't actually that enthusiastic about the EU. It's more that we just don't want to leave because it'll be absolutely terrifying, it'll be awful for our job. So automatically, they're coming at it from a negative standpoint.
I think this sort of carries on from, if you remember the general election last year, the Conservatives ran quite a negative campaign, talk about the SNP, sort of having Labour in his pocket. And it's interesting to see that both sides of this referendum were very negative, and both sides were led by Conservative parties. If you look more at like the Labour campaign or the Lib Dem campaign or the Green campaign, it was very much more of a positive campaign. Because they weren't the official campaign, it didn't come across very much in the public eye.
I must admit, one of the highlights for me as well, it was just refreshing, whether or not her views are correct. The Remain campaign the other night, it was just spirited talkers from that side. I certainly felt like they were certainly more passionate about what they were relaying across. Whether it's correct or not, and it's the viewpoint to take, is very much, the reason we're debating this tonight. But they definitely seem to have the passion element of their deliverance.
I was actually sort of very impressed by Ruth Davidson, of course, the new Conservative Scottish leader. I mean, she impressed me fundamentally. Like, I was actually sort of blown away by some of her performance tonight. I've never seen so much passion from a politician in my entire life. And it's a shame that she wasn't actually the Conservative Party leader overall, in my opinion. Yes, she came across extremely well in the great debate in Wembley.
Wasn't amazing for me as well. Again, whether the points she's making are correct or not are for everybody to decide this evening. But she just seemed to have an answer for everything. Drawing on her own life experiences, serving for the Queen's Army, things like that. She certainly came prepared for anything that the Leave side had to throw at her.
Speaking of passionate campaigners, Farage has been interviewed recently. He said he's blaming this slight edging by the Remain campaign on the extension of the deadline and the late registration of nearly 2 million voters between sort of Tuesday afternoon and that second deadline of Thursday, which is a huge number to consider. 2 million.
there was such a late surge, particularly among the young and students as well.
But I think the argument is there to be had that whether that's the causality of it or not, those people are entitled to vote. So actually, with a number that size and a decision this large, it was absolutely imperative that they extended that deadline and allowed those people to vote. Because can you imagine the end result tonight if we made a decision that 2 million people were not happy with and weren't able to cast their votes on? That's a massive swing either way.
I mean, I think personally, everyone had their chance to register their vote before that Tuesday. I personally don't think they should have extended the deadline at all. I simply think that they should have either kept the deadline to the Tuesday or the Thursday, said that at the start. Everyone had enough chance to register. I mean, I registered ages before the deadline. I'm sure you guys did as well.
I think what's important to note is that a lot of students, of course, like moving out of university, going back home, a lot of confusion whether or not they were registered or not. Maybe there was a late, or maybe I should check. Oh no, I'm not. And there was a lot of late surge, and you have to consider that maybe if an outage would have affected the result too much to not extended it. But of course, our next declaration is expected to be Newcastle upon time, which is expected to be any minute now, really.
So that'll be interesting to look out for. But of course, the North East, Newcastle and Sunderland, do have a big competition every single general election and referendum. I think, if I remember rightly, Sunderland South were the first ones to declare in the last general election, in an hour or something. So
it was very impressive.
It's always a bit of friendly competition between those two northeastern cities.
I mean, now we've got that first result from Gibraltar, I'm especially fascinated to see what our first mainland UK result is like. I want to see how that translates. Obviously, with only 2 out of 382 declared, there's a heck of a long way to go, but it would certainly be interesting to see if Remain can maintain that early advantage on both fronts.
But of course, as we said, Gibraltar, while every single vote counts in the grand scheme of things, doesn't mean much. No.
19,000 people. We're talking about 2 million registered to vote between Tuesday and Thursday. So it's a small number. What's interesting to see is the comparison in terms of percentage. You've got a very pro-EU in Gibraltar, and Northern England could be very pro-Leave. So it's interesting how split it is.
I mean, to put some context into what you're saying about 20,000 people, that's under half of the number of students we have here at the University of Southampton.
And Solent combined in the city of Southampton, So it's quite a small place, quite a small number of voters, but in the words of Tesco, every little helps. Sorry, that's my only joke of the night. So we're moving on to talk about Eddie Izzard now. He's a big student campaigner. He's not a student, but he's a campaigner around students. So he's been in many universities over the past couple of weeks, really chatting to students in Southampton. He came to Switch nightclub on a Wednesday afternoon. That sounds as wrong saying that to me. From me,
he goes to Switch on any night pop on a Friday.
Yeah, exactly. He should come on Friday night, shouldn't he?
So he joins an illustrious list of guests this year, including the Chuckle Brothers.
Yes, and the Wealdstone Raider was one, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
But,
number of Z-list
of course,
celebrities.
he's been around the country. He's been to Aston and Birmingham, I think. He's done his special show in 3 languages, advocates for people to remain. So why do you think Eddie Izzard is such a vociferous campaigner, especially amongst students?
He's certainly not afraid to be unorthodox, which is a compliment.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say.
And I think that's why, in some ways, students engage with him, because he's not afraid to stand out. He's not afraid to try and connect on a number of different levels. And I think it's just refreshing not to have somebody in a straight pinstripe suit lecturing statistics at you and telling you what is good and what is not for you. Eddie Izzard definitely tries to connect on a more personal level, and he also offers solutions as opposed to just telling people what will go wrong. I know that both campaigns have obviously offered their own solutions, but Eddie Izzard's is definitely on a more human level, if you understand how I mean.
I mean, he's not an archetypical politician at all, is he? He seems to be slightly more relatable. Obviously, he's a comedian, so he's a bit of a funny man. He seems to be able to have a conversation, but he just seems to have a political interest. And it's a bit like many students, really. They're not politicians. They can be quite down to earth, but obviously many students do have a political interest. So I think students can sort of see that relationship developing between the two. So, Tom, do you think he's had much of an influence on anybody he's visited around the university?
It would be interesting to see whether or not he's actually convinced anyone to either go from undecided to Remain or even from Leave to Remain. I think another important thing to talk about Eddie Izzard is he doesn't just appeal to students, he could appeal to people in their 20s. He's been around for a long time as a comedian, so he could appeal to anyone between 18 and 35, which is a key demographic for a vote Remain.
And I suppose it raises a wider point. Obviously, unless we were to hold an entirely separate poll and everybody contributed, we'd never know. But to what extent do you think it's significant that high-profile celebrities, people like Richard Branson, Eddie Izzard, of course, broadcast their views on the referendums to try and engage with people and promote their respective sides?
I think fundamentally people are like sheep, aren't they? They always tend to sort of follow someone they admire, someone they sort of see in the news, see on TV. And I think having celebrities sort of declaring whether to vote Remain or vote Leave can be very good for both campaigns, of course. I mean, it's like when for example, Jeremy Clarkson came out voting Remain, for example, that did surprise a lot of people, but I'm sure it brought a lot of people who are big fans of Jeremy Clarkson to their side of the debate. So I think celebrities have a big influence.
I think it's a shock factor when we see someone who's maybe not more known for jokes and sort of being a bit out there, actually start talking about sort of hard-hitting, straight facts. It's sort of maybe you can listen to it more than if it was a David Cameron type figure.
So as we mentioned, Eddie Izzard came to Switch nightclub in Southampton, and our very own Cameron Ridgway went and caught up with him.
So first of all, your appeal today was very much on an emotional level. You were talking about why you feel proud to be in the EU. You mentioned yourself as a British European. So
well, I was talking about humanity, and I feel that's heart and mind, because we could say that I'm doing an emotional response, but it is both of these things connecting up. Whereas you can talk about the economy, and that's purely mind, that's purely pound in your pocket. It's much better to stay in than pull out. We net pay in 9 billion a year, but we're going to lose 20 to 40 billion a year if we pull out. Those figures came through right today from a big financial think tank. So along with the Governor of the Bank of England saying we're going to go into recession, there's a completely mind argument. If you want finance in your pockets, if you want jobs, if you want just the pound in the pocket, stay in the European Union because it's good for that. But emotionally, I just think humanity. What do? We gradually learn to live together, work together in some shape or form. That's what we're trying to do in Europe. We used to kill each other from Alexander the Great to World War II. 2,500 years of bloodshed. We said, stop that, enough is enough. Let's try and work together. And if it's not working perfectly, we've got to stay there to make it work better. Running and hiding is not the British way. Let's stand and fight for our place in Europe.
And do you think that's missed in the debate?
I think the humanity thing doesn't play. Probably they think it doesn't play, that no one, this is the term, has no traction, something like this. Whereas I think, surely that's what we're about. What's the point of humanity? What is the point of us all if we're not trying to get a world where there's hope for everyone rather than despair for a third of our, the world's population? 7 billion people. We've got to be heading in that direction. If we're not heading in that direction, we're just putting more despair into the world. We've got to put hope in, and that's what I did with it. I'm trying to live that life. I'm a transgender guy, came out 31 years ago, tried to show leadership for myself and for anyone by being positive and coming out like that. I'm touring France in French now, touring Germany in German, just started in Spanish. It's a positive thing I'm doing with Europe. Tonight I'm going to play Southampton in German, then in French, and then in English. We couldn't have done that before. Now we're doing it, and the French guys, the stand-ups are performing in English, and German ones are, and I think that is good. I think live and let live is good. Getting to know other people from different countries is a positive thing. I think young people grab hold of this, but they've got to get registered by the 7th of June, 13 days from now.
And moving on to that, students generally, politically, are quite apathetic. Do you think there is a particular reason for this, especially in relation to the EU referendum?
I think that generally, students might be less engaged in politics because when it comes to a general election, they think, I don't know quite how this affects me. Mortgage, really? Me? I haven't got one, so what do I do? Whereas this, if you want to go on a hen night or stag night in Europe and low-cost flights, those flights are going to go up. They're going to be less flights, they're going to be more expensive. Your roaming charges are going to come back in. They're going down to 0 next year. They'll start coming back in all around Europe. Healthcare, free healthcare across Europe, that'll disappear. If you want to keep hold of those things, register by the 7th. By midnight on the 7th, and then vote to remain on the 23rd of June.
And you've talked about standing and fighting as well. It's fair to say that in terms of both the in and out campaign, we've had a fair amount of rhetoric that is perhaps in some cases difficult to believe because we've got different figures being spread from different agencies. So in that regard, do you think that people should listen to the rhetoric that's coming from campaign groups? Do you think people should listen to the campaign, or do you think it should be more of a personal decision?
I think it's tricky, but what I try and say to people is look at this, the overriding thing on everything should be humanity. This is a big decision for our lives, and humanity overrides it all. Do we want a world where everyone has a fair chance? Everyone has got to say yes. Even the exit people have got to say yes. If they say no, what a horrible thing that is to say. And if they're trying to get a world where everyone has a fair chance, we can't do it tomorrow, but we've got to start with the continents. And that's what we're doing. We're the first continent to ever do this in the history of civilization. First one. Tricky thing to do? Absolutely. Difficult? Yeah. Keep working at it. Keep making it better. Running and hiding? Not good. Standing there. The figures that are coming from left and right, they're going to be confusing. The Governor of Bank of England just says we're going to recession if we come out. That's pretty strong. All the big economic experts, there are no economic experts on the exit side. No one from the world of economics experts says leaving is a good idea. So all they're playing is the immigration card, I feel now. So I just think we've got to do it for humanity.
And perhaps looking at more of a cultural point of view, obviously you've been around Europe, you're performing tonight in French, German, and you performed in Spanish as well in other locations. So in terms of that, do you think leaving the EU would maybe lose that cultural link, or do you think it's possible to maintain that kind of cultural link affinity we have and you particularly personally have with Europe?
Well, I don't know, if you set up a big wall, does it help make the connections? I don't think so. You know, everyone doesn't have to go and learn French, Spanish, German, loads of languages. English, I've played through the rest of Eastern Europe in English language. So we're lucky with having the English language that we, citizens of the UK can go and work all the way throughout Europe just using the English language. So it's right there. But if you put up barriers and put up walls, it's just not a positive thing. It's just going backwards. Because if we do that, then Scotland's going to peel off and they're going to want to stay in Europe, so then it's the end of the United Kingdom. Do we really want to break up the United Kingdom? If they want to break up Europe, they want to break up the United Kingdom as well. So how small a group do they want to get down to? It's just not the way to do it.
And now 27 marathons versus 31 cities in 31 days.
Yeah. Well,
exhausting. Which one do you think's harder?
I don't know. At this point, 31 cities in 31 days is harder. I think the running, well, actually, I got stronger at running towards the end, but then I did 2 marathons on the last day. This, I think maybe the last week is going to get very intensive, but it's going to be neck and neck, so everyone has got to get registered, and I'm going to work my damnedest, and I'll just be everywhere that I can be. So I just want to encourage people, don't let older people are all registered. Younger people, they're looking at the world and saying, there's opportunity, there's chances. What could I do? What will I do? I don't know what I want to do right now, but let's leave the doors open. Let's not start building fences before young people have even had a chance. I've already proved, I'm proving it, living it, breathing it, that you can get opportunities out of Europe. So I want young people to have those opportunities and more opportunities.
Eddie Izzard, thank you very much.
Very, very close. Remain have won in Newcastle upon Tyne with 50.7% of the votes, over 49.3% for Leave. To give you a breakdown of the numbers, that was 65,404 votes for Remain and 598 for Leave. So it was very, very, very close indeed. So initial reactions, guys.
It's a significant result, especially the initial figures we'd been given suggested that the Remain vote was 59% to 41 heading into the vote. So it's interesting to see that there's been that swing of around 8%.
So it's intriguing. Will this be reflected across the nation? And if so, the Leave campaign looked like they could win if this is reflected across the nation. Of course, this APCO thing we've been going on about is projected on a 50-50 split. And let's say Newcastle could vote 59% Remain, but as you can see, it's just under 51%. So if this is reflected, Leave could have a chance of winning this.
And Tom Brown, you just made a very good point that actually we had a bit of a chuckle and a bit of a discussion about it, but Gibraltar, if the gap stays this close, could actually play a significant part. Obviously a long way to go yet.
Yeah, what's quite interesting is this Newcastle result sort of reflected what we got from national polling via YouGov. But it'd be quite interesting whether or not those YouGov polls actually included Gibraltar in them, because it's sort of a bit out there, a bit out of the way. But if we still get this sort of 20% lean, sort of this 20,000 lean, then it could be hugely influential from Gibraltar, and Gibraltar could potentially edge it at this stage.
Although, of course, I've got to remember, Gibraltar very small. I mean, Newcastle had over 3 times the number of people voting both Remain and Leave. So it's just going to show how small, relatively speaking, Gibraltar is. Another result that's just popped in quickly. Yes. The Orkney Islands have voted to stay in the EU by 63% to 37%. Again, quite a small population there.
And we're also expecting the Sunderland result soon. So that should be interesting to see whether or not it mimics the Newcastle result.
So that third result we've now had in means that the Remain campaign are leading by a little over 23,000 votes. This looks set to be a theme for the rest of the night, I suspect. It's going to be very much a case of cat and mouse.
Cat and mouse, but as we said before, many areas of the UK that we expect to vote Leave will be declared later on in the night. So it could be a bit like the Labour Party at the 2015 general election. A lot of the early seats were declared for Labour and then the Conservatives pulled back later on, but we still sort of knew that the Conservatives could win.
I think what's important to remember as well is the Orkney Islands, although well over 60% in favour of Remain, that's only just over 7,000 votes. So we laughed at Gibraltar for 20, Orkney another small amount, but influential because will that reflect the rest of the Scottish voting? and if that it does reflect the rest of Scotland, then that is a huge percentage of people voting for Remain.
I mean, some more interesting news I'm just getting through now is that since 10 p.m, the value of the pound has risen sharply in expectation of a Remain vote. Looking briefly at the economy, Tom, why do you think that is so early on that people have put faith in a Remain vote?
Well, ever since that first YouGov poll came out, that showed us a very small Remain vote. He said the pound was at $1.5 US, which is the strongest it's been since last November. Of course, every time leading up to this referendum, there was a pro-Leave poll that came out, the pound dropped sharply. So I think it's just a continuation of that trend. And I think that shows potentially the value of the pound would drop if a vote Leave was to win.
I mean, what these initial results show, especially when comparing them to our guide we have printed off here, is that it's going to be a very, very exciting night over the next 7 hours. It's going to be on a knife edge, isn't it? No side is clearly going to run away with it. Remain are winning for now, but whether that remains to be seen is, well, we'll soon find out, won't we?
We're digressing slightly from the Eddie Izzard interview that we've just shown. He talked about roaming charges within the VT. Tom, as our political expert, I wondered if you could explain a bit more to viewers who aren't as familiar, what are roaming charges and what is Eddie discussing?
Well, the roaming charges are, for example, if me or you went to the continent and we start using our phones for 3G or texting back home, that's how much extra you pay on top of your sort of normal allowance for your normal contract amount. But what's interesting is that EU recently have been sort of voting in to have this reduced roaming charges to almost as little as it possibly can be. But obviously, if we vote to leave, we would lose that privilege. So if we did visit Europe, we would have to pay more roaming charges. He also mentioned actually an argument I never really considered before with those, everyone's got those little e-hit cards, so the European health insurance cards, that would encourage, sort of give us our NHS coverage across Europe. And I never even considered that. That would be revoked, wouldn't it?
That would be a massive loss, I think, especially to people travelling. I mean, people are talking about how much more difficult it might be to travel among Europe if we leave the European Union. But we're not considering the consequences when you get there. I mean, if you were to have a serious accident abroad, that's your health cover. That's potentially a very expensive operation in a country potentially less equipped to deal with the condition.
Of course, digressing slightly to more sort of like a trivial tone, I found out recently that the EU pay for EduRoam around Europe. So if you're ever travelling around Europe in Rome or Amsterdam or something, and you get free internet, you've got the EU to thank for that. That's something I did not know at all until now. But back to the Eddie Izzard interview. Do you think he came across quite well in that interview?
He seems to know his stuff, actually. Yeah. I was actually quite surprised that he was very clued up, almost as clued up as we've seen from Farage or Cameron or Boris Johnson even. So he's clearly very passionate about this. He clearly really wants these young people to get involved and actually vote Remain.
I mean, some celebrities you could argue are in a campaign for say, the PR value, if you like, but he's genuinely in this to put a political point across. You can see that from the way he's talking, the way he came across in Cameron's interview with him. He's very passionate about what he's talking about.
And it's not just voting Remain, but just getting people to vote.
I think that's actually arguably more important. If you can encourage young people to get more politically involved, not only will it affect this election, but as we said earlier, it will affect general elections, by-elections, council elections. It would be fundamentally a huge boost for our democracy either way.
I mean, to explore that point about encouraging young people to vote a little bit more, we've had one reasonably high-profile example where a grandfather, 73 years old, his son, 17 years old, his grandson, 17 years old, not eligible to vote. The grandfather realised that his vote was going to have a much bigger impact on his grandson's future than his own. So he took his grandson's advice on board and took his viewpoints on board before making his decision. That raises the wider debate. With something as big as this, that is going to be this important about young people's future, should the voting age be lowered to 16, or do you think that may almost trivialise it if people aren't as aware of what's going on?
Well, we saw in Scotland, they gave the vote to 6-7-year-olds for the UK referendum, as it were, and that didn't have a significant impact, but it definitely encouraged this sort of political action from a young age. And I think that's only positive. Maybe not for all types of elections, maybe not a general election, but for stuff like this, which is sort of a basic, in-out, easy to learn about, easy to read about, I think it was very effective to sort of encourage these young people already to start being interested in politics.
Yeah, and just briefly, having an aside from young voters, Paddy Ashdown was recently on the BBC being interviewed saying that he thinks postal votes could swing the campaign into the Leave camp. And indeed, it does seem that postal votes, more and more of them seem to be voting for Leave. So do you think that will have an effect, going away from younger voters to more traditionally older voters? But still, obviously, some students do vote by postal vote, so it's quite a...
To raise your question with a question, if people are voting in advance by... I know I'm a fantastic university student. If people are voting via the postal vote in advance, do you maybe think that they're not giving themselves the maximum opportunity to consider every side of the argument? Do you think maybe some people have voted Leave simply because they've taken the initial stages of the argument, or they've taken Leave's recovery at face value and decided, that's for me, I'm not going to change my mind?
What I think is most interesting is that you consider most vote Leave, if this post vote is leaning towards vote Leave, a lot of it was done about a week ago, which would mean they didn't get to watch the great debate. Obviously, it was supposed to be a big set piece. Was it night before? Was it last night or night before?
2 nights ago.
2 nights ago. Which wouldn't have been able to take that into account. So maybe we're making the mistake as a sort of from like broadcast journalist point of view. Maybe we should have these debates earlier on to sort of catch those postal voters, or maybe postal votes should be changed in some way.
I mean, of course, the Leave campaign was on a really, really upward trajectory, and it has sort of petered off in the past couple of days. So maybe that obviously has a factor to do with postal votes. But of course, it goes back to older voters versus younger voters. Older voters are more likely to vote, especially postally, whereas obviously younger voters, this is all about Eddie Izzard again. He's campaigning to get younger people to vote. They're the least likely people to vote, statistically speaking, and indeed students especially could sway the vote either way, especially as the referendum is being held on June the 23rd, outside of term time. A lot of students will not end up having their say, which is quite unfortunate.
Speaking of statistics, I've got one here that according to Betfair, obviously the betting website, earlier in the night had Remain favourites by 90%, now down to 72, which I wonder if they've got a tip-off or what, but it shows that maybe the Remain lead isn't as clear as we are suggesting it might be at the moment.
Do you think the exit poll still holds 52 to 48 Remain?
I think YouGov have nailed it on the head, to be honest. I think that's going to be the most likely. But at the moment, it is 56% Remain and 43% Leave.
I mean, it should be really, really close in the end, and obviously nationally and indeed locally, because in Southampton, obviously the count is happening, and it will be announced around 4 o'clock, hopefully. Here's Alex Smith over at the Guildhall with the latest.
Thanks, guys. So, update on the count here in Southampton. Things have died down a bit. It's a bit quieter. Less people are talking, and I can't hear the ruffle of paper. I think people are starting to tire already. I don't think they think it's a marathon. We've got another 4 hours to go, guys. Come on. Anyway, some more results coming in. You might have been told these in the studio, I don't know. But yeah, Newcastle so far have voted 50.7% Remain, which is a little bit of a surprise. Orkney Islands also vote Remain, and there's also suggestions that the postal vote could tip it for Leave. So let's just do a little roundup of local campaigning events. So at the university itself, Union Southampton, formerly known as SUSU, took an official stance to support the Remain campaign. However, they also did support the other side in their campaigning across the university, just to allow students to make up their own minds, which was a nice thing for them to do. Campaigning from both sides has taken place across campus over the last couple of weeks and months, as well as the city of Southampton itself. Key student groups involved are Students for Europe, led by James Edwards, who want students to vote for Remain, and Students for Britain, led by Matthew Cowley, who want students to leave. They obviously took part, if you were keeping an eye on our coverage, they took part in a debate specifically on this a couple of weeks ago, including politicians Desmond Swain and Alan Whitehead. Notable events from this include the Students for Britain camp handing out free condoms on the red brick, emblazoned with the Vote Leave slogan. I'm not entirely sure what the message was there. As well as that, the university's Vice-Chancellor himself, Professor Christopher Snowdon, the other day sent out a message to all students campaigning for them to vote in the referendum. A quote from him says, "The outcome of tomorrow's vote will have a long-lasting impact on all of our futures, whichever way it goes. But it is young people who will live with the consequences for the longest. This is a once-in-a-generation decision, and we only get one opportunity to vote." As soon as we go to Southampton as a whole itself, a Daily Echo poll on Twitter that was released today suggests that 50% of their readership would vote Leave, compared to 38% voting Remain, and the rest unsure or not even caring. although many have claimed that this is not a reliable poll at all, targeting people who would vote Leave, especially when looking at the readership of it itself. As well as this, Boris Johnson wrote in the Daily Echo, mentioning the Eurozone crisis in relation to Greece, as well as calling Europe a job-destroying machine to try and get its readers to vote for Leave when the polls open today. It also called on voters to release the UK from its stranglehold, he says, of the EU. Obviously none of this matters now, as all votes have been cast and are currently in the process of being counted, just like it is today here. We have got results coming in at the moment, as you probably tell from the studio. I think estimates still suggest that we won't get results until about 4 or half 4 here in Southampton, so that leaves for a long day for us here. Couple of stats for you. I don't know if you've been told this in the studio already, but let me, your favourite OB presenter, bring these to you from the OT Guildhall. We've got these stats fairly recently, so I hope they are accurate, and forgive me if they're wrong. So a YouGov poll suggests that with amongst 18 to 24-year-olds, 75% are going to vote Remain. For 25 to 49-year-olds, 56% planning on voting Remain. For 50 and to 64-year-olds, 44% are planning on voting Remain. And for people of the age 65 and older, 39% Remain. So it's really showing the difference in the age of voters and the way they are going to vote. Turnout is expected here to be at over 70%, which is astonishing, and it shows actually what an important decision this is. And also, for Southampton itself, APCO Worldwide also is suggesting that Southampton is expected to... this is from yesterday, by the way, is expected to vote 54% Remain and 46% Leave. So the vote is still going on behind us here. We're going to be here for another 3 hours or so, bringing you the latest updates approximately every hour, as and when we get them. Make sure to stay tuned. I will be with you as soon as possible to bring you all the latest news from the O2 Guildhall. Meanwhile, it's back to Damian and Michael in the studio.
And the one thing I will never tire of on this programme is bringing you results. We've had a fourth one in. Clackmannanshire has voted to Remain. It's a margin of 58% for Remain and 42% for Leave. That extends the lead of the Remain campaign to 27,256 votes in total. Gentlemen, reaction to that?
It's only 4.
Can I jump very quickly? We're actually just getting the Sunderland result.
We're getting the Sunderland result
in.
Yeah,
I know, crazy. 38.6% voted Remain, which is 51.9 thousand people. Leave got 61.3%, which is around 82,000.
And actually, reaction to that, if we go back to the APCO thing, which I hope is saying about every single night, every single time we get a result, this predicted a 54% Leave based on a 50-50 split, but this 61.3% is clearly higher for Leave, especially in these urban areas. Of course, the urban areas are where a lot of the population are. Things like Orkney, Clackmannanshire, they have less people than compared to Newcastle or Sunderland. So this is really, really significant for the Leave campaign.
Hugely significant, considering they've just taken a 3,000 person lead in this referendum.
Yes, exactly. So Leave now lead by 3,208 people. This is how quickly it can swing, especially in these early stages.
Speaking of the Vote Leave campaign, Aaron Banks of Leave.eu, UKIP's biggest donor, has actually been quoted saying, Nigel has conceded, reconceded, conceded, reconceded. You know Nigel.
He knows. Yeah, so it's really swinging around, so it's really, really close. I mean, obviously only 5 out of 300 have been declared, so that's, you can do the maths, it's probably around 0.2% or something ridiculous.
Let's talk about totals here. Remain is now on 49.5%, while Leave is on 50.5%, which is a 1% difference. This is so tight.
This is going to be very, very tight. Of course, early days, we won't have a general idea till around 4 o'clock in the morning.
But I mean, five areas in, it is definitely proving that this trend we've predicted of the two sides playing cat and mouse is set to continue, because I'm willing to bet that within the next few results we'll find a good swing for the Remain campaign as well.
And then obviously Leave will come back a bit later on, as we predict. But if we're going to buy these APCO statistics, which again predict votes in certain areas based on a 50-50 split in Remain and Leave, it's looking very, very good for the Leave campaign so far. So,
take a breather. Two in quick succession,
but this is what we like here. We've got more of this coming up over the next
very
6
exciting, isn't it?
hours or so live on SUSUtv/live, so make sure you stay with us. Going back to what Alex said at the Guildhall, so the ruffling of paper has gone quiet. What do you make of that?
I think people are just flagging, to be honest. I don't know, conspiracy theorists would say they're all busy in the other room changing all the votes.
Yes, of course, yeah, rubbing out with those special pencils.
Maybe they get paid by the hour, who knows?
Yes, of course, for virtually all counts, verification has to happen first, so we get an official turnout figure, and then the actual voting process will begin afterwards, hence why so many votes are held on later in the night and early in the morning. And remember, the big national declaration in Manchester at breakfast time this morning now. Are we past midnight yet? I think we are.
We are past
Just 20 minutes
this
past
morning,
midnight.
so in 7 hours' time or so, we'll find out if the UK will remain inside the EU or leave the EU. So it'll be an incredible thing. So looking particularly at local campaigning, as Alex touched on there in his report there. So what do you think about? How do you think local campaigning within the university especially has gone, guys? So Tom?
I think it's actually been a very good campaign. I wish it was more reflective of the national campaign even. Been very positive from both sides. Obviously you've got Matthew Cowley leading the Leave campaign, who has been actually sort of trying to pitch this more positive view, which I think has been very, very good. And I think it's been very interesting to see, actually.
I mean, in terms of awareness on the university campus, I've definitely noticed that I'm very aware that the Union Southampton is backing the Remain campaign. There are plenty of posters tackling a variety of different
I think we've all seen the Remain poster above the urinal in the male toilets, which I think is quite in your face, if it were, but effective.
Top place to put a poster.
Completely unaware.
Yes, but
Completely unaware. That's gone straight over my head.
too short to reach it, yeah. But yes, so of course, campaigning has been quite significant within the university, and especially, of course, the university debate which they held a few weeks back, which we'll bring you highlights of a bit later on in the night. So going back to student campaigns, it's been quite nice to see how many students from the university have been involved, advocating either to remain or leave. It's been quite nice to see.
I tell you what's interesting to see on a student engagement level. I think there's been more discussion, more hype about this EU referendum debate. Obviously, on a scale of relativity, it's far more important than the elections we hold here to elect our sabbatical officers. But there seems to have been less hands-on engagement from the union, as it were, and more sort of passive, putting up posters, making people generally aware, and they can investigate the matter further if they want. And it seems to have had a massive upsurge in engagement. Perhaps a change to how we conduct our political engagement here at the University of Southampton.
Yes, it's been quite a different approach to obviously union election. So it's been, while the union and indeed the university have been keeping a Remain stance, it's been sort of posting posters around, sort of like not being too in your face, but letting people know that A, the referendum's happening, you should register to vote, and also vote Remain as the union and the university do suggest. So I think it's been quite a nice positive campaign. Certainly within a local student level, many positive figures have been bandied about, and from many people I've spoken to, I'm sure people have you spoken to as well, and as you'll see a bit later on in the evening, there have been many good debates, many positive figures being bandied around, and it's been a generally positive few months.
And obviously student votes particularly significant in Southampton, as we touched upon. The population, I'm not sure the exact figure off my head, but I would imagine we probably make up close to half across the two universities. I mean, 41,000 students at the University of Southampton alone. I'm pretty sure Solent University adds at least another 20,000 or so to that figure. So
that is, again, students make up a large proportion of many cities, but it comes back to the question, will our students vote? This has been held outside of term time. The university and the union have done their best to try and engage people, but it's June the 23rd. Many people have gone home either to vote at home, so that will take away a few people from the Southampton vote.
Absolutely.
And of course, it might take people, disenfranchised people altogether. They may have forgotten to register at home, they may have forgotten to vote before they left today, for example, or they just may have forgotten to put their vote in the post. So do you think that will have a great impact?
I think what's interesting to talk about in terms of universities and term time or not term time, two of what's supposed to be the biggest areas for the Remain campaign have been Oxford and Cambridge, which, interesting enough, are actually still in their term time. So a lot of student population actually are still there. So probably suggests why it's such a stronghold, or potential stronghold, for the Remain campaign. Whether or not this will affect areas such as Southampton, with a lot of student population moving away, it remains to be seen. But you could argue that just spreads out the Remain vote across the country.
I mean, a quick economic update to give you, I've just seen it flash up. The value of the pound has fallen from 150 to 1.43 against the US dollar. So clearly the financial sector are reacting to this latest news. Tom, do you think that would be set to continue the more Leave increase their gap, or do you think that people will still be conservative, so to speak?
I think
until the end of the night?
The bigger the Leave lead gets or diminishes, it would be very parallel even with the economic numbers.
Yeah, so it's a nice general rule to follow, actually, and a general trend to see how the markets think the referendum is panning out. So generally, the more positive it looks for the Remain campaign, the higher the pound trades against the dollar, and of course the more positive it looks for the Leave campaign, the lower it trades to the dollar. So it's clear to see where many businesses and many financial economist people where their loyalties lie in this campaign, and it's interesting to see their reaction to that.
Just brings home the significance of this referendum. I mean, there's only one question on your ballot paper, stay or leave, but the ramifications of the mark everybody's made in that tiny little box today are huge, and they cross so many sectors, so many demographics. It's incredible.
Speaking of actually the ballot paper itself, what I've been seeing in these results is a lot of people have actually been ticking both boxes, which I don't know if that's a protest or what. Like, for example, in Sunderland you had 13 tick both boxes. In Newcastle you had 69 people tick both boxes. It's interesting that people are
intentionally spoiling their ballot papers.
Maybe they're just undecided. They want to vote, but they just don't know which way to go. But again, it goes to show the power of democracy and the power of referendums to affect financial markets such as this. Now, of course, we don't have many of these big student areas such as Oxford, Cambridge or Southampton until a bit later on in the evening. Of course, we have Newcastle and Sunderland. So it remains to see how the student population will affect the Remain or Leave vote. I mean, at the moment, as with only 5 out of the 382 areas declared, Leave do have a vote by about 3,200 people altogether. So it still remains quite close. These students could really swing the result of the referendum depending on how things go later on in the evening.
You're looking at demographics. I've just also been told, interestingly, we touched earlier upon Scottish engagement with the EU referendum. Now they've been declared part of the UK for the foreseeable future. We're actually hearing that the Scottish engagement at this referendum is less so than it was at their referendum on independence, which I suppose is to be expected because it affects them less on a localised scale. But it's still interesting to note that less people are interested.
I think it's a passion issue. I think a lot of people are a bit more passionate about an issue that they had entire control of. I think you've got to have this classic sort of Scottish political issue of they feel like they're going to get dictated to by England. The sort of difference in population is going to cause this massive ramifications that they might not be in favour of. And that'd be interesting to see if it does swing vote Leave because of England, whether or not they really do have a justification for a second referendum on independence.
So would you say that people generally have less passion for the EU?
I think that is easy to, well, less passion for the EU in some respects. I think a lot of passion to leave it. I think there's equal passion to obviously fight for it. But if you look at just like MEP elections, I think the last MEP election had a 12% turnout, which is, if you consider it to the 80% tonight, is unbelievable.
Unprecedented.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see whether or not MEP elections increase because of this new revived interest in the EU.
I mean, if we remain part of the European Union, presuming, of course, we don't decide to leave at the moment, of course, they're leading. But do you think we could see a surge, if you like, not only in engaging with domestic politics, but more of an awareness of European politics? Because I have to admit, I'm fairly clued up on the domestic front, but I've never really given much thought to what goes on in Brussels.
I mean, personally, I would love to see an increased interest in the sort of the democratic side of the EU. A lot has been said about how undemocratic it is, but if you think, I think 73 of our MEPs are actually UKIP, who block a lot of the sort of pro-democracy issues within the EU. The classic one is they say issues get raised by bureaucrats and is unelected, but a lot of the sort of aims to try and make that more electable has been blocked by parties like UKIP in Europe.
I mean, moving this down to a local level, especially within the university, it does seem that a lot of students will want to vote Remain, as I'm sure that's a trend nationwide, particularly in Southampton as well. I mean, chatting to a few people, I've only really heard of a few people at this university who are actually going to vote Leave in this campaign. So it's quite strange to see the contrast between students and the general public. Do you think that's because they're aware of more international issues? I mean, universities are such a cosmopolitan international place. Do you think the reason they want to vote Remain is because they're aware of the impact it could have on their university neighbours?
I mean, I know for a fact that I have a friend who's originally from Portugal, comes over to university here, and she is certainly concerned about the impact of the result. I'll tell you what, we'll have a look at our very own Sophie and Joanna asking a few people around Southampton about their thoughts.
After an official consultation, our student union has decided to officially back the Remain campaign in the EU referendum, but we thought we'd come out to campus today and see what students really thought.
I'm going to vote to Remain. I like the idea of being part of a big community in the style of Europe, and as a student, I like travelling, and it's just going to be so much easier if we Remain. And I think the economic benefits will just be much better as well.
I'm going to vote for Remain purely because I don't really see it solving any problems to leave, to be honest.
I'm going to vote leave. Mainly for sovereignty. I think I don't really like the idea that laws are made elsewhere and that we can't hold unelected officials to account. I don't really buy into some of the immigration arguments that have been put forward as to why we should leave. I think immigration's a really great thing for the country, but I voted leave because of sovereignty, really. And just, I think we should have more control over making laws.
I'm definitely going to be voting Remain in the EU referendum because I think for young people it would mean an incredible loss of opportunity, both social and development responsibility. If we left the EU, I would foresee a weakening of standards for the protection of wildlife, clean water and air in the UK, and so on.
Well, I'm not intending to vote, but if I was voting, I would choose to remain. Due to the fact that I think although England gives a lot of money to the European Union, I think the benefits in the long haul are a lot greater than what they would be if they had left.
I honestly don't know, because there's so much scaremongering at the minute and each side is basically saying the same thing. So when one side is saying, oh yes, stay in because it saves us so much money, and then the other side is saying, well no it doesn't, and it's just like very much conflicting ideas, and it's like, well what is the actual truth, and no one seems to know.
So it seems that Remain seems to be the predominant opinion on campus, but there are still those that want to leave or are undecided, so I'm guessing we're going to have to wait until referendum night to find out.
Our last person we saw there, she said that a lot of scaremongering was involved from both sides of the campaign. Do you think that's true?
I think absolutely, definitely, yeah. Probably a bit too much, but maybe that was the tactic they were going for. It worked for them in the general election. Maybe they thought it'd work again. I think arguably it should be a bit more. I think Remain should be a bit more positive. There's a lot of stuff about the EU that wasn't really mentioned at all in this campaign, which I think is hugely important.
I mean, definitely for me, both sides have definitely constructed their arguments to an extent on an element of fear. Whether that's the entire basis of their points or it's just for them the biggest motivator to get people to engage with them. And I think both sides are guilty of both to an extent, but there's definitely been a lot of exaggeration, a lot of misrepresentation.
Speaking of which, I think we all saw the UKIP poster with the queue of refugees with the breaking point above it. What were your sort of initial reactions when you saw that?
I mean, I think there's a lot more to the immigration debate than most people will take in at face level. I'm personally undecided on the issue, but I'm certainly in agreement with both sides that it is something that needs addressing, and it's something that needs further discussions, but it'd be interesting to see whether those happen in or out of Europe.
I mean, the whole thing about immigration I think is a bit of a sort of a fallacy really, because immigration every year, 0.5% of our population comes from immigration. That increases every year by 0.5%, which is in fact even less than natural growth given by people giving birth to babies. So it's such a complete fallacy. Of course, these are distributed very, very unevenly into sort of the eastern market towns like Boston, Lincoln, obviously Sunderland and Newcastle as well. So there is concerns there, but I think it has been overblown, especially by the Vote Leave campaign.
I think another important aspect to think about is people want to control this immigration. We actually get more migrants from outside the EU than inside the EU.
Yeah.
We haven't been able to control that. So it's interesting whether or not leaving the EU would actually have a big impact on migration at all. Interesting enough, referring back to this UKIP poster, early on tonight, Douglas Carswell was on BBC, and apparently he literally asked BBC to ask him about the poster, which has sparked a lot of suggestion about whether or not he might quit UKIP if this is a vote Remain.
Oh yes, that's an intriguing one. Of course, Douglas Carswell, of course, is the MP for Thurrock, I'm tempted to say.
It's Clacton-upon-Sea.
Clacton-upon-Sea, there we go. Of course, he defected from the Conservative Party for the 2015 general election, and he's UKIP's only MP after defecting from the Conservative Party. Although I think that was more to do with the fact he was a very, very good local MP, rather than any particular party loyalties there. Going back to the VT quickly, it's interesting that one guy said he was voting Leave because of sovereignty. What do you make of that argument?
I mean, there's definitely a discussion to be had as to whether it's something fundamentally we should retain or whether it's a slightly outdated philosophy. There's certainly one side of the argument that believes that we are no longer, whilst we are British, we're also part of a European community, and we should also consider ourselves to fit into both categories. Equally, there are those who believe that, to be British is to be British. I mean, you may be a member of the European Union or not want to be, as the case may be, but fundamentally, you are born within a nation, you're born within a nation's borders, and you should be true to the interests of that nation, as opposed to all the other nations neighbouring you as well.
Tom, would you say the EU's undemocratic, would you say?
Elements of it certainly are undemocratic, which I think any Remain campaign will tell you that the EU is not perfect. I certainly believe it's perfect. A lot of people agree with me. But talk about sovereignty. A big issue about sovereignty has been this sort of European Court of Justice, European Court of Human Rights that can overrule British laws. Figures have been banded around about this. The other night at the Great Debate, one of the Leave campaigners said that 60% of our laws and regulations were dictated to us. But when you actually look, the House of Commons Library said that 16% of our laws are actually dictated to us by Europe, and about 40% of our regulations of trade and law sort of issues are dictated to us by Europe, which in the grand scheme of things isn't that much. But I think for some people it's a big enough number to really sort of make people question whether or not they want to be dictated to by Brussels.
Especially when a lot of these laws are to do with the environment, for example, which of course we all have a common interest in protecting. I mean, there are a lot of statistics banded around, and of course with so many statistics, a few sort of unscrupulous ones, a few sort of false ones can be slipped through there on both sides of the debate as well, which is really, really intriguing. I mean, on the one side you've got Remain saying we must leave, too much immigration, so many laws made outside of Brussels. On the other side you've got the Remain side saying, oh, if we leave the EU, all trade would cease virtually immediately. So it's such a negative campaign. I mean, by default it sort of is a negative campaign, but still it's quite concerning to see how the campaign's got so negative.
What is actually interesting to think about, I've just seen a tweet come in, who the real winners are with the Remain vote. Surely UKIP will get a huge voting turnout for them if the vote is to Remain, just as a protest. I mean, if everyone who voted Leave tonight votes UKIP next election, I mean, we saw earlier that the vote for Leave tonight potentially is the same size we've seen, bigger than any size we've seen elect any other government. So could UKIP be potentially thrust into a coalition or a government if this whole vote Leave bloc decides to protest in 5 years' time?
I mean, to link the two key issues two of the three key issues that have been discussed during this referendum, the immigration and the economy together. I was wondering, Tom, if I could get your thoughts. Obviously, David Cameron has said there will be this system put in place if Britain remains as part of the European Union, with immediate effect that people coming into the system cannot fully claim from the benefit system. They have to contribute, they have to pay their way before they're able to take out. That's meant to be an attempt to stop what's been called, benefit tourists, things like that. What do you think? Do you think that is a significant argument that maybe to an extent has been overlooked in the wake of some other statistics on immigration?
I think it certainly addresses an aspect of the vote Leave argument, which a lot of people had a lot of issues with sort of migrants coming over and, as it were, sort of leeching off the system. But what's also important to look at is most migrants actually contribute to our economy and contribute to our society. Some people say the NHS would not function as well as it does. There's another debate about whether it not function well or not, but migrants give a lot to this country, which I think a lot of people overlook because of the stigma around it.
I mean, if you go back to the migrant point, of course, in some areas of the UK, especially on sort of the east coast urban towns, a lot of which have voted for UKIP in the last general election, it clearly does represent a problem to some people in terms of services, whether that's due to the fact of a lack of education maybe or whatever. It does represent a problem, particularly in Sunderland. So I believe in the last general election, Sunderland South, UKIP came second to Labour in what is traditionally a really, really safe Labour seat, but UKIP tore away into their vote there. And of course, Sunderland were one of the few one of the few polling constituency stations who have announced their results, one of only 5. So just to recap that, Sunderland did vote to Leave by a huge margin. Was it nearly 61%, I think? So it's quite a big margin there. Certainly more than the APCO guide that we have here predicted, which of course bases their predictions on a 50-50 split in the results. Of course, it's not 100% accurate, but it does give us a nice indication as what the night may have in store. So with only 5 results declared, leading by 3,207 votes precisely, how do you see the next few results panning out? I mean, looking at the results to come, it's quite an even split between what we think are areas which may vote to remain in the EU and areas which we think want to leave the EU. So what do you think is in store?
I think the most interesting areas is those ones that come up who on our list from APCO are like sort of the 50-50 to 60-40, whether or not they are actually matched, like we saw with Newcastle. it swings a bit more further to leave than had previously polled. Those big swings could have a big effect on the campaign. So it's interesting to see how those, I think, more margin seats change. Obviously, if we see a huge vote leave margin decrease massively, that's the same effect. But I think those 50-50 seats are the key ones to look at tonight.
I mean, I want to raise a separate point as well. Nigel Farage, we've touched on him briefly earlier. We've had a bit of a chat about him. What does his future look like? Obviously, as a member of the European Parliament, he's been very against remaining in the EU. Does that make his position slightly untenable? I mean, we talk about Cameron talking himself into a tight spot. What about Farage?
Well, Farage has been angling for an MP seat for years, but I don't think him campaigning to leave will affect his position in the European Parliament. I mean, he's part of the UKIP party, so fundamentally they don't want to be there. But he's been continuously trying to get an MP slot in the House of Parliament to get his voice more probably nationally heard. I mean, he's got the lowest actual European Parliament turnout out of any UK MEP, so he's barely there. So he barely missed.
Do you think people might have less faith in him to represent us on a European front, provided, of course, we choose to remain, given the opposition he has to being there, and, as you say, the poor attendance record? Is that what we should come to expect? If an MP doesn't attend at the House of Commons very often, they're not doing their job properly.
I think a lot of people sort of expect Nigel Farage to be very distant from the European Parliament. But what I hope to see, if it is a vote to remain, is that this interest in the EU isn't just dropped, that it's continued and sort of carries over into the next MEP election, which I think is actually in less than 2 years or around 2 years' time. I can't remember when the last one was exactly. I think it was 2012, 2013. So we're due for one very shortly. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not this interest in the EU carries over.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Well, firstly, the next few hours, and indeed, obviously, the next few days, weeks, months, and years. But I think the real winner out of this vote could actually be Nigel Farage. If they vote leave, he's got what he's wanted. If they vote remain, you've got a solid block of support who have voted leave, who UKIP and indeed his party and other Eurosceptics can build upon over the next few years, maybe with the potential of putting more pressure on David Cameron and the next government, obviously in 2020, on, hey, we need to call back some even more powers from Brussels. So do you think Farage is a real winner out of this?
What I think is quite ironic is the whole reason that referendum's even happening is because Cameron tried to appease that sort of far-right element of his party.
Yeah.
And what could potentially happen is it makes it worse, which I think is a sort of a bittersweet irony of this entire referendum.
In quite an ironic way, Cameron attempting to, as you say, appease those that Farage appeals to, could possibly open the door for Farage to make himself more nationally prominent. Cameron could have effectively, a very, very long way round, shot himself in the foot domestically. It's fascinating to see how this
We could see
will develop.
what the SNP did to Labour. I mean, it won't be on the same scale, but it's a similar sort of argument. A lot of people who felt they were being underrepresented by Labour in Scotland turned to the more nationalistic party. People in England might be feeling the same about the Tories if it's a vote remain.
Yeah, so it's certainly intriguing. This referendum is providing stories everywhere, from domestic politics, international politics, and indeed over the next few days, weeks and months, it's certainly an exciting time to be involved in obviously political affairs. I've just got a couple of tweets coming in through, particularly one for you, Tom, from FC Bayern Brew, some sort of fan site. Great to see at BrownTom96 talking on SUSUtv tonight about the hashtag referendum. So do you know FC Bayern Munich personally?
That is my brother's five-a-side football team in the Isle of Wight, actually.
Oh, fantastic.
Making the most of his multiple Twitter accounts.
Of course. And we've got another one from Grader saying, congratulations on SUSUtv on a great EU Ref broadcast. Hashtag EU Referendum.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so thanks very much. Make sure you continue watching on susu.tv/live. So going back to these initial results then, again, it's really, really close. It's going to be seesawing throughout the night, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we keep joking about struggling to stay up, but I think the pure excitement of how close this is keeping us all awake. I mean, I expect to be tired by 1 a.m. and I am just buzzing, literally quite buzzing on this whole. I'm probably actually more excited for this than I was the general election last year, to be honest, because it's so arguably such a huge ramifications in politics, and because there's so much individuality about it as well. It makes it so interesting.
It's such a pivotal moment in our history. It's only our third ever national referendum after the 75 EEC referendum 41 years ago and the 2011 AV referendum, which hardly anyone voted in. But it's a really big national moment, so much more than general elections. I mean, I must confess I had a cheeky nap beforehand, so I'm slightly more refreshed, but I certainly do feel more pumped than the general election last year. So,
I mean, this one for me oddly feels a lot different. I mean, I voted in the last general election. heavily immersed in all of the debating and the campaigns beforehand. But for me, this one, I'm not sure. It feels very odd because it's people from different parties, different political points on the spectrum, uniting under a common banner, and it just encompasses far more people. I mean, you had people in the last general election who were voting parties, for example, like the Lib Dems, the UKIP, the Green Party, who didn't ultimately have a good share of the seats in the House of Commons. But tonight, it doesn't matter where you stand on the domestic political front. It just matters whether you want to be in and out of the European Union. And
it's interesting, especially the Leave campaign, that transcends the whole political spectrum from the far left to the far right, and certainly maybe a few in between. So it's really, really interesting to see how it develops. And also, what I think is really special about this sort of night is that every single vote counts. There's no wasted votes, especially in the general election. If some people want to vote for a minor party, or say, for example, Labour in a conservative safe area, those votes may be wasted. Not here. Every single vote counts. That's why it was all very important for everyone to register today.
Interesting to touch on what you mentioned a second ago there, Damian, about how this sort of transcend parties. YouGov released a statement earlier saying that support for Remain linked to education level regardless of general election vote, with the UKIP being the general exception to this rule. So interesting to see how people sort of ditch parties, both politicians and people, in order to campaign and vote for this. In fact, we just got another result in, haven't we?
I mean, it's an absolute landslide when you can almost say for Remain. It's thrown them nearly 20,000 votes back into the lead. That is a result from Foyle, 78% voting to Remain, 22% voting to Leave. Michael, Tom, that's significant. Like you said, cat and mouse. Remain are now a small margin back in front.
Yeah, so Remain now lead by nearly 20,000 votes, 19,952. And as these results come in, we have 6 results in so far, and it's just going to keep throwing back. We're now going to go to the O2 Guildhall in Southampton with our reporter there, Alex Smith. Alex, what's up?
Thanks, guys. I've heard you're doing a really good job in the studio, so make sure you keep up the good work. Behind us here in the O2 Guildhall in Southampton, we are close to a provisional verification. Obviously, this needs to be double-checked again afterwards, and the counters are presently, well, they're just about to go on a short break, hence why it's quieting down a little bit. Anyway, I'm here right now to talk to you a little bit about student politics. So, students play a big role in this referendum. Results from Newcastle that I mentioned to you earlier suggest that students vote and pensioners don't, and this is according to film critic Ed Whitfield, obviously not an expert, but that potentially explains the surprise result in there. Alan Whitehead, as you may have seen in our Views on Europe debate that we broadcast a couple of weeks ago, has appeared in many student debates. He's also appeared in one for the Erasmus Society, so exchange and international students, and a debate on why it is important to Remain. Obviously, for international students, especially those from the EU countries, it's very important for them, well, I'm suggesting in their eyes that we Remain. The Views on Europe blog related to the Views on Europe debate that we hosted is run by public policy here at the uni. It features vice-chancellors, students, the vice-chancellor, students, politicians and professors alike showcasing their views, allowing students to read this and I've completely forgotten my words. Allow students to read this and make up their own minds about the EU referendum. So feel free to check that out yourselves. So yeah, students play a huge role in this referendum. We mentioned it earlier with the YouGov survey suggesting that 75% of 16 to 25-year-olds would be voting Remain, and this is the highest percentage of all age groups. At the university and across other universities, there are student groups specifically for supporting encouraging people to vote Remain, so that here is Students for Europe, and vote Leave, so that's Students for Britain. A couple of other incidences that I'm going to give you that's happened across the UK that have just come into us now. So the Highland Authority have noted that a counting agent has been escorted from the building for drinking too much, of all things. Nothing like that has happened at SUSUtv yet. I can only speak for now. There's also been a stabbing incident at Huddersfield in a more sombre tone, which actually led to the polling station being closed for half an hour. A 19-year-old has been arrested in connection for this, and apparently it happened in a nearby park and is supposedly related to the EU referendum. This is only speculation, and of course we hope that the injured individual undergoes a full recovery. Other notable things, the pound has dropped dramatically against the dollar after Sunderland's vote to leave the EU has been revealed. What this suggests, make your own use of that. Caroline Noakes, the MP for Romsey and Southampton North. She's a Conservative, and she actually only revealed her stance on the EU referendum 4 or 5 days ago, bucking the trend of of other politicians to announce theirs quite early. Some pundits also claim that Newcastle result is bad because it's a typical university town, but students have gone home for the summer, so realistically it should have shown a different result. Last thing I'll give you, Laura Koonsberg from BBC suggests that Lewisham may currently be on 83% voting to remain. Obviously these are all rumours at the moment. We'll keep you up to date with all the latest statistics, as I'm sure Michael, Damian and Tom are doing in the studio. Make sure to tune back to me in the next hour or so, where I shall be giving you another update and discussing how the vote has been, how the predicted turnout and results goes against what's actually happened. So for now, back to the studio with Damian, Michael and Tom.
Thanks very much, Alex. We'll be back with you very shortly when hopefully there's a bit more action there as the count starts to be declared. Obviously, it's just rounding up a few results there. Talk about Lewisham maybe voting 82% remain. If they're fortunate, obviously that's a really provisional result.
We have another result declared.
Isles of Scilly have now voted to remain in part of the EU, 803 votes to 621, so hardly anything at all.
I didn't realise they were voting this.
Even less than Gibraltar, so that's 56% remain, 44% leave, so it's a small amount, but still Remain have now pushed over the 20,000 boundary for their leading amount, so they're now 20,134 votes in the lead with 7 out of 382 declared.
If I could go back a second to that Foyle result, obviously that's our first result from Northern Ireland, which was actually a bit of an intense battleground in this referendum campaign over the last few days. A lot of people suggesting that the Good Friday Agreement would have to be looked at again. Obviously it's the biggest border we have directly with the European continent. So Ireland, it's interesting to see that it's very much swinging to Remain. They clearly want to have that easy access to the Northern Republic. They clearly want to try to reduce the issues in that very sort of conflicted area.
I'd like to raise a point actually, just looking at a tweet we've had in from someone called Matt Cummins. Could the London vote swing the results? Tom, thoughts on this? London's a big area.
London is a big area, and the City of London, the City of London is actually expected to be one of the main Remain strongholds. So you've got quite a dense population, a lot of people voting, and it's supposed to be a major stronghold for Remain. Could it swing it? Hard to tell, of course.
There's 8 million people in London? If say, even just over, I don't know, say 60-70% of people vote, that's still, upwards of 5-6 million people voting. That could swing it a lot.
It'll be interesting when we start seeing some of these London constituencies start declaring whether or not how it will affect the overall.
We have a tweet in from Jonathan Greenhow who's saying that London could simply balance out the rest of the UK. Warwickshire look like they're going to vote 80-20 to leave, and Greenwich look like they could vote 80-20 to remain. And considering the population of London, that could easily swing things into Remain's favour. But of course, we won't start finding these out until we get our first London results in.
Turnouts. If you have like a 90% turnout in Warwickshire and a 60% turnout in Greenwich, it could not even equal it.
As soon as we get the national turnout, we'll be straight on to you with what the magic number is to get to for a side to win.
We're seeing on social media actually some indication that Wigan has gone with a 60% leave vote, unconfirmed as of yet. But if so, again, cat and mouse, depending on what the turnout is like in Wigan.
Yeah, of course.
That could level it up again.
So regardless of populations, turnout is really key here, especially as it's such a numbers-based game. To say it's not about constituencies, it's not about Wigan thinks Labour should win or Wigan thinks Remain should win. It's literally based on sheer numbers. So if a turnout is particularly low in one area, that could really, really fundamentally affect.
We should be getting the Swindon result any minute now, so that'd be quite interesting to see.
Interesting one
how
for me,
that
local
impacts.
result.
Yeah,
local for you.
That should be very, very interesting.
Only half an hour or so down the road.
It's interesting about Northern Ireland. Going back to that, is that it's often excluded from many opinion polls, many indeed national polls. You see in the general election, Northern Ireland's always excluded from Westminster in terms of the BBC's coverage of it, for example. And indeed in many referendum polls it's been excluded, so it's a bit of an unknown quantity here. And with Foyle showing such a big swing to Remain, Northern Ireland, with quite a considerable population base, remember, just over 1 million, 2 million or so, that could be played very favourable into the Remain hands.
Well, we've just got the Swindon result. 54.6% in favour of leave, which is 61.7 thousand people against Remain's 51.2 thousand people.
So that halves the gap that Remain have in the lead. That takes a good 10,000 off of it. Just waiting for official confirmation on that, but we understand that is a result for Leave in Swindon.
Yep, and of course going back to the APCO thing, they were predicted 54% of people to vote Leave. So
about the same.
So it's about the same. So that's consistent with the APCO poll. What we've been seeing, looking at the general trends, is that we've seen either the Leave votes in these early APCO polls being the same or greater than what has been previously predicted. So it's certainly looking more positive for the Leave campaign at the moment.
As we predicted, sorry to cut across you. As we predicted, correct. Remain now lead only by 9,609 votes.
I know. Still many more to go. We're not even at 10 declarations.
Another thing to point out there is an excellent turnout, 76%. I think that's what's actually really intrigued me about tonight is this huge turnout.
Of course. Back to the university now. Now James Edwards is the president of Students for Europe campaign, a lead Vote Remain campaign at the University of Southampton. Here's what he had to say.
So if you could summarise, what are the main reasons as to why we should remain in the EU?
Put it simply, the first thing I always ask anyone when they ask me that is, think of your friends you made at university. How many of them are from Europe? How many of them live back there, still study over here? Now, the first thing you have to consider, this is a nice question for us to ask, a nice referendum for us to hold, because it may affect our job future, it may affect those are important reasons, but for your friends, it actually affects their entire lives. It is what their future career, they may want to work here, etc. So that's the most important reason I can say to any student is, think about the impact you have on your friends. Now for yourself, obviously, Erasmus. Switzerland recently tightened its borders. You'll hear Vote Leave say, Erasmus, that won't be affected. It's not true. Switzerland, all students who were going to go on Erasmus can't anymore get the funding, at least, to do that. So it really will have an impact. That's the first thing I'd always say about this.
Okay, so if we were to remain in the EU, how would it affect the university itself?
Well, the first thing is jobs. And you're going to hear from both the Vote Leave and the pro-EU groups, Remain, etc. This issue will be one that keeps being come up every single time. And the honest truth is, neither side knows what's going to happen with jobs. There's going to be uncertainty. Now, I'm sure my opponent, Matt, will tell you that's scaremongering. But I say uncertainty is not scaremongering. When it's people's jobs on the line, that's just a fact. Now, jobs is important. Trade is important. These factors, you've heard from Barack Obama, you've heard from many world leaders that Britain will not get as good trade deals if they've left the EU. Now, I ask myself, who do I want to trust there? Do I want to trust the people from Vote Leave, Nigel Farage, Matt Cowley will be your local one? Do I want to trust their opinions, or do I want to trust Barack Obama? I'm going with him every day.
How has campaigning gone so far on campus for the Vote to Remain campaign?
We've been organising a lot of debates recently. Erasmus Network held a great debate with Alan Whitehead down to speak on the issue. But the thing we've been focusing most on at the moment is registration. The most important thing for students to do, even if they don't agree with us, is actually register to vote. I'm sure that's a lovely, catchy line. That's a great one to use, show how pro-registration we are, but it's also true. Over the next few weeks, we'll be distributing more leaflets and more materials. But at the end of the day, it's the debates where students can hear from the experts who know best on issues like trade. That's where they'll really make an informed decision.
What is your take on SUSU's official stance of supporting the campaign to remain in the EU?
Well, SUSU is fundamentally a union, and unions have a responsibility to their members to do what's in the best interest of their members. And when you're hearing from the university that it's in the best interest of the university to stay, when you're hearing from SUSU it's in the best interest they're getting all the facts as well, but it's in the best interest for students to stay, I think they have a responsibility not just to say we should remain, but to actively campaign and encourage their student members to make an informed decision and remain. And that's what they are doing, to their credit.
So, welcome back to the studio. Tom, we believe we've got another result coming in.
Yeah, this is from Boxbourne, which we see a 66% swing for Leave, which is roughly 33,700 people, which puts Leave back in the lead again.
By nearly 7,000 votes.
Really clear, by a good 7,000 votes. So once again, another change in the lead.
Cat and mouse.
And again, keep going back to the SUSUtv thing, this is a greater vote for Leave than the predictions predicted. That's really great English there. But it's very positive news for the Leave campaign, and this is becoming a sort of trend we see throughout the night, that in certainly more conservative voting areas, working class urban areas, especially in the east of England, Leave campaign are doing really, really, really well. But of course, we've got such a long way to go. We're only around 10 results in.
We spoke earlier about Scottish turnout. I've just got given the Glasgow turnout figures. Actually, the lowest we've seen all night, 56%.
56% in Glasgow. Now,
1 in 2 people almost.
And Glasgow is such a big population area in Scotland. Scotland only have, what, 4 million people in?
Also, Scotland traditionally a vote Remain area.
Exactly.
If that's such a low turnout, have the vote Remain not gone out and the vote Leave not gone out? Should be interesting to see.
Yeah, so it's really, 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 really intriguing. And obviously with Scotland, turnout, as we said before, is a massive key to the Remain campaign. And if people aren't turning out in the Remain areas, then the Leave have a greater chance of winning. So it's a really, really big thing. Now, going back to the James Edwards interview we just saw, on a local level, him and Matthew Cowley, sort of opposite numbers, so to speak, have been really campaigning hard at the university, doing a lot of media interviews, being really visible on campus. And what do you think of his message there? Do you think he's a good leader for the Remain campaign at university?
He's quite positive. You see, I think as reflected on both sides of the university campaign, both have tried to be really positive.
It's quite strange, actually, given the wider context of the campaign. Everybody seems to have been determined to put as negative a spin on it as possible. It's quite refreshing, actually, at a localised level to have two very positive figures. And obviously with James Edwards, he does acknowledge that there are problems with the EU, but that the alternative could be a lot worse. However, he is quite conscious of the problems that they do face, and that it does need reform, but he's still really positive about the actual overall outlook of the EU. So that's just sort of summarised his sort of main point there in a nutshell briefly.
What I find interesting about the Students in Europe campaign, it's been sort of very reminiscent of the Labour and Lib Dem and like the Green campaign, which they've been really trying hard to focus on positives rather than negatives. And I think that's the way that everyone should have gone. And it's a shame we didn't get that. But at the same time, only time will tell which one was more effective.
Of course. I mean, the Students Europe campaign all sort of have a natural advantage, really. Many students at the university, I think in the West 16 stats later on, you'll see, many students do want to remain inside the EU. So they already have a natural advantage over, and it's just really up to James Edwards and the rest of the crew to have convinced enough people to, you know what, don't be tempted by the Leave campaign. Just stay Remain, vote Remain, and hopefully, from their point of view, they may win. So looking forward to the other side of the coin now. Matthew Cowley will have his interview coming up for you very, very shortly. He's got quite a hard task, really. A lot of people tend to want to vote Remain at this university.
Yeah, I think he's gone about it the right way. I think he knows it was an uphill battle, especially with the union siding against him. But he's been quite positive. I actually enjoyed some of the stuff he said about the Leave camps and quite sort of eye-opening. Well, what do you think, Damian?
Yeah, I think definitely he's had a difficult task to try and win people over, but the fact he's come at it with a positive stance is going to resonate with people a lot more than if he played up to particularly what most Remain supporters are seeing as just fear-mongering. Yeah. The fact he's decided to come at it with a positive angle is certainly going to appeal to people a lot more.
Well, of course, recently Matthew Cowley, like James Edwards, spoke to SUSUtv about why he's voting Leave, really, and we can take a look at that interview for you right now.
The main reasons as to why people should vote to leave the EU?
So it's things like democracy. The EU is an anti-democratic political union. The democratic structure of the European Union doesn't make any sense. Jean-Claude Juncker, out of a possible electorate of about 600 million, was elected by 27 people. And I just feel sorry for the people of Luxembourg with that one, because he was thrown out by the people of Luxembourg and ended up being president of Europe. In terms of democracy, for me, democracy is about decisions being made as close to the people who it affects as possible. And what we see with the European Union is a supranational body taking legislation up from national government, which means national government takes legislative powers away from local government, and then you end up with local governments being disenfranchised.
Okay, so how has campaigning gone so far for the Vote Leave campaign?
I think it's going well. Certainly in terms of, from a Southampton perspective, we've got a lot of support in Southampton as a city as a whole. And in terms of the university, I've been really surprised, I will admit, by the number of people who are coming around to the Vote Leave position. people always say that students are, you know, not Eurosceptic. They're people who would be naturally in favour of Europe. But what we're seeing on the street is that people are fed up of the EU, and they're fed up of what it represents, and they want a change.
And have you got anything planned for over the next couple of weeks?
Obviously, we're breaking up for exam period because I don't want I don't want people to be having to come out and do campaigning while there's exams going on. And then in sort of late May, early June, we're going to be picking up again, sort of Southampton, Hampshire wide, and going out and rallying some support for Vote Leave.
So, in your opinion, if we were to leave the EU, how would it affect the university itself?
It's a question that's been raised a lot, mainly by Universities UK, who are the pro-EU university group. And I don't think that the stories that they put out would be as bad as they say. Lots of people talk about, you know, £100 million EU funding. Well, that's funding that is sent as part of the UK's membership fee to the European Union, is then sent back from the European Union to the university. If we cut out the middleman, we can not only give them the £100 million EU funding, we can give them some of the pot that's saved from coming out of the EU. So it's, after the rebate, it's somewhere in the region of £200 million we would be talking per week. Now that's a lot of money, and if we took even a tenth of that and was to give it to universities like the University of Southampton, we could generate fantastic improved research in this country.
So what is your take on SUSU's official stance of supporting the Remain campaign, obviously against what you're campaigning for?
I don't agree with SUSU's position on the European Union, but I can see that they've made it for the right reasons, and I've got no issue with students' unions taking position on the European Union. Actually, I think SUSU are, in terms of some of the stories that I've had from other Students for Britain groups across the country, SUSU have been really good in supporting both sides of the campaign and supporting everyone being able to get a well-informed position on this.
Okay, welcome back to the studio. Michael, another result.
Another result, yeah. Kettering result had just come in, so they voted to leave the EU by 61% to 39%. So the Leave vote has now gone up to 18,778 votes. So it's quite a considerable number there. So guys, initial thoughts?
Well, that is now the third biggest league we've seen tonight, and the first time we've seen a huge lead for the Leave campaign, actually. What's been interesting is there's been a lot of talk about the weather affecting turnouts. London apparently has been heavily affected. Glasgow, another one that's supposed to be affected. In fact, I know that one of my local areas, Kingston, had 2 polling stations actually flooded. So
of course, London is such a hotbed for the Remain camp. So could the weather have scuppered the Remain campaign there? But we'll see. Just going back to the Kettering result quickly, it's virtually in line with what we've expected here with the APCO timetable. So 62 they predicted, they got 61, so roughly in the same ballpark.
I think another thing that's important to realise is that 61 to 39 sounds big, but it's only 10,000 people.
Yeah.
So that's another thing to remember about tonight. These percentages don't necessarily mean massive turnouts, massive differences. I mean, 69 to 39 sounds bigger than 10,000 people does in this grand scheme of things.
Yeah. Yeah, good. Like Gibraltar, for example, what was that, 96-4, our very first result of the evening. That was 18,000 swing only, relatively speaking. So it's quite an interesting situation we have here. We have some massive swings, massive differences even, but in the grand scheme of things, with numbers, it's a numbers game. We can't be too sure of the overall results until we have different numbers of the turnouts and the constituencies. But stay tuned here, and we'll have all the results.
We're now hearing that in order to win the referendum, based on the turnout, 16.4 million votes needed by the winning side.
A long way to go.
Absolutely. And we're going to be here for as much of it as we can physically handle.
Actually, 16.4 million votes needed. So that's what, 32.8 million votes out of 46.5 million registered voters. That's quite a considerable turnout. Considering.
Correct me if my math is wrong, that's coming up to what, 2/3, 70%?
70%, which is quite good, especially considering the previous general election.
Yeah,
so
it's the best result we've seen since 1997.
So just to recap, provisionally, that's 16.4 million votes needed by the winning side in the EU referendum.
In fact, turnout so far has been 69.37%.
Yeah, so
we're hearing turnout for Rydell, 77.2%. Good turnout there, so hopefully a result to follow soon.
Yeah, and early indications show that in the Southampton count, it looks like they may be voting Remain. That is very unofficial, but early indications show that it looks like that way. So we'll wait and see. Now, moving on to what Matthew Cowley said there in his interview. He's been quite positive in the Vote Leave campaign. He's been certainly refusing to mention immigration a lot. He's been mentioning sovereignty, the chance to make our own laws, and the fact that many laws are made in Brussels. So your thoughts on that, guys?
Well, seeing that interview and the comments on Facebook, obviously, because we've all been friends with him, because Southampton University, but his comments have been very sort of aimed less at sort of the immigration angle, more at the sort of sovereignty and democracy angle, which is an angle actually I'm surprised Vote Leave didn't attack more, considering that even Remain camps admit that it's an area where the EU isn't perfect.
Yeah. What about you, Damian? I'm Matthew Cowley.
It's good that he's chosen in some ways to fight the campaign on other issues.
Yeah.
It's very, very repetitive if you hear the same points over and over again in every debate. And obviously those are the key issues they should be focused on. But that there comes a point where you can't debate something any further. So maybe it is better to focus on some of the smaller points, particularly on a localised scale if they're more relevant to other people.
Just to digress quickly, the numbers for the Kettering vote, there were around 38,000 for the Kettering vote and just over 21,000 or so for
another big turnout there, 76%.
76% turnout in Kettering there. So again, we're seeing these repetitive high turnouts, apart from obviously provisioning Glasgow with what's it, 56% we saw there. But yeah, going back to Matthew Cowley, it's also quite refreshing to see someone defending the Leave campaign with like good reasoning behind him. He's always come across quite well, certainly in his interview there, and other interviews I know I've done with him and in the debates, which we'll see a bit later on this evening. So it's quite refreshing to see someone from the other camp coming across so well, especially when, certainly in a university environment, many people are already up against him. So certain impressions I've been getting around campus is that many people are sort of impressed by the way he's come across, and bear in mind he's only a first year as well. So
is he a first year?
Really, really impressive.
I assumed he was a
I just feel inadequate now.
We are here though.
We are here. Sweating away.
Getting on through the night.
Getting on through the night,
I think
indeed.
An interesting thing for me as well is that we're getting tweets in, quite pessimistic ones, somebody saying they appreciate the fact their passport is from Ireland, other people saying they're astonished that their home areas have voted Leave. But actually, the lead is 18,778. We've seen Remain have a lead of that size wiped out in, 2 results alone earlier than the last hour or so.
Yeah.
This is a long way from over it, and maybe people here are jumping the gun slightly on social media, assuming that they're
Well, I think to talk about scale here, we're talking about 300,000 to 280,000 difference. We just said that a winning side needs 16.4 million. We're not even near 500,000. We've got 500,000 in total.
We're actually nowhere near that at all. So we haven't even reached 20 declarations yet. Remember, there's 382 to get to. So we are far away from getting the final result.
To be honest, Red Bull should have just set up a portable shop here this evening. They'd have made an absolute
But a great sponsorship, I'll tell you that much.
Exactly. Anyway, so of course, moving on to the national picture now. So we looked at some sort of images beforehand of people like Boris Johnson, Michael Gove, David Cameron, Steve Calm, and the really odd boat face-off on the River Thames between Nigel Farage and Bob Geldof. That was really strange. Even Americans found that weird. And of course, some of their campaigning over there has been quite strange recently, isn't it?
It's been interesting to note how British people abroad in America have also been trying to get Americans to engage with the referendum. We spoke before we came on air earlier, James Corden.
And John Oliver.
Absolutely, both massively popular in the US. I mean, Corden, for example, his show is broadcast in 135 countries.
Yeah.
I didn't count that many.
I believe that's what he said. He couldn't even count 135. And he was going around the room asking his co-presenters, can you name 135 countries in the world? Flat no, but it goes to 135.
Yeah.
That's an amazing amount of people to be broadcasting a view to, and Corden very firmly backing Remain, saying that in the world we have today, it's absolutely senseless to turn your back on the European Union. The walls should be coming down, not going up. Tom?
As you were saying about big US personalities backing Remain, we've got another big one. Lindsay Lohan, of all people, has been tweeting backing Remain with tweets such as, sorry, but #Kettering, where are you?
Blimey, Lindsay Lohan.
Lindsay Lohan, of all people. Who would have expected that?
Is she still famous?
For the wrong reasons, I suspect.
Let's go. Yeah, so quite a few celebrities have chosen to back Remain. So I mentioned Jeremy Clarkson, obviously Lindsay Lohan, James Corden, as well as other famous celebrities. Obviously we've got politicians, we have people like Joan Collins, etc., backing the Remain campaign.
Before we jump to our social media segment, we've got two big results coming in here. Shetland Islands have voted to remain, 56.5%, while South Tyneside has voted to leave by 62%.
South Tyneside, now of course, Newcastle voted to remain, if I remember rightly, and South Tyneside of course is obviously just underneath that, to be honest, or just above that, one of the two. And so it's quite interesting to see the dynamics, the contrast between the two places there. So what did South Tyneside vote to leave by again?
South Tyneside was 62 to 38%.
Yeah, well, again, according to the APCO poll, the actual result has exceeded expectations for the Leave campaign. They only expected 58% of people to vote Leave in South Tyneside. So
quick fun fact about the South Tyneside result. Apparently, we just beat Sky and BBC to announcing that one.
Oh, fantastic.
So that's a big deal.
That's why you should carry on watching us live. EU Referendum Live, SUSUtv/live. So South Tyneside, once again, showing that it's been very, very strong night for the Leave campaign so far, and it could get very, very close.
Again,
indeed.
another thing to point out there, that sort of 62 to 38 percentage, that actually equates to 19,000 people. The Shetland Islands, just coming up through BBC as well, is...
they've just caught up.
Well, it's the Shetland Islands, not even catching up to us yet. That is 57% for the Shetland Islands, which is around, I think they said, 18,000 people?
Yes.
Yeah. West Dunbartonshire have also voted to remain in EU, 62% to 38%. Again, not too many people in that area. So results are coming in thick and fast, and they're only going to get thicker and faster indeed. So moving on to social media, have you seen any intriguing tweets about social media, apart from obviously Lindsay Lohan?
Well, a lot of people have been I think actually a lot of people were looking for an early night tonight and have been so caught up in this buzz of just how close it is and how interesting it is. And I think that can only help, like we said earlier, about people getting more involved in democracy and more involved in politics. To actually understand it can actually be interesting and not just a boring thing that your dad will talk about.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, social media, everyone's sort of like, oh, Kettering votes Leave, Rydell turnout 77%. A lot of people are quoting many figures, just showing the enthusiasm shown by many people who may not be too involved in politics initially, but you sort of get sucked in, don't you? It's like watching the Eurovision Song Contest until the results. You don't really care too much initially, a lot of people don't, but then you get sucked in.
Imagine if they did it the same way, that same result system.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I have to hold my hands up here and say I've never watched Eurovision in any way, shape or form. The idea appalls me, absolutely appalls me.
This is like the political version of Eurovision, because you don't know who's going to win until the end result, do you?
That's true.
Exactly like the political version of Eurovision. So currently social media is very much sort of like a shock about how close it is. So H. Nolan, for example, saying this could go either way. So many people saying that it's too close to call at the moment. I mean, let's go back to the YouGov poll at the start of the night, 58 to 42. No, sorry. Let me start again. 52 to 48% for remaining in the EU. Is that prediction looking likely now, considering the results we've seen so far? Of course, it's very, very early days.
I think if the margins are still under 8,000, I mean, currently they lead by around 6 to 10,000. Still far too small to really predict.
Exactly.
But if we look at sort of the social media aspect of all this, obviously you've got like BuzzFeed, Twitter and whatnot. In terms of BuzzFeed asked Nigel Farage earlier if he was going to go out to get hammered tonight. And he said, we'll wait and see. They also asked...
I think he'll get hammered either way, let's be honest. Celebrating all
I think he might have a nice
sorrows.
nap before he gets hammered. Apparently BuzzFeed also spoke to David Coburn, who is the UKIP Scotland leader. I didn't realise they had a Scottish leader. Who apparently told BuzzFeed he will do a naked conga down the Royal Mile in Edinburgh tomorrow if it votes Leave. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be encouraging or...
I think that might possibly be the worst mistake on air since Gary Lineker admitted to doing Match of the Day in his boxers.
Or last year, Paddy Ashdown saying he'd eat his hat.
Yes, true, I suppose. I think he's probably glad he said that after the votes.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. Because, I mean, would voting Leave be worth seeing?
I think I might have moved Scotland vote Leave. It'd be quite funny.
An amusing tweet I saw was Ayokami saying, this has made me appreciate my Irish passport even more. Obviously scared of a Leave vote there, but... it's intriguing how many people are so passionate about the two issues.
We've also seen some very sort of weird and wonderful hashtags. A personal favourite around here was it fromage over Farage? Obviously we saw the cats against Brexit.
Dogs at polling stations.
Dogs at polling stations. It's a classic sort of British weirdness, which we all love, don't we, really?
Exactly. Fromage, not Farage. That's a good hashtag. I mean, cheese is great, obviously.
I think we definitely have an inability, as British people, to take something entirely seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, in any given situation, we will pry until we find that one shred of comedic value
Yeah.
And I mean, every time politicians take to social media, we ridicule them. David Cameron joins Twitter. We ask him about Monster Munch. For God's sake.
Actually, talking of intriguing social media questions, one popped up today, which I thought was quite interesting, and it was a question of Brexit and Hillary or Remain and Trump. Ooh. Which one would you prefer?
It sounds like a really bad version of Snog Marry.
I think it's worse. I think being interested in both US and UK politics this scares me a little bit.
Yeah.
I think Trump has potential to start a nuclear war. I don't think Brexit would. So probably
Hillary and Brexit.
Probably Hillary and Brexit.
What about you, Damian? Putting you on the spot here.
That is difficult. I think I'd probably again have to say Hillary and Brexit. Just looking at the Leave margin, they're currently 25,869 up, which says to me we must have had another result in.
Well, that was actually them announcing the Tyneside result, which we got earlier.
BBC a bit slow, aren't they? But yeah, I'll probably have to go for Hillary and Brexit as well. Because
interesting thing about the huge lead Leave have, that's the biggest lead we've seen tonight by either side.
Oh, really? That is really interesting, of course. Now, these swings will only get bigger and bigger and bigger for either way as we go on through the night, as obviously votes do not get
important early, as we got from Southampton, early reports suggest that Liverpool is going to be a 60% swing for Remain.
Oh, really?
So
that is a massive
That could be a huge influence.
Exactly.
I actually thought Liverpool might be more leaning towards Leave, personally.
But again, Liverpool, again, it's going back to what sort of working class coastal town may be affected by fishing, immigration, etc., etc. Obviously, issues that are deeply respected in Liverpool.
So the message is tonight's going to be closely fought, and it's going to go on for a long, long time. I mean, if we consider out of 382 areas, we have had 12 results.
And we still haven't reached a total of 1 million votes yet.
370 to go. I can certainly see there being a point this evening where the three of us are just going to have to sit around this table and go, area, Remain.
Yeah, area, Leave.
It's going to be quite interesting.
They're going to come in thick and fast. It's going to be
you should expect around about the sort of the 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock margin. It'll be very heavy.
Just at that point where I'm so tired, I might just fall over the side of this chair.
Actually, just going back to the South Tyneside results quickly, it was 49,065 to vote and I believe 30,020 to Remain. So again, a 15,000 vote swing there. And that's, of course, what put up the Leave vote a bit more.
I'm looking forward to that Liverpool result now that we've heard that. I mean,
hopefully it's true.
Except from a neutral point of view, that is going to be a massive swing. Either way, it may turn out to be a bit of a...
What did the APCO say about Liverpool?
Liverpool, they did say strong Remain, 59 to 41.
So that would be in line, actually.
Close to the indications.
Surprising.
Yeah.
I mean, given that we've had no official exit polls, as it were, they're definitely proving to be
surprisingly
correct so
accurate.
far.
I mean, they clearly learned from last year's mistakes, if it were.
Yeah, so of course there was that big study in order to see if they could sort of like address some of the sort of shy Tory issue, some of the inaccuracies carried out in polling, and it seemed to have worked so far. Of course, this APCO thing we keep referring to is only a guide. It's only based on what certain political academics think is going to happen in certain areas if the EU referendum is a 50-50 vote.
Interesting enough as well, we were talking a lot about Scotland being heavy for Remain. Reports understand that it's quite tight in Dumfries and Galloway. It could be the only Scottish authority to vote Leave, which in itself would be a surprise.
Yes, exactly so. Things are looking quite positive.
Sorry
for the Leave
to interrupt you
so
there,
far.
Michael. We've got another result coming through.
Okay.
North Antrim. I'm not sure how to say that.
Ireland.
Yeah. Leave, 38.9. That's not percentage, sorry. 30,900 people vote to Leave. Remain, 18.7.
Another massive coup.
62% in favour of Leave.
Yeah,
there.
62%. Again, going back to the SAPCO sheet, accurate again. It said it was a 61% Leave. So it's looking quite strong for the Leave campaign that it could be quite level.
Interesting to see whereabouts you say it was Northern Ireland. Mm-hmm. Interesting about whereabouts in Northern Ireland is. Do you think that's close to the border, further away from the border? That could easily affect the results. We should be getting the Dundee result any minute now. So I might interrupt you again.
Not to blow our own trumpets, but we are ahead of national television. Once again, I think the message is clear. This is where the funding needs to go.
Exactly. BBC, head of TV if you're watching. This is where it needs to go.
So we got the Lagan Valley result. I meant to say Lagan Valley, not Dundee, I'm sorry. Remain, 46.9%. I haven't got the other statistics yet, but Dundee even is getting their results coming through in a second. But
Lagan Valley Remain 46.9%. That's even stronger than the APCO thing you predicted. So once again, it's so unpredictable. But you've got to remember, the numbers clearly aren't in there yet. You need 16.4 million votes for either campaign to win overall. And between them, we've only had, less than 700,000? so it's quite tight.
So if we can, for a couple of seconds, let's take the talk away from the figures before my brain melts.
Yes.
Interesting. Ed Miliband saying that he hopes, regardless of the EU referendum result, David Cameron is now going to recognise the division in the country on this issue. What do you guys think? I mean, it's a bit of a comeback from Mr. Miliband to suddenly throw his hat back into the political ring.
I'm not sure what Ed Miliband. No, sorry, I'm not sure what David Cameron can really do there. Yes, he can recognise it, but how will he act upon it?
It's not something fundamentally I think you can act upon.
Yeah.
Like we said earlier, that the country's going to be so divided by it. Like I said tonight. Yeah. Whatever the result, I don't think it's the last we'll hear of it. And obviously, with leaving the EU being such a long process, I don't think tonight is the end of the issue by any stretch.
I want to just quickly apologise, Damian. I have to take it back to figures very briefly. The BBJ are reporting that Southampton is starting to look to be towards leave. 60% reportedly to leave. Interesting how early we said 6% to remain. Clearly, it's going to be a very tight race there.
Very big knife
Portsmouth
edge
is
there.
also being reported to be 57% leave.
So
very tight again.
So these big urban areas are showing signs towards leave, and I wonder if that's a general trend appearing in most places outside of London. The weather is affecting London's turnout, so it'll be interesting to see whether they can compensate enough to overthrow these leave leads. But either way, it's going to be very, very close in all constituencies, especially in Southampton, I think, because early indications, we said it looks like Remain, and then obviously, as you said, the BBJ said that Leave look like they're winning, so it's on a knife edge. And to be honest, we can't wait until their result is declared at 4 o'clock in the morning, theoretically, fingers crossed. We don't want to be here till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
To be quite honest, I'm quite happy to leave Alex out there all night, and I'll go and kip if we've got a result by then.
Talking of Alex, we're going to go over to him now. Alex, we'll see what the atmosphere is around there, and you know what, let's just throw over to him. Here's Alex live at O2 Guildhall.
Thanks, guys. So, if you look behind us, obviously we're still at the O2 Guildhall. It's eating into our day. It's now 1:30 almost, but we're going to keep powering through, giving you all the latest updates. Back behind me, it looks like the counters are just coming back from their break, so hopefully we'll see some progress with that coming soon. As of the moment, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk you through some of the local areas and what they were predicted in a survey by APCO Worldwide, and also comparing it to any results we've got in at the moment as well. So first up, we will talk about Southampton itself. So Southampton itself, as I spoke earlier, is voting 54% Remain and 46% Leave. Now that's only a prediction, obviously. And this result is still expected around 4.5, 4. Winchester, nearby, is... sorry, let me read through my notes. It's also suggested that it is 55% Remain and 45% Leave. This result is expected later, around gone 6 a.m, so one of the last ones coming in, maybe. With Portsmouth, so quite nearby still, is expected around 3:30. And actually, I'm getting rumours. We have got the result in. I'm hearing 57% Leave. That's only a rumour. Don't take me on that just yet. But yeah. So 57% Leave, I'm hearing. And this was expected to be around a 50-50 split with a slight Leave majority. Bournemouth, also nearby. Result was expected around now around 3:30 as well. 3:30 to 4, sorry. With 56% voting Leave and 44% Remain, supposedly. Isle of Wight, 61% Leave, and Poole, so these two are a bit further afield, is expected to be 57% Leave. Now, a majority of these are student towns, so Southampton, you've got 2 universities there, University of Southampton and Southampton Solent. In Winchester, you've got Winchester School of Art and University of Winchester. In Portsmouth, you've got Portsmouth University. Bournemouth, you've got Bournemouth University and Bournemouth Arts University, Bournemouth. Sorry, that was such a mouthful. Now, obviously with student towns, if you look back at the stats I told you earlier on today, students tend to be voting Remain, with 75% or so expected to vote Remain. Now, obviously, this will take into account in the result, so you would expect maybe a greater majority voting for Remain. But obviously, universities are now broken up for the summer, so maybe that takes into play a little bit less. So that result from Portsmouth, I'm sure they'll end up confirming that in the studio with you when it comes up. And yes, as I mentioned earlier, remember the overall outcome of these areas, so whether they vote leave or whether they vote remain, is not important really at all. It's the actual swing and difference in number of votes from each side that actually counts. So yeah, we're getting more and more results in as it comes. I'm sure we'll be back in Southampton within the next 30-45 minutes or so to give you another update from here, and hopefully we can get a result from Southampton for you soon. Meanwhile, we're going to go back to the studio with Damian, Michael and Tom.
Cheers, thanks very much, Alex. So we're going to go back to you, of course, hopefully a bit later on when the count will get nearer and nearer. So it's interesting you mentioned Portsmouth there, 57% voting leave. What do we think about that?
Yeah, I think that's another area being quite affected by the lack of students in the area. It's quite a sort of, I think they've got quite a large fishing population in Portsmouth,
Yeah.
a lot of being a port town.
Yeah.
Could be quite affected by quite sort of low economic standards in Portsmouth as well. Because it's easy to see. But hopefully those students still vote Remain just elsewhere.
Yeah, hopefully, of course. Just looking at national figures quickly, turnout is 68%, with about 13 or 14 seats. Areas declared at 382, and the sheer numbers for voting for Leave, it's 453,743, and for Remain it's 425,715. So what? There's less than just over 25,000 votes in it so far. So
got some good news, SUSUtv. Apparently we've beaten Sky to 4 of the results.
Oh, fantastic! Excellent stuff. That's well done to all the back,
and BBC
all the back team there, which is very good. So well done to everybody slaving away.
Another thing from Sky. Apparently Sky's are reporting that Wales overall is set to leave.
Oh really? That's a big thing, because of course London and Scotland were seen to be dead certs to stay in, and potentially Wales and Northern Ireland. But if Wales are overall voting to leave the EU,
could counterbalance that.
Could counterbalance, especially with some parts of South Wales in particular often get a lot of EU funding because they're often poor and deprived areas. So if they're voting to leave the EU, that's probably a big fillip for the Leave campaign. And we're just hearing there'll be a big influx of results coming in very, very soon. So prepare for a lot of interruptions as results come flying in.
Yeah, apparently the northeast of Northern Ireland, I don't know if that's a region, has been 57% Leave, 43% Remain. Potentially another big Leave swing there. Apparently on the BBC, one of their guests or presenters said that the Leave could easily blame Jeremy Corbyn for not being positive enough and leading that Labour vote on his side.
Blimey, that's really strange. Are we? To be honest, are we seeing? Start of the night, we've got the exit poll from YouGov saying 52 to 48 Remain, and now are we seeing the Leave campaign generating this massive swing, especially in the early results in these urban areas? Could they actually win this?
I think potentially they could. Damian?
There's definitely the potential for it. I mean, it's been a very real possibility all evening. I think it's important that we recognise that this is very much an open referendum. It's far too early to call it, but at the same time, it's far too early to dismiss that either side here can take home the spoils, as it were.
Yeah, Farage was recently interviewed. He said quite passionately, "We will win this war. We will get our country back. We will get our independence back, and we will get our country back from Europe."
It's been quite a strange few years for Nigel Farage, hasn't it? Because obviously...
Well, tonight even, so he's been
been emotions everywhere. Because obviously in 2015 he came second in his battle for the seat. He offered his resignation as UKIP leader, resignation should I say. He was then asked back, and now he's in... You thought his political career was sort of dead and buried, and now he's right up at the forefront of British politics.
I think, especially tonight, I think he's getting very caught up in this. I mean, he's been as coming and going as we have been in some respects. I mean, we've spoken earlier about how he's conceded and unconceded. Like, he seems very caught up in the emotions tonight, just as much as we are. Speaking of party leaders, the Scottish Labour leader, Kezia Dugdale, probably butchered that name. Apparently Glasgow is looking like a Remain, which could be quite big.
But of course, turnout is quite low in Glasgow.
Yeah, it's rumoured to be about 56%. So hopefully, well, from a Nooch point of view, that could be interesting, but from a Remain point of view, hopefully that is massively in favour of Remain.
But of course, you have to remember, it's all about populations here. Scotland only has a population of around 4 million. Glasgow, say, half of that. If the turnout really is that, it's only just over 1 million voters in Glasgow. In the grand scheme of things, we need 16.4 million voters to win this referendum. It's not too much if you think about it, especially as it's one of Remain's biggest camps. So we'll have to wait and see how that all turns out. And officially, as the BBC's flashing up there, it is too early to call. I think we've got that impression throughout the whole night. Frankly, we've got that impression.
I think a lot of people are not panicking per se, but because it's been so tight, seeing a big and lead from Leave has, I think, shocked people and thinking, oh, maybe this is possible now. Maybe it's no longer just a poll, maybe it's realistic. But it is interesting to point out that earlier we spoke that Leave had such a huge lead at around 25,000. It is now down to around 13,000. So despite these big victories, their lead is dropping.
Yes. I mean, BBC telling us now that it's too early to call. We could claim we beat them on that. We said that about two and a half hours ago. It's going to be a recurring theme all the way through for sure.
Yeah, so just a quick thing, a tweet from Self-Exiled Protestry says Remain are currently losing by 2%. Quick results getting, West Tyrone have voted to remain inside the EU with 67% of the votes there. West Tyrone is in Northern Ireland, and so that's a Remain result. Also, Comhaley nan Auden Sia, that's probably the longest name I've ever had to pronounce, voted to remain 55% in as well.
Interestingly, that closes the gap up to 3,000 votes.
That was a tough word to say as well.
Yes. I must applaud you for that.
Yeah, East Ayrshire remained 59%. I told you results will be coming in thick and fast. So it's really is tight.
To bring it to a local level, we just got the Southampton turnout.
Yep.
68%.
68%. Slightly lower than maybe than we were expecting.
It's close to 70%, which you think about if you look at other areas like 71.5%, the national being around high 60s. It's sort of matching the national almost. Yeah. Not surprising, because you probably have a lot of people who the student population would have put that number really high, have moved away. Maybe the more elderly people didn't get out to vote, or maybe some people were just disinterested. Yeah. It's been nice to see these sort of densely populated areas who could have been a big player. I've seen their sort of influence dropped by the lack of turnout.
Yeah.
Some people taking to social media with some quite comedic takes on these results coming in. People saying that after that long name that you've just pronounced, I won't even attempt.
Eileen Ciara it was.
They've effectively said on Twitter, well, now they're just making places up for the sake of
fantastic
votes to come in. Other people saying that, on a more serious note, England should vote Brexit, but it's the votes from Scotland, Wales and Ireland that are keeping Remain in the...
And actually, on that point, if Northern Ireland is divided, Wales might vote Leave, and Glasgow has a really low turnout in a population of only 4 million. It could be quite tight, especially if London, obviously, if the weather's affecting their turnout there. So it's very tight indeed.
I'll be honest, Northern Ireland is more divided than I expected it to be. I thought it might be more leaning towards Remain, given that the border issues.
Yes, just a quick thing, the Australian markets, good indicator, obviously they're up nice and early in the morning in Australia. They've suddenly gone into reversal over possible fears of Brexit. So it's clear that the financial global markets see a possible Brexit as a big disruption to their local campaigns there.
The economy is going to be a big indicator throughout the night, and of course a big result of the night. Yeah. A lot of people are saying a vote Leave would see immediate economic downturn, the pound reduced massively, a lot of economic uncertainty, whether or not city banks would move from London. It's going to be, the economy is so tightly tied to this referendum. It's not surprising you've seen so much international interest, not just from the EU, there's America, Australia, sort of the South American countries even. Yeah. It's going to be extremely important for
and I think
the world.
it's opened the eyes to many people that how connected we are globally to all these countries and markets in terms of the sheer scale of trade. I mean, obviously we can get things from like China and Thailand and whatever, but in terms of like financially sort of connecting to Australia, America, South America, as you said, it's amazing how globalised the world has become.
Raises the interesting point. Are the walls now so far taken down between nations that it's no longer feasible to put them back up? I mean, we can leave the European Union, but are we ever going to escape maybe not being the best word, that multicultural society that we are now a part of?
Well, I think one of the big issues for the Brexit voters was this whole idea of the Eurozone and all these bailouts that we might have to pay. Of course, David Cameron secured negotiations that we wouldn't have to actually help in any bailouts. What's important, whether we stay or remain, or whether we remain or leave, we are fundamentally tied in with this Eurozone and with this huge economic bloc. So if that crashed, whether or not we're in it or not, it would hugely affect us.
Yep. Just confirmation on the East Ayrshire result here. 59% remain, 41% leave.
We got one of our first, sorry to interrupt, we got one of our first London turnouts. Kensington and Chelsea, of course, quite a well-off area. Interesting to see which way they swing. Turnout of 66%.
60%, so 66%, sorry, so slightly lower than maybe the national average would suggest.
Sorry to interrupt you again. We've just got the Basildon results here. Leave 68.6%, Remain 31.4%. before I even have to look at this, I'm not going to say that's surprising. It's sort of a Kent area. Kent is a big UKIP area. UKIP headquarters is in Kent. Clacton's in Kent. I wouldn't be surprised that matches up with the APCO.
Was it 68% you said?
It was 68.6.
68,
yes.
well it says on the APCO sheet, which of course assumes a 50-50 split, that Basildon would get 60% turnout for Leave. So that's a big improvement for the Leave campaign there. So of course Basildon was the place with the big illegal settlement a few years ago, if you remember
course,
that.
yeah. I bet that was playing on the minds of many voters.
Exactly, so of course that's a big fillip for the Leave campaign there. Basildon, of course, quite a well-populated area, not too much so, but if that's replicated throughout the whole nation, then the Leave campaign could look like they could win.
Yeah, speaking of which, senior Remain source has said, I still think we're going to win, but it's going to be bloody close.
Going to be bloody close. Could it be in the case where the number of votes are in the same 1,000, the same 10,000?
Yeah, we've also got some more unconfirmed reports from Hartlepool saying it's going to be huge for Leave. And apparently, on the local level, sorting in Southampton is done, so the count is underway.
So sorting, what that means is all the verification is done. They've sorted that into piles, make sure that any small ballot papers are taken out. Now they're going to physically begin actual counting now. This is probably where we get the old unconfirmed reports of Remain or Leave in Southampton, just by looking through the sorting of the papers, seeing what the general idea is. So the actual counting would start.
It's interesting to see that we've had one source say 6% in favour of Remain and one source say 6% in favour of Leave, probably from different sides of the hall.
Yeah, so Dundee City, briefly, according to Twitter, it's Remain 59.8%, Leave 40.2%. And if we go back to this APCO thing, Dundee City has a strong Remain at 59%. So again, consistent with the predictions there.
Another thing from Twitter that's quite interesting. I believe that's local to Doncaster though, but apparently 35% postal, 65% at polling stations.
So that's quite big for postal there.
Sounds like also quite interesting to see such a large mobilising of people actually going to the local polling stations.
Yes, which is good. Yes. So once again, this is very, very interesting. Obviously, we have to wait until more results come in, but it's looking mighty close. And at the moment, Leave are winning 50.2% to Remain's 49.8%.
Well, as we suggested earlier, Hartlepool we said were unconfirmed huge lead. BBC are just reporting that it's potentially around 69% Leave provisionally. Don't know how that matches up to APCO.
If you get back to me in a minute,
I'll get back to you in a minute.
That out.
Let's have a quick look at social media. Remain currently losing by 2% apparently. Clacton looking to be another one that's huge for Remain, Leave even, so that's not surprising. That's of course the only UKIP MP seat.
Exactly. Just a quick thing on Hartlepool. It was meant to be a strong Leave at 59 to 41, so that's a big improvement for Leave. That's 9% Leave, and of course Hartlepool is one of these northeastern towns, with like Sunderland,
Middlesbrough,
as well, and Newcastle that may be strongly affected by
of
EU
course
stuff.
only provisional.
Only provisional, of course. This must be stressed, and also we must stress that we're only in the hundreds of thousands. We haven't even reached a million votes yet. Plenty.
Literally 0.2% of the difference right now. That is incredibly close.
Yeah.
What's another thing we haven't really spoken about, especially with Hartlepool coming up, is how the sort of traditionally old school, sort of Victorian, sort of 1950s, 1960s holiday resorts have been affected by perhaps this freedom of movement in Europe.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. What do you think, Damian, about how freedom of movement in Europe have affected these sort of eastern seaside towns, so Hartlepool, Skegness, etc., etc.?
I think that's a difficult one to discuss. Tom, for example, expert on politics, migration patterns, is that really a significant factor?
Well, of course, it maybe people, if they can get a cheap holiday to Europe, would be more inclined for that. Myself in East, I went to Berlin, and it was a very cheap holiday. It was around about £115 per person. But if you look at like Centre Parks, for a group of 4 of you, it's like into the thousands, which is expensive if you want to go on a quick holiday.
Sure.
So Europe is looking more and more appealing, I guess, as a holiday destination. Especially with the weather you can get in Spain. If you go to Spain on the beach and get nice weather, why would you go to Hartlepool if it might rain?
Yeah, exactly, of course. I'm sure Hartlepool's a lovely place.
I mean, I don't think people within the UK are particularly fond of it, but I'm sure you get novelty elsewhere.
Of course, yeah. Just to confirm, Hartlepool have voted to Leave. We're waiting for the final result there, but as soon as we get it, we'll
it's 69.6% Leave, 30.4% Remain, which means 32,000 people voted to Leave and 14,000 voted to Remain.
So even if the big margin is just over 10%, higher than what APCO predicted, it's still only in the small thousands. It's not these big cities yet.
We're seeing the Leave campaign once again take a 20,000 point lead.
Yes. So Leave currently lead by 21,069 votes, so that's a full 2% they leave by. So yeah, just to confirm, 32,071 versus 14,029 and a 66% turnout.
Another London turnout. We've got 2 more London turnouts. Camden, 65.5. Intercity city is getting to like the mid-60s. The City of London, which we predicted to be a huge Remain section, 73.6. So that could be
That's going to be a big swing.
That could be very important for the Remain campaign.
But of course
Islington
we'll see.
at 70%, and Barking and Dagenham is, if I just wait a second, it's getting through, 62%.
So it's quite varied, both within London. The Remain campaign really needs the whole London city as a whole to really back it, to back it essentially. And if we have some lower turnouts, especially in the outskirts of London and certainly the southeast of London, then it could go either way. I mean, the national average is looking around 67 or 68%, just to give you an idea of some perspective there. But still a very, very long way to go. I'm sure you'd agree.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like we said, recurring theme, and we just continue to see it. Interesting to see that there's now a 1% swing rather than a 2 that we were just discussing then. It's definitely narrowing up. 21,000 votes is the number, but as we've seen that lead come down on both sides at least once already this evening.
Yeah.
Not even at 1 million votes yet, as you both say. There's significant.
So I'm going to interrupt you there. Just a result coming in. Stockton-on-Tees has voted to leave the European Union. So Leave now lead by 44,618 votes.
Followed on from that, we've got a couple more results, not the details of which aren't confirmed yet, but Midlothian supposed to be in, of course, a Scottish seat, a Scottish area, so that should be good for Remain. I think it's supposed to be 62% Remain.
Yep.
And, God, Merthyr Tydfil is out.
Merthyr Tydfil, that. Yes.
There you go.
The one I can pronounce and help you out.
Has voted to leave, 56% to 44%. So Leave now lead. It's just gone up by 73,873 votes.
That is
2 votes, sorry. So Basildon can confirm 69% to Leave, 31% Remain. So Leave now have 53% of the votes. That's such a swing initially.
The swing has just gone up 2% in about 100 seconds?
100 seconds or so.
I mean, the current difference is around 6% between Leave and Remain.
Yes. And
74,000 difference, that is huge.
And considering what the YouGov exit poll suggested, Remain 52%, that's just ridiculous. It's the swing for the Leave campaign has been absolutely astronomical, and we've got, 1.25 million votes in so far? So still a long way to go, of course, a long way to get to the magic 16.4 million number.
Definitely be interesting to see later in the evening if we have this same surge when some of the stronger Remain territories.
Like City of London and Liverpool.
Yes.
It's difficult to read into, are we seeing a genuine strength of the Leave campaign, or is it just that the Remain votes are later coming in? Speaking of which, Renfrewshire, I think I've said that right, has just voted to Remain. 65% to 35%. They have cut that lead now by nearly 30,000 votes.
Yeah, so again, it's just going to swing back and forth. But you know what, if Leave continue to build this sort of small leads, it's going to take a lot for the Remain campaign to overthrow it, especially with a lot of Leave results, which you expect to vote Leave, will be happening a bit later on in the night.
We also sorry to interrupt again, but we've got one of our biggest turnouts of the night actually. Vale of Whitehorse is supposed to be 80% upwards.
Well, Vale of Whitehorse, that's an exotic name, isn't it? Where is that? We need to find that out.
Isn't it Scotland?
Sounds like something out of Lord of the Rings, the Vale of Whitehorse.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? But 80% is a great turnout there. So a lot of information to get through there, I'm sure you'll agree. A lot of results have just come in thick and fast, let's just say.
I think it's waking us up a bit. We had a bit of a lull there, but
yes,
a lot of results coming in quickly. A lot of things to talk about, getting a big lead here.
And the question is, can Leave maintain this lead, especially through the next stage, where a lot of seats we think would vote Remain, they'll be coming through.
It'll be interesting after we've had a quick fire set of results, and I'm talking, that so far the most representative quick fire round we've had is 3 or 4 in quick succession.
Yeah.
When we start talking about 20, 30 coming in a short period of time, that's when it's going to be most difficult to predict, because the score is just going to yo-yo if the forecasts are
Again,
correct.
I think it's important, obviously we're getting excited because early on the night, but this is only, 700,000 voting to Leave? Remember, we still need to get to that, was it 16.8 million
16.4.
16.4
million mark.
Yeah. So it's
still
very, very early, however.
Exciting
with Hartlepool, 70% voting to Remain versus 30% to Leave. There has been a lot of stats going on here. Obviously, a lot's happening up and down the country. However, most of the map is black. as in like hasn't been filled in by colour yet, I should say. So there's still a very much long way to go. Over 340 seats still to be declared. But actually, let's look a bit more locally now. What do the students from the University of Southampton think? Here is Katie with some of our latest stats.
Thanks guys, so we can see from the first chart that 56% of the people who voted in the survey were female and 43% were male. And of those students, 72% are choosing to vote in the referendum and 13% are voting out, with 7% still unsure and 8% of people choosing NA, meaning they probably can't vote. And of the faculties, humanities was the biggest with 33% of the votes. Second biggest was social sciences with 22% of the vote. The smallest faculties voting were health sciences and business, law and art with 3% each. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Katie. Of course, the Wessex Scene student magazine, their stats will be appearing throughout the night to hopefully sort of bring some perspective of what the students at the University of Southampton specifically think.
Absolutely, it's important as well to get these cross-media statistics and make sure that we're giving the most representative view possible.
Of course, the University of Southampton is such a small, minute population centre, still more than Gibraltar, but such a small population centre relative to the whole of the UK. But of course, it's quite nice to see what us locals think.
That's something to put on a Latin motto, whatever the Latin is for more significant than Gibraltar.
More significant than Gibraltar.
Okay, so just a tweet coming in from Hugh Anslow. The EU ref seriously looks like Wales are heading towards Brexit. 18 out of the 22 areas in Wales are projected leave. That's quite astonishing, really. Considering many people predicted Wales to remain in the EU, along with other nations such as Scotland and
What's
Northern
quite
Ireland.
interesting to consider there is obviously there's a large sort of farming aspect in Wales, large sort of sheep farming aspect in Wales, which actually get a lot of grants from the EU. Perhaps this negative campaign by the Remain camp, which has failed to really talk about grants and failed to really talk about the real economic benefits to sort of farmers in more lower down areas. This failure could have been a fundamental flaw in the campaign.
Yeah, exactly. And Miss Lodian just confirmed the result there. 28,217 voted to remain and 17,251 voted to leave, with a 68% turnout. So at the moment, after these flurry of results have come in, with 21 declared, Leave now lead by 47,763, which is a 52-48% swing. So, just over 20 seats. A bit of a flurry came through there. Thoughts on the night so far, Damian?
Well, it's been as we predicted. Sorry, I'm going to stop myself. Rochford has voted to leave. That's put the Leave lead up to 65,190 votes. The Leave margin there, 67%. So 33 in favour of Remain. That's really blown this.
I know Rochford were meant to be a safe lead, but that was only 62% according to this APCO poll, which of course assumed that there's a 50-50 dead heat in the EU referendum. So once again, this trend is now clearly appearing. We can see the Leave campaign getting constantly more and more votes than are predicted normally for a 50-50 split. So this is really positive for the Leave campaign so far. Would you agree?
I think it's important. We've reached sort of a milestone in tonight. Yeah. We've had over 1 million votes counted.
Yeah.
So we're, a 16th of the way through.
Over.
I'm not sure if I find that exciting or exhausting.
What's important to note actually is the turnout. The overall national turnout so far has been 68.76%.
Yes.
So areas like Southampton, which have been in the 66, have actually sort of matched the national average, while places like Rochford have thoroughly beat it with like 79% turnout.
Just quickly, with Rochford, with its 67% voting to Leave, turnout was 79%, which was a really, really high turnout. And as a consequence, Leave now lead by 65,190 votes, or a swing of 4% here or there.
I think the next hour or so is going to be a highly significant one, just looking at the seats we've got that are expected to announce, places like Ipswich and other big places in East Anglia. We're looking at North Tyneside. It'll be interesting to see if that differs from South Tyneside. Yeah. Westminster, centre of London. We're going to get an early indication of what way London is swinging, and we've got even more coming from Northern Ireland. So it'll be interesting.
Actually, we've just had in my ear a revision up about what number of votes that are needed to win the EU referendum. This of course, is reflective of results coming in, turnouts being maybe slightly higher than expected. It's now 16.8 million votes that are needed to win the referendum.
Which makes Tom some form of psychic, because 16.8 is what he correctly said about 45 minutes ago.
Clearly I know things.
Exactly, so that's 16.8 million is the big figure yet, and of course, obviously we are nowhere near yet.
Big result here. The City of London, which is supposed to be a heavy Remain area.
Before we go into there really quickly, Strangford have just voted Leave 56% to 44%, just to confirm. So lead by nearly 70,000 votes. 88,000 votes, because Middlesbrough have also just voted to leave. Obviously Middlesbrough, one of these north-east towns, 65% to 35% Remain. And if we look at this APCO guide, which we've been looking through all evening, we can see Middlesbrough would have been a strong Leave at 57%, so they've gone again higher up.
Inverclyde votes to Remain, 64%.
Weymouth and Portland, obviously down by the sea, southwest, have voted to leave.
Blaenau Gwent in Wales just voted to leave, 62%.
Weymouth 61% for Leave, so results are coming in thick and fast.
City of London 75% Remain, but only a small population there of around about 3,300 people.
So that's as expected, of course, quite a small number of votes. Again, 3,312 to Remain, 1,087 to Leave. So relatively speaking, quite small, but if that's represented across most of London, it's looking good for the Remain campaign.
Although it's important to point out, we have seen a huge lead surge with those results from Wales and Scotland, Northern Ireland, 92,700 people leading now.
Yes. So Leave now have 930,949 votes. They now lead by over 100,000 votes, because Flintshire have just voted to leave 56 to 44%. So that's confirmed. Leave now lead by over 100,000 votes. So 930,000 to 827,000. Turnout is now at 69%, and now that they'll leave by 53%.
Brentford votes to leave.
Brentwood, sorry.
Yes. Votes to leave 59% to 41. That extends the lead to 112,373 votes overall.
I think what's important to note, about this huge now 112,000 point lead by Leave, is that we were sort of semi-expecting this surge around this time of night for Leave. A lot of pro-Leave areas voting, and I wanted to check with you, Michael, the Blaenau Gwent. I wonder what their Blaenau
Gwent, thanks, person in our ear.
I wonder what their APCO was, if you could look
the
up.
APCO, yes, I will get that onto you. It is Blaenau Gwent.
But as we said, we sort of expected this kind of surge in this time of the evening, or night even.
Yeah.
But we've just got unconfirmed reports that Middlesbrough has voted out.
So Blaenau Gwent was 57 to 43, strong vote Leave there.
So it's increased massively to 62%.
Yeah, so we're seeing this once again, a trend appearing. Leeds are leaving. Now Southend-on-Sea have just voted to leave, 58 to 42%. Once again, that's quite tight. Now Southend-on-Sea, 57 to 43, so again, quite close overall. We are expecting to see a sort of Remain seats that want to vote Remain, should I say, appearing in the next hour or so, and after that we'll have a new surge of seats that we think will vote Leave after that. So it's quite.
It's definitely important to not discount a Remain comeback, if you like, at this stage there.
Yeah.
We have just hit a huge milestone with Leave now have over 1 million votes. They are 16th of the way there.
Yeah, over 1 million votes for Leave. Now they lead by 127,547.
Sorry to interrupt. We're just about to get the Swansea results coming through. That could be quite big in terms of the Wales demographic.
Of course, Swansea is a big urban area in Wales, second to only Cardiff, so it'll be good to see.
Good student demographic there as well.
Exactly. So that'll be very, very interesting to see once we get that result. So, but just to confirm, Leave are on 53, Remain are on 47%. With
so here are the Swansea numbers. Remain have got 58,000 votes. Leave have got 62,000 votes.
So Swansea have voted for Leave.
Slight swing for Leave there.
I know.
But still very, very close. Only a couple of thousands.
Very marginal. But Swansea leaning Remain, according to the APCO even.
So that's quite a big win.
Of course, predicted 53 to 47 for Swansea for Remain. That's of course if they thought it was a 50-50 dead heat. But as you've just seen, Swansea are voting Leave.
Well, it is very close to 50. 61 to 58 is marginal at best. There's about 4,000 in it. But still, important to look at how some of these areas, especially in more sort of traditional pro-EU areas such as Wales, suddenly had this huge surge left, towards leave, even though APCO did predict it. I mean, over the last 5 years, they must have become really disillusioned with the EU.
Interesting tweet I've just picked up upon out of my peripheral vision. Somebody saying that they think a lot of people might be voting leave because David Cameron endorses Remain. They think if David Cameron was endorsing Brexit, people would be signing up for Remain left, right and centre. Thoughts on this, gents? How much can one political figure influence an entire
I don't think that's the
campaign?
case, because so many political figures from all across the political spectrum are supporting Remain.
I mean, even if David Cameron personally preferred Brexit, considering the official government line is Remain, he would have to support Remain anyway. So I think it'd be slightly short-sighted for people to vote on a huge issue based on David Cameron, who's not even going to be Prime Minister for another easily 4 years left.
I agree. Just a brief aside here, Wellingborough voted to leave by 68% to 32%. Leave have increased their lead to nearly 140,000 votes. So can the Leave campaign carry on their momentum so far? And frankly, can they win this thing? It's looking more and more likely, especially with Wellingborough, 75% turnout.
Peter Kellner just said Remain victory no longer certain.
Yes.
So that's quite shaming, or damning even.
Damning, it's certainly different from the start of the night, where of course Remain had a 52-48 lead. And Hugh Anslow says from Wales, seriously looks like we're heading towards Brexit. 18 out of 22, it looks like they're going to leave. Wow.
That was a busy 10 minutes, wasn't it?
That was a busy 10 minutes. What can we say?
Woken up a little bit.
Yeah, that's good. What can we say? I mean, at the start of campaigning, way back in February, when we first knew the date, we were thinking, oh, you know what? We're going to vote Remain. This is a bit of a non-issue, really. It's going to be, you know,
foregone conclusion.
Easy for Remain, foregone conclusion. But obviously, Leave have crept closer and closer and closer until maybe stage last week they were like, you know what, they could win this. Obviously, this week Remain have sort of come back a bit with obviously the great debate, performance of people like Ruth Davidson, Sadiq Khan, and other people like that. But seeing tonight, Leave, they are stonking it at the moment. They are ahead. It's now 54-46. That is a massive swing.
If we look at the sort of national campaigns, I think Vote Leave definitely had a better campaign. I think that's easy. I think that's even for someone like me to say. They had a sort of very semi-positive, very sort of I've seen far more Vote Leave posters than I've seen Remain posters. I don't know about you guys. It's been a huge push from the Leave. It'd be interesting to see sort of financial figures of their campaigns over the coming days when they're released. I think very interesting to see the difference in that and where that's been spent.
But you've got to remember, even though Leave have now broken that £1.1 million market votes, we've only had 32 of the 382 seats defended.
So the first question,
a long way to go, as I'm sure you'll agree.
And our national turnout is basically 70% now.
Basically 70%, which is pretty good for a referendum. I mean, obviously, referendum is slightly different to elections. I mean, what's the turnout in the AB referendum 5 years ago?
It was around 15%, I want to say.
15%. So.
Well, at the top of the show, we predicted around 80% of the eligible electorate had come out to vote. So actually, that's not a huge downward swing, and we could see that rise by the end of the day.
Especially, it seems that the Leave campaign have tapped into the enthusiasm shown by many people that they want to leave. I mean, we've seen on, for example, Twitter trends, we saw the Vote Leave hashtag coming up really, really well against the Vote Remain hashtag. Is this being reflected in the number of votes? Leave now lead by 141,000 votes. So it's truly, to be honest, extraordinary how well Leave are doing, and with loads of constituencies coming up. Yes, we've got quite a few for Remain, but especially around the 3 to 330 area. Absolutely loads, Stevenage, Eastleigh, Runnymede, West Somerset, New Suffolk, all projected to vote Leave according to this APCO prediction, which of course, just got to re-emphasise, are basing these predictions on the assumption that it'll be a 50-50 dead heat. And what we're seeing now is a trend towards Leave. Votes for Leave are in real life constantly outgrowing the votes for Leave according to this sheet here. So.
We've just had two results come in. Bury have voted to leave. Belfast West have voted to stay in. Interestingly, though, the lead still won 134,706 votes. It's not done an awful lot to that lead. They've sort of cancelled each other out, those two.
They have, yeah, definitely. North Down also votes to remain in the EU, 52 to 48, so again quite close. Just looking at the Wales prediction overall, there's 148,744 to leave and about 121,000 to remain, so that's 55 to 45. Quite unexpected, considering for Wales, who we thought would remain in the EU. And Wales is traditionally Labour and very, very left-wing, of course, although only 4 out of the 22 areas are declared, there's still a long, long way to go.
Both sides now over 1 million votes each as well.
Yes, so that's good.
Across that landmark.
Harlow have just voted to leave, waiting for the confirmation, 68% to 32%. And if we look back to our projected guide, remember this assumes it's a dead heat. Harlow, let me just get that up, it's 39 to 61, so once again we're seeing this trend. Leave are getting more votes than the APCO sheet had predicted, so this could be a momentous night for Leave.
It's definitely throwing up plenty of surprises at each twist and turn.
Yeah.
And we're only about 30 odd seats through.
Yes, so many stories to cover so far. So just to recap, we started out with Gibraltar, 20,000 votes. 96% voted to remain, a bit of a whitewash. Now we moved on, starting to see some of Sunderland, Newcastle, especially these northeast towns, they decided they wanted to vote Leave. A big shock was Swansea deciding to vote Leave, Wales decided to vote Leave, and we've had seats up and down the country deciding to vote Leave.
Important to know about Wales so far, it's been about a 20,000 vote swing in between Leave and Remain. Obviously only 4 seats have been named, but still relatively close. Been seeing how those other sort of 18 seats end up.
What is also interesting, the low turnout projected in Glasgow, which is a big Remain sort of stronghold. London, the weather could affect the turnout there. And it's also been interesting, Northern Ireland have been split between Remain and Leave. And we've initially projected Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and London would all be strong Remain centres. But it's clearly that we've got some Leave influence going in there. So just to confirm, Bury, 54,674 for Leave and a 46% to Remain, which is a 71% turnout. So once again,
we've definitely moved from this pattern of the two trading blows into an early Leave lead.
Yeah. So I see these blocks we talked about earlier come into play. These sort of Leave blocks, and then hopefully it will later on you might see a Remain block, then another Leave block. We moved away from these trading. But Southampton, I got a report earlier saying 107,772 votes were cast in Southampton.
That's quite a lot of votes.
A large number of votes there.
This could swing things, especially as we don't know if it's Remain or Leave. It's been very tight in the projections on the APCO sheet. We've had people saying they're more likely to vote Remain, people saying they're more likely to vote Leave. We genuinely don't know what happened, and Southampton, I'm not understating this, could be one of the big crucial seats. We've got over 100,000 seats. But remember, population is key. With 100,000 people, that could swing things. Maybe something like Gibraltar or even the City of London, that won't necessarily. Of course, every little helps in the words of the Tesco marketing executive.
Well, to bring it down,
population is very important.
To bring it down locally, the 100-odd thousand we've seen in Southampton apparently, we've heard two differing reports, one saying 60% for Remain, one saying 60% for Leave. That's going to be a huge number of votes.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Leave, we've just had 2 more results in. Meaden and Redcar in Cleveland have both voted to Leave. Leave are now almost 200,000 votes to the good. They're nearly on 1,300,000 votes overall. They're really starting to push home this advantage while they can.
I'm sure there's a few red faces in Remain.
We said another tweet from Lindsay Lohan saying #Bury, what's wrong with you, Manchester?
What's wrong with you, Manchester? Lindsay Lohan is the
I think that's an issue
font
far
of
deeper than this EU
Now,
referendum.
okay, going back to local level, recently the University of Southampton hosted a debate with members of the Vote Leave and the Vote Remain campaign. Members of the public were invited in to ask questions and attend the debate. And we're going to have a look at some of the highlights from the debate. It was quite an event, well received by a lot of people. Here they are.
So the first question will be from Ian Edwards.
Okay, the first question, relatively gentle. What is the key reason, in your opinion, for voting in or out, and why?
I would undoubtedly vote for my liberty and my ability to have self-government in the United Kingdom.
So this is about your friends. This is about the community and cooperation that the EU provides.
If we leave the European Union, we can revitalise democracy in this country.
Well, we have the advantage, which is a tremendous and long-term advantage to the UK, of a single trading zone within Europe.
Libby Cleaver, our second question.
What are the main problems facing the EU now, and how will they be dealt with?
The first thing I would say is the EU does face problems. You're going to hear both sides talk about certain issues of sovereignty, and I'm not going to disagree with them. There are problems with sovereignty for the EU. However, there's also benefits from that, such as pooled sovereignty. However, the main problem the EU faces at the moment is also the same problem the world faces at the moment. instances such as climate change. Many global phenomena that the world faces is an EU problem. However, the EU is also one of the greatest solutions.
I think the main problem with the European Union is the European Union. So I'll go into some specifics. It's an anti-democratic political union, a bankrupt economic union, and an unsafe security union. If we go into...
So apart from those, okay then, yeah?
Yeah. Other than the failing of the three main issues, we've got a lovely union.
The most obvious problem is the hugely unstable currency union and very, very profound changes and centralisation of power. Fiscal powers will be required to sort that. It's already generating enormous tension. Far from harmony, just go to Greece and feel the palpable anti-German feeling. Frankly, I have great sympathy for both the Greeks and the Germans. It is the institution that is driving them apart. But hey, there are known unknowns and unknown unknowns. Life is uncertain.
What I would suggest is that there are a number of key problems facing Europe, and not just facing the UK. That's the question of globalism, indeed the question of climate change, the question of European environment, the whole question of what is happening in other parts of the world, the question of what is happening as far as Russia is concerned, and the idea that actually you face up to those problems by running out of the bloc that is actually best placed to deal with those problems overall seems to me an inversion of what it means to be secure and insecure.
Okay. Before I take the next question, Matthew Cowley, you're self-described classical liberal and a free trader. Do we need trade agreements to trade?
Well, I personally believe that
they have. Your question was, what are the main problems facing? And they've talked broadly.
They have not even attempted to answer the question.
What haven't they answered? Please come back.
My question was nothing at all to do with trade.
Go on.
Or the different differences between whether we're in or out of the common market. That was not what my question was about, and I really object to having...
Libby, what is the main problem facing EU for you?
What are the main problems facing the EU?
What are the main problems for you?
Well, I have
quickly, what are the main problems for you?
Three main problems.
Right.
One of them was massive immigration.
Right, we'll come on to that.
Not even mentioned.
But that was because they chose not to mention it, but we can come on to it.
Crime and terrorism, not even mentioned.
Climate was mentioned and terrorism was mentioned.
And the third one was EU political ambitions. I must admit you did get that one right. But I am really annoyed that you just trot out some pre-prepared rubbish about trading when that was not what the question was about.
Right. Thank you very much. Right, we will touch on immigration, but not yet. Question 3, Luke Arnold. Is that Arnold? Okay, so as it's written here, it's, do you think leaving the EU will compromise national security? And I'll start with James Edwards, because we haven't heard from him for a while.
Right. The answer is very simply yes. I will keep talking about cooperation. I know Mr. Swain seems to believe we are better off alone on our small little island, is what he seems to strongly believe. However, that is not true. When it comes to crime, when it comes to international security, tell you what, 28 member states work together, sharing intelligence is always guaranteed to be better.
Desmond, would leaving the EU compromise national security?
No, it is in our interest to continue to cooperate and share intelligence, and we will undoubtedly continue to do so. We do not require supranational institutions, a government for Brussels, to continue to do what is clearly in our identity interest.
Gentlemen, I'm going to interject, but I hope you'll continue your debate at a future occasion in this fine building. Before we go, thank you to all the panellists for an excellent discussion. Thank you to the audience for being patient. Those excellent questions too, those who asked them. I hope you got the answers you wanted. The vote is on the 23rd, as Desmond wishes you to know, 23rd of June. I'm editor of the New Statesman. I'm going to plug it one last time. And I'm a former graduate of this fine university. And thanks again, everyone, for coming on such a warm evening. Thank you.
So there was the highlights of the debates. Now we've got some more results coming in. Michael?
Yes, St Helens have just voted to leave, 58% to 42%. And we've just got information coming through about the overall vote share for England. It's looking like it's 60.4% for the Leave campaign. So England, of course, a vast majority of the population of the United Kingdom, and it's looking like 60.4% Leave for England, which of course is staggering news for the Leave campaign and a bitter blow to the Remain campaign.
Something I want to pick up on economy-wise. I've just noticed a tweet. We'll take a slight break whilst the results are dying down a bit. Somebody saying that they don't understand why people are getting so worked up about the value of the pound. It was bound to drop anyway, whether or not we leave the EU. Tom, any thoughts on that as our resident expert? Has the pound been a doomed currency?
I mean, there's no doubt that the pound has always been a bit, not inflated, but sort of given a higher value than it probably deserves. But I question the idea that it was always going to drop. I mean, maybe slowly, but we're seeing a very vast drop every time a Leave surge. Like early on tonight, when we've had our first major Leave lead, within 10 seconds it dropped to 6%. That's a huge drop in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
So imagine if there was a confirmed vote Leave, you would see a massive drop, I think.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how intrinsically linked politics and economics are. And just we've got a tweet in from someone called Mark who says that apparently Brexit is now the most likely outcome, according to a leading pollster. So we'll just look out for that.
Talking about the social elements of this referendum, somebody else tweeting in saying that the referendum is basically a case of the young versus the old. I don't know what you two think about that, but I personally think that's a bit of an unfair, sweeping generalisation to make at this stage.
I think it is. I mean, we can't fully say until we get the complete breakdown of all the results. Although, I mean, people do tend to sort of characterise olders to vote in Leave and young to vote in Remain. And while I think there is a general trend there, it's so unfair to plunk everyone young into vote Remain and everyone old into vote Leave. There are people from both sides who are on many ages of the spectrum. So I think that's quite an unfair sweeping statement, although the general trend is there and I can sort of see that. Okay, so we're just getting a declaration coming through from North Warwickshire, so that'll be with you very, very shortly. But just going back to that statistic, in England, it looks like the way the referendum campaign is going is that 60.4% of people in England are likely to vote Leave, which is a frankly staggering number and something we wouldn't have predicted at the start of this night at all.
Interesting that Leave's lead in terms of number of votes has now dropped slightly. They were on the cusp of going over 200,000 ahead. They're now not even scraping 150,000. They're just below. Remain are slowly clawing it back, but it's I think to turn the tide here at this stage, Remain are going to need to start taking some strongholds.
And we just have confirmation that North Warwickshire have just voted to Leave, 67% to 33%, 25,385 to 12,569 votes. With a 76% turnout. So again, a big swing, Tom.
Yeah, huge swing even. We've just received a very big result, one we've been talking about all night, from Oxford, which we predicted to be a strong Remain vote, and it has turned out that way. 70% have voted in favour of Remain in Oxford, which is around 49,500 people, against Leave's 21,000 people.
And that's exactly what's predicted on this APCO sheet. A quick point about North Warwickshire. It's predicted a 57.43. Of course, it was a bit higher than that, 67.33, I think. And Fareham, which is not far from Southampton at all, has voted to Leave by 55% to 45%. So results are starting to come through thick and fast. And sorry, one more point. Leave have now broken the 1.5 million vote barrier. So that's quite a big milestone for them.
I've got some big quotes here from some major figures. Aaron Banks of Leave.eu, of course, that big UKIP donor we talked about earlier, has been apparently told BBC they think they've won. And Professor Frasher's forecast model, of course, another very reputable pollster, has said Leave will win at 56%.
56%, blimey. I mean, there is a lot, looking at the sheet of expected declarations to come through, there is a lot of seats we think will vote Leave coming up. But stressing this is think. We're also stressing that, again, we've only scratched the surface in terms of number of seats declared, so there's still a long way to go. And I'm just hearing in my ear, it was 47.25% so far voting for Remain.
Another big quote to talk about, the Scottish Green MSP, Ross Greer, has said Scotland being removed from the EU against its will would cause, and I quote, a constitutional crisis.
Oh, that's interesting. Possible another Scottish referendum, Damian?
I was quickly going to make the point that Fareham being so close to Southampton, it'd be interesting to see if that there are any similarities we can draw. But in the time we've been chatting, the Isle of Anglesey have also voted leave. The smallest margin of the night, 50.9% voted leave.
Yeah.
So 49.1 for Remain. I think that's, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the smallest margin we've had all night.
Yeah, that's true.
Sterling vote to Remain, just come in. It's not starting to level out, but Remain is certainly starting to take more areas than they were about half an hour ago.
So it's intriguing. We're getting all these projected statistics about, Leave getting 56% of the vote or whatever. And then, but we've just heard Remain are now at 49% of the vote, and as you said, Damian, they're starting to claw their way back. So it's still very much open.
Exeter
we've just seen a huge drop in the Leave lead from around about 140,000 to just 33,000.
Lambeth, 79% Remain.
As you said, Lambeth just said 79% in favour of Remain. That is huge.
Yeah, and just confirmation that Oxford, of course, did vote to Remain by that massive margin of 70% to 30%. So but we must stress this: it's down to population, not number of constituencies or number of areas won. It's completely down to population. Whether the Leave campaign win, I don't know, Anglesey, Shetland, Orkney, Gibraltar, if Leave win London, they win, even though they've only won one constituency, if that makes sense.
I think what's...
South Ayrshire vote to Remain.
I think what's quite telling about this whole night is, for the last half an hour, we've been talking quite a lot about a vote Leave win, but now it's back down to the 20,000 margin, which we joked about earlier, that being 20,000 in favour of Gibraltar.
Gibraltar could still play a key part, couldn't
Speaking
they?
of what we said about earlier, I mentioned Betfair's odds changing. Paddy Power have just adjusted their odds in favour of Brexit. They used to be Remain favoured, now it's Brexit favoured.
It's strange. We've got a funny tweet coming in from someone called Mark saying, Meaden has voted to leave, we've lost paradise, which I thought was quite funny. But again, yes, a lead down to 22,607 votes, but we're still under 50 seats declared. We're yet to hit the 50 milestone. Remember, there's over 382 votes, 82 seats, to be declared to still another 330 seats?
There's one thing I want to talk about is this Wales result, which has been sort of astonishing. Traditionally, a sort of very sort of left wing, very sort of Labour heartland, seen more and more sort of swinging towards this sort of conservative UKIP. Like in the most recent Welsh Assembly elections, there was a strong conservative surge and a couple of UKIP surges. And the results tonight, with some of the rejections and some of the confirmed, suggest that, surprisingly, an area of the country that gets a lot from the EU is choosing to leave it.
Yeah, just going back to the Lambeth result quickly, that's of course in London. That's our first result we've seen with over 100,000 votes for one side. So Remain side got 111,000 votes. 79% to 21%. That's one of the biggest swings we've seen.
We get another big one coming through soon. Glasgow is expected to announce their results any second now.
With its projected, obviously, turnout 56%. Of 56%. So that'd be very, very interesting to see. And indeed, this whole night is shaping up to be quite a really, really interesting night. I mean, we've talked about Remain leading, now Leave stretching up this lead. And now it's just coming back really, really close. So it's Remain to be seen. So we're just getting through. Scotland seems to be voting Remain, 62 to 38 so far. Of course, many seats still to be declared.
And speaking of Scotland, Glasgow just announced theirs is a massive win for Remain. 168,000 people put Remain against Leave's 84.
So what's the percent?
That's going to put Remain in quite a healthy lead.
I think Remain either will just edge it now, I think.
Glasgow City was always predicted to be a safe Remain of 67 to 33.
That's a deficit of 80,000 on the Glasgow results. It depends what is happening elsewhere in slightly smaller constituencies.
It's quite interesting to talk about. We just talked about how 61% of Scotland's supposed to vote Remain, and you mentioned earlier, was it 64% of England supposed to be?
Yeah.
BBC are just polling saying 55% of England is supposed to be.
Yeah, so it's changing constantly and constantly. So,
Remain, sorry, just to interrupt. Remain lead now 50.7.
52,787. Stevenage just voted to leave 59 to 41. But that Glasgow result has just shown the power of numbers. Glasgow has just cancelled out so many Remain wins across the country just simply by that big swing.
We just got our first 100,000. We just got two over 100,000. Just Lambeth and Glasgow alone have just discounted that entire huge block we sort of leave.
52,787 lead for Remain. If this trend carries on, this could be the crucial part of the night. If they can keep banking those 100,000 constituencies and take the majority in there, Leave may find themselves in a very difficult position.
What's quite interesting, actually, this referendum is sort of following historical political patterns, cities against countryside.
it's strangely said, to be honest, forget what we said 20 minutes ago. It's now looking neck and neck. Can Leave win? Still maybe. Can Remain win? Maybe they can.
Come back to us in about 100 seats time.
Come back to us at 6 o'clock in the morning.
We may be ahead of the BBC, but the EU referendum is very much ahead of us.
Yeah, exactly. So we've just broken the magic 50 mark of seats to be declared, and of course Remain are still leading. Wow, that was a nice flow of results, wasn't it?
It made things a bit more interesting. Obviously, a lot of the Twitter comments have been quite negative about the Leave campaign, but it'd be interesting if we get a flurry of more positive tweets coming in about Remain's surge.
Yes. Okay, so as obviously we've hit the 50 mark, I'm going to ask each of you for your quick predictions before we head over to Alex at O2 Guildhall. So do you think by 9 o'clock on Friday morning we would have voted to remain in the EU or leave it?
I'm going to just go with my heart and say Remain.
I think likewise, but I think it's very much dependent on what happens in the next hour and a half or so. This I think is where we enter the crucial part of the night. 50 seats down, 330 odd to go. The next 100 seats.
Just one quick, another Scottish result. Falkirk, Remain 44.9, Leave, this is 1,000.
Yeah.
Leave 34,200. It now puts the in lead at 51.1%.
So yes, it's very, very tight. I'm going to sit on the fence delightfully and say, agree with you, Damian. It really depends what happens in the next hour and a half.
Typically British.
Although I would not be surprised if Lead vote to Remain. So now we're about to head over to Southampton O2 Guildhall with Alex. The count's approaching very soon. Alex, what have you got for us?
Thanks, guys. So back here to see me at the O2 Guildhall. It's been a long time since we've spoken, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a little roundup of everything that's happened here whilst you've been back in the studio. So since you've been gone, as you're probably aware by now, the Southampton Turnout was announced, so that means they finished sorting the votes. They just need to now count. I'm just going to read this off my iPad because it's a number, and I haven't remembered it. So a total of 107,772 people out of a total electorate of 158,171 voted in Southampton. So that's a turnout of 68.14%. Now that's sort of average compared to what is expected in other areas, maybe a little bit lower. Now, I'm going to give you a relative smorgasbord of stats, figures, quotes that have gone on whilst we've been on air. So let's see what we've got here. So, right, so the turnout is high in this referendum. Before we went on air, the Scottish Chief Returning Officer suggested that it was going to be between 70 and 80%, which shows how important a decision this EU referendum is. There's also been polling stations that have been closed throughout the day. There's been Westminster has been closed by floods, where the station became waterlogged, and there's also a leak in the ceiling at a polling station in Scotland. As well as that, there's the general popularity of the Vote Leave campaign is currently being blamed by some on Jeremy Corbyn, the Labour Party leader. Senior Labour MP has quoted to saying to the New Statesman that the referendum simply shone a light on how utterly out of touch Corbyn and McDonnell are with so many traditional Labour voters outside of London. Jeremy made the biggest issue of concern for traditional Labour voters thinking of voting Leave, i.e. the impact of freedom of movement, is main reason why Britain should remain. It was sort of political suicide of genius proportions. He's also quoted as saying, I fear that referendums tend to encourage a sustained exercise in stupidity. I am all for getting the public more involved in decision making and for reforming our failing political system, but referendums are not the way to go. So obviously that's only one Labour MP, but yes, it appears the blame currently is being put on at Jeremy Corbyn. Professor Jerry Stoker, so he's a professor of politics. No, that's not what we're getting. Also, in other news, Liverpool is expected to pull home for Remain with about 60%. It is also understood to be tight in Dumfries and Galloway. It may be the only Scottish authority to actually vote Leave, which in itself would be a surprise. Building on news we brought to you earlier from the Guildhall, that the pound has dropped by compared to the dollar. It turns out it's dropped by 3 cents against the dollar after Sunderland voted to leave the EU. This is the most drastic drop in the exchange rate since 2009. So that's a key impact there. Also, Sky News are reporting that Wales as a whole may have voted for Leave, citing sources within the Remain campaign. Now, Wales results are yet to fully be confirmed, so we're just going to have to keep waiting until they come in. Also, Remain had expected much bigger percentages in Scotland, so we're not really seeing exactly what we expected here with the results today. But obviously, things could all change from now. We've got results coming in up until even 9 a.m, so make sure you stay tuned into us. I'm going to leave you with a quote from Nigel Farage, UKIP leader, before I leave you. He says, "We will win this war, we will get our country back, we will get our independence back, and we will get our country back." I think that was the quote. It sounds like he's repeated himself, but I feel that was for effect. So yeah, Nigel Farage for you there to leave. We will be coming back to you very shortly, hopefully with the results. We're hearing it could be about an hour until we get our results back. So yeah, come back to us in an hour or so. Hopefully we will have the results for the area of Southampton for you. Meanwhile, it's time to go back to the studio with Damian, Michael and Tom.
So, welcome back to the studio. Tom, we're hearing massive result for Remain in London.
Yeah, London's proving to be a bit of a sort of Remain heartland. So far tonight, we've had 3 of the 33 results from London, and London's coming at 76.7% in for Remain. Wandsworth, 75% in for Remain there, 118,000 against 39,000.
And that result in Wandsworth has just counted out all these results for Leave. Newport, Burnley, Tamworth, Bracknell Forest, Torbaker, Philly and Belfast East have all voted for Leave and have Wrexham as well. And that massive result in Wandsworth have just counted all those out.
Again, showing the importance of population over area.
So while Remain's lead has gone down now to 62,000, the Wandsworth result has just made sure that Remain's still staying in the lead.
That's about to go up marginally. East Lothian have just voted to Remain as well. Expect that 62,000 to go up another few thousand votes.
Yeah, so it really is on the knife edge. Both campaigns have broken the 2 million barrier with 62 seats declared. Remember, the magic number, as Tom correctly predicted about 3 hours ago, it's 16.8 million people. So that's the magic number. So as you can see, we're only about an eighth the way there. So
North Ayrshire, Remain, 57% versus 43.
Yeah.
Lead now up to 53,046 because Barking and Dagenham have voted to leave.
And that's an interesting one because that's in London as well, and they're one of the big London boroughs. They're just on the outskirts, sort of getting towards the Essex area. They have voted leave by a massive 62% to 38%.
You can see that sort of Essex-Kent swing there a little bit.
Yeah.
If I go back to the top of the show, you talked about that last referendum we had.
Oh, sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you very, very briefly. North Tyneside, like South Tyneside, have voted to leave as well. So
very small margin there as well.
Very small margin, and Knowsley have also voted to leave. So it seems the North East, aside from the Newcastle city centre, have all voted to leave, even though it's all quite close there. But as I said at the start, and we all keep reiterating, it's not the number of constituencies, the number of areas won, it's the sheer number of people who voted.
Scotland seems to be doing well for the Remain campaign. East Dunbartonshire, Remain, 69,811. Now the winning margin. I say winning margin, leading margin.
Yeah, so it's quite strange to see on social media how the atmosphere has transformed, because a lot of certainly social media who are tweeting, they all seem to be wanting to remain in the EU, so we're seeing so far. And it's strange how the mood has transformed from sullen when the Leave campaign were winning to elation, happiness.
Yeah, I've seen some tweets here. Someone said, "I never feel I'd be so happy about Scotland and London."
Yeah.
Someone actually tweeting about Lindsay Lohan that we should be talking about.
Yes, but my favourite tweet of the evening so far is by Shay, full stop. Full stop's important. This feels like Eurovision all over again, just more important. I'm not sure about that, but it does have a Eurovision sort of feel. You don't know who's going to win until the last minute. Yeah,
and either way,
completely irrelevant.
And either way, UK wins. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe this is how we should decide the Eurovision Song Contest from now on.
What, with the referendums?
Absolutely. The Eurovision referendum.
Or you could just make these into like 12 points, 10 points.
That'd be amazing.
Can you imagine the fear tactics on a Eurovision referendum?
We have a UK vision.
A UK vision. Anyway, so the BBC are predicting it's too close to call. At the moment, the vote stands as this. Remain are 50.7%, Leave are 49.3%. This is how much it's changed over the past half an hour or so, and it's just going to keep on changing as more and more seats are declared. It's amazing how time can change moods so much. If these seats were declared a bit earlier, there would have been none of the reaction on social media we've seen beforehand. Likewise, if the Leave seats had been declared later, the mood may seem so different. This is how much it's changing.
Anyway, I'd like to compare us to back in 1975 and that previous European referendum. Interestingly, the turnout for that referendum was 64.6%. the turnout for this election has apparently been 70.1. So interestingly, we're actually seeing a larger turnout today than we did 41 years ago.
But I think you've got to remember that this referendum, we're only in the EEC, as it was called then, for 2 years. So people maybe didn't feel the need to change that much. And also, because we're only in for 2 years, and virtually every single one of the British political spectrum were backing a stay campaign, people maybe didn't see the need to turn out to vote, and that was reflected in results.
What I think
is slightly different because it's been 41 years.
What I think is quite interesting is perhaps we've always talked about for the last few elections how we have dipped massively since like the 60s and 70s and 80s in terms of turnout, but this is a complete turnout for the books, even sort of completely reversing what we've usually seen from elections in our modern era.
There is, I would say, a lack of apathy amongst the voters. A lot of people seem to be engaged, even if it's not necessarily following, Prime Minister's questions on a Wednesday afternoon or checking out the latest opinion polls or the data. It's just, even things like tweeting, social media, just shows you have an engagement. And actually what's been really good recently is Twitter and Facebook have introduced like the I voted sort of like post you get to do. Sort of like Snapchat have introduced the filters. And that has really engaged younger people, especially students, which are so crucial to the outcome of this campaign.
Absolutely.
And I think that's been really, really positive.
I've got a report here that Belfast North have voted to remain by 50.4%.
That's the closest result so far. By percentage. I think something like the Shetland Islands were a bit closer by numbers, but that's certainly by percentage. And it's looking very, very tight indeed. So at the moment, Leave 49.2%, Remain 50.8%. It's just changing all the time. It's going to fluctuate massively.
Interesting enough, we're at 66 out of the 382.
Yeah.
That seems like a big number compared to what we had like an hour ago.
Exactly. I would say, away from England, look, if you just look at Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, Scotland, of course, we sort of expected them to sort of be still with the EU. I mean, especially, for example, Aberdeen North Sea Oil, for example, such links with the EU. I'm really intrigued by Wales voting to leave, and I'm also intrigued by Northern Ireland, the split in Northern Ireland we've seen. Some areas strongly Remain, parts of Belfast East, for example, even Belfast North, just across the way, have voted to leave. That's quite a strange thing.
Yeah, they've both been fascinating, like we said earlier, Wales having that sort of traditional leftist view, a traditional Labour view.
Yeah.
For me, what about Northern Ireland is this whole idea that we've been talking about recently, that obviously being the border with the other EU state NRIs, the idea that a vote to leave could spark calls for Northern Ireland to be part of the Republic of Ireland, calls for the Good Friday Agreement to fall apart, perhaps increase tensions in the region again, renewing that sort of idea of almost similar to how Scotland would demand a second referendum. Sort of idea of people split between wanting to be part of the UK or part of the EU.
Yeah, I've just had a brief look on social media, and it seems that Glasgow may have won their sort of vote by 67% for Remain.
Wow. That
has yet to be confirmed, but that's what it could look like at the moment.
We get some big reports here that East Dunbarton 71.4% Remain, South Bucks 50.7%, Pendle's vote Leave, Gospel's Leave, Craven Leave and Hinburn Leave.
Yeah. Just a brief few snippets on social media. Frederick Edwards saying it's nice to know regardless of the result, politicians will try and secure the best deal for Britain. I don't know whether he's being sarcastic or not. Some people are obviously very happy about Scotland voting in. That's more like it. Smart people, the Scots, hashtag Scot, hashtag EREF, hashtag Remain. But one of my favourite tweets I've just seen recently, why is that Lindsay Lohan doing a better job than most Labour leaders have done at pitching a Remain vote?
I mean, I just want to go back on that point you made about Belfast and Northern Ireland and seeing the split. Actually, the two areas were so closely fought, and of course they in the end voted to go separate ways, but actually the numbers are proportionate if you consider the city as a whole. It's just simply a case of where they happen to reside. So yeah, it's a divided city, but it's more or less par for the course, so perhaps appropriate that it went 1-1.
Gosport, again, not too far from here, has voted to leave the EU by 64 to 36, so that's a big margin. So if the trend, so we're starting to get results from the south of England, and again, away from the cities, it seems to be these rural south of England areas all voting to leave. Hinburn has voted to leave, 66 to 34. Seems to be rural southern areas, working northern cities. It's quite a contrast, but they both seem to be
also Blackpool vote to leave.
Let's talk about Hartlepool earlier, this idea that maybe these coastal sort of traditional holiday resorts have been affected by the...
Of course, that's a really good point to make. I mean, with the EU, obviously, cheap way to travel into and across, and I mean, especially things like Blackpool, Southport, Hartlepool, Skegness, Scarborough.
To an extent, Portsmouth even.
Yep, Craven have voted to leave, 53 to 47, another close one.
South Lanarkshire, just before that, voted to remain. Remain briefly went to a lead of around 100,000 votes. I think that's been pegged back ever so slightly.
Belfast South is 69.5% Remain.
Yes, again, that's a complete contrast to Belfast East, and Belfast North was still very close as well. Pendle have just voted to leave, 63 to 37. So a lot of places in England seem to be voting.
We just got another London result here. Hammersmith and Fulham have voted to Remain.
70% again.
So huge number.
We're seeing London really voting for the Remain campaign, and Remain have stretched their lead out to over 100,000. Nearly 100,000 now.
Just waiting for the exact figures to be updated. They've stayed the same for the last 3 or 4 results, but as soon as we know, that new winning margin.
Here we go. Remain are leading by 99,000 points.
At the moment. So at the moment, the scores on the door, so to speak, leave 49.1%, Remain 50.9%. So results are coming through thick and fast. It's going to be quite close, and of course we'll be here for the next few hours to digest them all.
We've got
hopefully provide some clarity in this sea of numbers and percentages.
We've got a tweet from our favourite pro-Remain celebrity, Lindsay Lohan, has just tweeted #Remain, #BeSmart, #OneLove, #Love Not Hate, #Free Trade.
Was that hashtag dogs at polling stations, hashtag fromage?
I know, not some sensible hashtags for once.
I suggest somebody on behalf of SUSUtv responds to Miss Lohan and gets her watching the live feed.
Yeah, exactly.
Can we get a in Skype?
The numbers have been updated. Remain now lead by 117,000. But of course, as more and more seats get declared and more votes are totted up, even though the numbers may increase, the percentage may not. So that's something to bear in mind.
We've just been getting Nuneaton and Bedworth's results. Remain have received 23,700 votes, and Leave have received 46,000. So a big swing there for Leave.
And we've just seen results from Moray. This is really interesting because they voted to Remain by 50.1% to 49.9%. They're completely divided in that, very, very close indeed. Obviously not a massive population, but still quite close.
Interestingly enough, gents, for the first time in I think about an hour and a half, Remain have gone over the 51% margin. They've been tussling it out on the 0.
Exactly 51%.
Yeah,
they've finally broken that. Now Uttlesford have voted to leave. That has gone down slightly. They were 51.1, 51 flat now.
And Perth and King Cross obviously voting in.
So it's all very, very exciting, very close. We're approaching 20 to 3 here. Time has flown. We've got many, many more results to declare.
We're not even a quarter of the way through yet.
79 out of 382.
Yeah, so the Southampton result is expected to be declared in around 90 minutes' time. Obviously, we'll be back with Alex in the O2 Guildhall as soon as we get that. But for now, again, it's just waiting for more and more results to come in. See how much is changing now. Remain now back down to 50.8%. It's 50.7% as Corby now votes to leave. Of course, Corby, East Anglia, quite close to Cambridge, 64 to 36%.
I think an interesting point to talk about. Currently, we're at Remain being at 50.7 and Leave being at 49.3. Imagine if the final result was that. Do you think there'll be huge uproar? How close is it? What is that, 0.7%?
Well, I mean, no one can really argue with the numbers. Numbers don't lie, unless, I mean, as far as I'm aware, I can't imagine there would have been any electoral rigging or anything. So it's just the fact of the matter is this: no one can necessarily complain about the result. They can complain about people not voting. But again, the results are the result, and it's up to both sides of the campaign to work together to ensure a better outcome is had for it all. Now, the issue of whether to have another referendum will not go away, regardless of whether we vote Remain or vote Leave. But I can't see another one happening anytime soon.
The issue with holding a referendum is, despite the fact that it's going to be very closely fought, and in the end I completely believe will be won by a tiny margin, that's not the point. You can't keep holding referendums because one side is not happy. There's a referendum and that is the result, and that is what the people want. The whole point is to get a representative view of everybody, as opposed to just, oh, well, we lost by 0.5%, we're not happy, do it again.
Just interesting things here. London, 5 seats declared, 69% vote for Remain, 31% vote Leave. In the Northwest, 5 also declared, 55% Leave, 45% Remain. So that's quite intriguing.
Interesting about that London statistic. Out of the 5, 4 of them have been quite central to London, and they have all been Remain. While that one area of London that has voted Leave is all more on the outskirts, as you said, towards Essex, towards that sort of Essexy Kent area. So interesting to see how it's sort of following the trend of what we expected the national outlets to look like, but centralised into London.
There's a relationship between affluence and voting leave seemingly emerging here.
Yes, I would agree, and it's going to be very, very close. But why would areas, especially in the outskirts of London, want to leave, do you think?
I think they're the sort of typical areas that have seen a lot of sort of immigration, and a lot of migrants probably come to the area, people who want to move to London because it's this sort of jewel of a city, as it were. People call it the capital of the world, or the crossroads of the modern world. And the only places that are probably affordable to live in, are probably these outskirt areas. So they probably all sort of surge to these outskirts, and those locals, rightly or wrongly, probably haven't liked that.
I was going to say, it leads to inflation in house prices, I would imagine, as well. Small businesses, obviously there's overcrowding of the market. So I think immigration is definitely one of the key factors behind people voting leave there, because they obviously are encouraged by what the Leave campaign has to offer on that front.
Another result coming in, Stroud have just voted 55% to 45% voting Remain, should I say. Of course, once again, it's a numbers game. I keep reiterating this. It's a complete numbers game. I've just had a great statistic flash up on the screen here. For the South East region, it's currently 50-50. So it remains to be seen. Of course, Southampton hasn't been declared yet, so it's not part of that.
Speaking of Southampton, obviously, the Sunday Times source on Twitter are claiming that both Southampton and Portsmouth are both 60% leave.
60% leave, that's quite a good statistic. North Lincolnshire have just voted leave, and North Lanarkshire, let's get those right, have voted to remain by 62% to 38%.
Same as South Lanarkshire there, the whole region voting to stay within the EU.
So Remain have just broken the 3 million vote milestone. Of course, the magic number is 16.8 million votes. There's still a long way to go. Peterborough in East Anglia, one of the big urban centres in the north of East Anglia, 61% to leave, Remain 39%, so a big win for leave there. Of course, a big immigrant population there. And certainly, if any of you live in East Anglia, have been watching Look East, it's been featured quite a bit recently. So yeah, it's getting closer and closer. It's now 49.4 and 50.6%. So the percentage difference is slowly coming down, isn't it? It's quite a...
Yeah, it's so sort of unbelievably tight. I expected it to be tight. I expected it to be maybe the 1-2% margin. I didn't expect under a percent margin, to be honest.
A quite witty point I've seen from some Scottish guy. That's his actual name on Twitter. It's not just some random Scottish guy. Glasgow is a city that overwhelmingly wanted to leave the UK, and it now votes to keep its sovereignty as far away from it as possible.
Interesting.
It's valid.
It's got a good point.
Valid point, but so I thought that was quite an interesting thing to see. Watford, just on the outskirts of London, have now voted to leave the EU, 50.3 to 49.7. Again, very, very, very close. Of course, Watford is in the big commuter belt, of course, home to being near the M25.
Another thing interesting to consider about that Scottish guy's tweet is, like I said, it was a city that was overwhelmingly in favour of leaving the UK.
Yeah.
Could that explain the low turnout and the possible second referendum if Britain voted to leave the EU?
Of course.
Are they trying to play? Maybe they don't want to actually vote leave, but by not voting, they're playing it up the chance, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. So it's quite interesting. Now, both sides have broken a 3.1 million vote barrier, with 86 of the 382 declared. So just under 300 seats left to go, which we've reached a sort of milestone, I'm thinking. We're not even a quarter of the way there
Still
yet.
10 million votes left, obviously.
Over 10 million votes to get. We're not even a quarter of the way there yet. It's going to be a long night, unless all the votes come in thick and fast. Hopefully we'll be able to get a nice picture out of the year. We'll sort of make our way through the murky waters of various numbers and try and get a clear indication of what side is going to win. Although, of course, it could be really, really close, couldn't it?
Well, I think it is going to be really, really close, is the overriding point here. But, we spent the early part of the programme speculating as to how close it would be. It's now overwhelmingly obvious, to me at least, that this will be close.
Yeah, 49.7, 50.3 is the current indication. Now, the Shadow Chancellor, John McDonnell, has just been on the BBC saying that he needs to start listening to voters' grievances. I think he's more focusing on whichever side lose. I think they need to start focusing more, especially if the Leave campaign lose, because there's obvious disillusionment, especially from heartland Labour supporters. You see in these urban northern cities, Hartlepool, Sunderland, you see in those sort of cities, traditionally Labour heartlands are voting Leave, and to the Labour Party, most of whom are voting to stay in. There's an obvious difference there.
I think what's interesting is that clearly the Labour support didn't start listening after Scotland. Clearly the election of Jeremy Corbyn as leader hasn't had a big impact on the grassroots as they probably would have hoped for.
Yeah.
Perhaps maybe for his lack of campaigning. Talking about leaders, what's interesting is that Jim Waterson of BuzzFeed has tweeted, if the UK votes to leave, that's 50% of the population who are politically fired up by an issue, where the only leader who supports it is Nigel Farage, possible Prime Minister.
Ooh, I think that's far too early to say.
It's an interesting point to raise, though.
I mean, I think we've said throughout the night that whatever the result, tonight is a good night for the UKIP. Especially considering how close it is.
Well, if we leave, they get their primary goal. If we remain, they've got a lot of votes behind them for the next general election.
And to carry on campaigning. And of course, if UKIP gets in, I'm not saying this is completely far-fetched, then we could be having another referendum soon, but of course, that's not likely to happen.
Speaking of UKIP, the big donor we've talked a lot, Aaron Banks, who earlier night said it was going to be a win, has now retracted that and said, no, it's 50-50.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Maybe UKIP should learn to perhaps
really, really close.
Claiming victory before they should.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you one thing that does interest me is one of the main points Labour made in the build-up to this referendum was that they as a party were united in what they thought that the Conservatives' division was something that they tried to prey upon, but looking at it away from the context of those discussions, there are Labour MPs voting to leave. So actually, if you link that into the wider campaign, both sides are almost throwing stones despite the fact they live in glass houses somewhere.
Yeah. Just a quick result, Aladella voted to leave. The Remain lead is now down to 22,000 votes.
We've seen this 20,000 figure quite a lot in the leads, aren't we?
Yeah, so Gibraltar could still come and make a difference. That's all
From now on,
we joked about it.
Yeah, from now on, let's just assume that the lead is 20,000 and come back in a few hours.
Yes, exactly.
It seems to sort of rest around that figure for both sides.
So 3,169,069 for Leave, and Remain is 50.2%, so it really is that close. So of course, towns like Burnley, Tamworth, have voted to leave. Now, Rhondda Cynon Taff, hopefully I pronounced that right, any Welsh viewers we have here. Leave 54%, Remain 46%. It's now 49.9, 50.1%. Leave down to 13,000 votes.
I got a big one coming here, Michael. Liverpool, who we talked about earlier, as possibly being a big swing for Remain. Their results are supposed to be coming in any minute now.
Oh, so that's a big thing to watch. We'll see what ACAP have predicted, who of course, it's all coming back to this. They predicted a 50-50 split between Remain and Leave. And they're predicting Liverpool would be strong Remain 59-41. So it'll be intriguing to see how that comes out.
Liverpool, of course, being the one we tipped earlier alongside London to make the big difference for Remain.
Yeah.
Now their lead's been cut down by the Leave campaign. Are we about to see them extend it again? It would certainly fit the bill of this evening with everything ebbing and flowing.
Yeah. This is important. North West Leicestershire voted to Leave 61-39, and that now means it's 50-50. Leave now lead by 2,592 votes. Malvern Hills have just voted to Leave. It's still 50-50, but that's the closest, I think, with 3 and a bit million votes cast each. To be 50-50 is just indicative of the rest of the night. Hertsmere have also voted to Leave, just increasing the Leave lead slightly with 93 seats declared. It's going to be mighty close.
Another one for Remain. Ceredigion, however you say it. Ceredigion. 55-45 in favour of Remain.
Ribble Valley, that's up in the northwest. Beautiful place there. Votes to Leave, 56-44.
Rugby have just voted 57% for Leave.
So it's now Leave have pulled a lead. Lincoln have also voted to Leave as well. Results are coming in thick and fast, and the numbers are changing all the time.
Haven't got numbers yet, but Liverpool have apparently voted in.
Liverpool have apparently voted for Remain.
They're going to need it.
The numbers are.
They're going to need it because the Leave lead is now up to 32,661. So just when it looked like Remain had everything moderately under control or at a steady figure.
And the number of constituencies that the APAC poll, which you keep referring to, which they think are going to Leave, are just coming up constantly now. So we need to Remain need to win Liverpool and win it big if they've got a chance. I think
we've still got Liverpool and Islington to actually they've announced their results, but we're still waiting for the numbers to come through.
Why Forest just voted Leave?
Yeah, but we've got two possible big ones for Remain coming up in any second now. In fact, Islington, I got the results for you here. Remain 76,400. Leave 25,000.
That's a big win for Leave. Remain, and that just cancels out the entire Leave vote of 29,000. That just cancels out in one
if we
postcode.
consider that Liverpool apparently voted in as well, we could have quite a big lead.
Liverpool have also voted to remain.
And the percentages are just coming in now, 42 to 58, closer than expected.
We said about 60 earlier.
Yeah, so actually, no, yeah, we said about 60, so just slightly closer to expected, but now it's back down to 50-50. Remain now leave by 4,000. This is a dynamic and fluid situation. It keeps changing constantly.
With the Islington result, Remain now have a 28,000 lead again.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
I'm probably going to be saying this at 453 instead of 253, to be honest. Islington have voted to Remain. We'll just get the percentages just to confirm this.
The lead is now 55,000.
75%. That's probably one of the biggest swings we've seen, apart from Gibraltar, of course.
Yes, of course, Gibraltar.
Don't forget Gibraltar.
Never forget Gibraltar.
Exactly. So now we're approaching the big 100 in terms of number of areas declared. So we should be getting to that very soon. And a Javi with 3 eyes and a trademark symbol he's absolutely stunned by how close the vote is. And I think we are too. I mean, Liverpool, just to confirm, they're 118,000 votes in the bag for Remain. Now, the Isle of Wight,
my
not
new
far from here.
my new homeland.
Your new homeland, very good. They call it the island affectionately, voted to leave by 62% to 38%. So, again, very close to Southampton.
To be honest, that's a bigger Remain vote than was actually predicted on the other way, I'm pretty sure. I think it's supposed to be 75 for leave.
Yeah.
So, interesting swing there.
Sorry. Richmondshire have voted to leave. Surrey Heath have also voted to leave by 51 to 49. But again, it's all about numbers. It's all about population.
I was just going to say, recurring theme on Twitter this evening. Somebody else, Ross McKay, has just tweeted in saying, I've just seen results for at least 3 places I'm pretty sure are fictional.
I could agree with you.
If nothing else, tonight is an excellent geography lesson for the majority of the UK.
West Dorset apparently voted out.
Yes. Yeah. We're getting close and close. Get 30,000 now the lead.
Yeah.
Every time somebody steals a march, the other side comes in with a quick fire round, knocks 4 or 5 areas out of the bag and pulls them back.
Yeah, so we've got a big concentration of leave over Scotland. Northern Ireland seems to be the west of Northern Ireland are more to be voting Remain, and the east, sort of Belfast area, more like to vote leave. Northern England, leave. Wales, split amongst the middle. Southern England, mainly leave, with London as a central point of Remain. Again, we can't tell, it's far too early in the night. Me saying that at 5 to 3 in the morning is a bit strange, saying it's too early in the night. But
I'm enjoying this tweet here from is it Chris Kern saying political Twitter is the best Twitter. #EU Ref.
I think it is as well.
I mean, you could argue that point just on the basis of the stupid hashtags that it generates. Forget the political.
I mean, if Lindsay Lohan's involved, it must be interesting.
Yeah, it must
or
be
not worth your attention.
Or not worth it at all. Yes.
Exactly.
That's a double-edged sword.
So results will be coming in thick and fast. But a question I sort of want to pose to you guys: why do you think there is so much division in the UK? Why are they so split? And even in some of the areas that have voted to leave or remain, why are they so split?
I mean, to put my history essay head on for a moment, you have to look at the different factors that influence each individual person's vote. You know, if they live in a particular area, that doesn't necessarily mean they were born or raised there. Some people, particularly younger voters, may be influenced by what their parents have told them, their financial situation. For example, we're seeing working class areas voting Remain a lot more. They obviously want the social stability. But like we touched on briefly earlier, the more affluent areas of the country are obviously concerned about immigration.
Yeah.
Different factors are influencing different people's votes, and it's because all of those factors are so equally significant that we're finding such a diverse range of votes here. I don't know if Tom wants to.
Talk about this division. There's a tweet there I've just read that made me sort of laugh. It says, no matter what the result is tonight, there's a definite division in Britain. Can see a civil war on the horizon, which is quite a bold claim to make.
Yeah, definitely. Civil war? Are we back in the 1600s again?
Exactly. But in terms of talking about why it's such a division, it's because fundamentally this issue, like we said, isn't really party politics, isn't really left or right. It's very sort of individual, very sort of different from any other vote we see. Yeah. It's not really about ideology or parties, it's about opinion.
Okay, now what we're going to do, we're going to take a slight break from announcing the results and bring you something a bit special we all cooked up, or should I say Tom cooked up. We're going to go to something called The Daily Show. Explain.
Well, it's just a quick sort of brief roundup of the campaign into a sort of short, condensed, hopefully funny segment.
Let's take a look.
Hello, and welcome to our very special EU Referendum show, where tonight we'll be talking about such diverse topics as from the European Union to the EU, which, if I've learned anything from this referendum cycle, is that they are two very different things depending on who you ask. So where better to start than with the political broadcasts from the two main campaigns. First up, Britain's Stronger in Europe campaign.
This is Sam. He's 14 months old. How you vote in the European referendum will shape his future and the future of everyone in our country. If we remain in Europe, there'll be more opportunities for our children to follow their dreams and make the most out of life.
That's right, it was everything you expected it to be. Boring. This is even with the cutest leading man since Ryan Reynolds. But in spite of this boring nature, perhaps its most shocking aspect is that it's actually, on the most part, positive from the Remain campaign. No more Project Fear here from David Cameron, just more like Project Kill You with Kindness. Just you get settled into this nice nature, you are hit with a classic 1-2 combo from the Remain campaign, reminding us that leaving the EU would leave every household in Britain £4,300 a week worse off. And you can't even let that figure settle in before you're once again shown this face. You tell those big blue eyes you want to leave the EU. That is what Vote Leave did with not one, but two political broadcasts. Something tells me they really want us to vote Leave. The Remain camp brought us a cute child actor, happy workers, and some soft-hitting facts. What can we expect from Boris and Gove?
Imagine what will happen to public services when Albania, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia and Turkey join the EU.
If you had said a Dad's Eye ripoff that showed the British people the millions and millions of immigrants that come from Turkey and other European nations by staying in the EU, then you'd be absolutely correct. What you more accurately have guessed is that they are once again peddling this £350 million a week figure that they could say they could be spent on the NHS by leaving the EU. That poor NHS, which seems to be the child in every political divorce in the UK. It is the main body of both Leave ads, with this comparison of an EU both inside and outside the EU. And as you expect, it shows the NHS being more effective than ever in its 70-odd year history. And speaking of the NHS history, in the Leave ad, it shows three men who they claim created the NHS, one of them being Winston Churchill, who didn't have anything to do with the NHS creation, just you couldn't have a UK nationalist agenda without Winston Churchill. Now, I know what you're thinking, surely that's all that these ads can give us in material to talk about, and you would be wrong. So wrong.
If you correctly predict all the results in the European Football Championship, I'll give you £5.
£5? If I predict the scores?
Just a win or draw.
What are the odds on that? Well, in that case, Kevin, I'll bet you £50.
I'll make it £50,000.
All right, then I'll raise you. £50 million.
£50 million, Gary? That's as much as you give the EU every day.
Well, it's your chance to win it, Kev. You can finally buy that Picasso.
My favourite artist, Gary. And your chance too. It's free to enter. Just fill in the form at 50million.uk. And if you correctly predict all of the outcomes from the European Football Championship this summer, you will win £50 million.
Go to 50million.uk now and you could win £50 million.
You just log on to 50million.uk, click sign up. Here you pick which team wins, or whether it's a draw for each game. And that's it. Good luck. Gary, Turkey or Albania?
Well, they're both joining the EU, aren't they?
Yes, I know, but which one do you think will win?
Well, Turkey's got 76 million people, so they should have a good team.
Turkey is in, Gary.
Fancy some quinoa?
Quinoa? I think you mean quinoa, Gary.
I think I prefer chips. Hey, fancy a kickabout?
Gary, mind the late 19th century paintings?
We're multi-millionaires now, Kev. Did you know a member of the European Parliament gets paid £75,000 a year?
How much?
And 45 grand expenses.
Get out. I heard they get €300 a day expenses just for turning up. Hey, Gaza, we should have been MEPs.
Strike a luck we won that 50 million, eh, Kev?
Oh, I wonder who's doing our jobs now.
Probably someone charging half the price.
Lucky we got out when we did.
That was the actual broadcast from the second Leave ad. We didn't make that in Stags. That wasn't some Betfred, BetVictor ad. That was the actual broadcast shown on the BBC on the 31st. And like the other broadcasts shown by the Leave ad, it went on to show the showreel of the EU both inside and outside the NHS. Now, if you're sitting here thinking that you have no idea what is going on with the EU referendum, don't worry. There's probably about 64 million people who would agree with you right now. But thanks to SUSUtv, we can go live to our special Brussels correspondent right now to give us the download on what exactly voting leave and voting remain will mean.
Thanks, Tom. So what is Brexit? Well, it depends on who you ask and where you look. If you talk to the Leave campaign, they will tell you that all the immigrants that come into the UK are stealing our jobs. Or if you talk to the Remain campaign, they will say that immigrants that do acquire jobs in the UK mostly are from outside the EU. Another massive selling point for the Leave campaign is the membership fees that we pay to be part of the EU. They call it a waste of money and that the money could be spent better on things such as the NHS. Whereas the Remain campaign say that the rebate we get is worth the while and it's so big it doesn't actually affect us that much. Just got a tweet, bear with me. It's the European CEO. He's just announced that Netflix is under threat if we leave the EU. Well, that's it. I'm part of it. I'm staying in. Vote in. Save Netflix and chill.
Well, that's Katie decided. But what is Europe's view on Brexit? And more importantly, the EU's biggest member, Germany. Despite the fact we're continuously told about our special relationship with Europe, as well as us being politically and economically important to the EU, it is clear that this attitude between the UK and the EU has started to rub people the wrong way.
Wie viele Extrawürste muss man den Engländern noch hinten reinschieben, damit sie vielleicht doch in der EU bleiben? Ehrlich jetzt, was da 2 Tage lang für ein Geschiss veranstaltet wurde, um den sogenannten Brexit. Brexit, das klingt schon wie so ein Katzenfutter vom Lidl. Ja, wirklich. Ja, sollen sie doch. Ist doch so, die schießen sich doch selber ins Knie, wenn sie wirklich so doof sind, im Sommer bei ihrem Referendum für den Austritt zu stimmen. Sagen alle Wirtschaftsexperten. Trotzdem hat sich, wie bei so einer zerrütteten Ehe, bei denen echt was aufgestaut.
Was halten Sie von der EU?
Get out. Wir sollten raus. Sofort. Was hat sie denn für mich getan? Absolut nichts.
Nichts hat die EU für mich getan. Ich wollte einen Pony und 1 Million Pfund. Gekriegt habe ich nichts. Ja, das ist das Problem bei Volksentscheiden. Da wird aus dem Bauch entschieden. Well, yes, der Finanzplatz London wäre dann offiziell am Arsch, alle pleite. Aber dafür könnten wir unsere tollen britischen Marseinheiten behalten. Was bieten Sie denn im Gegenzug an?
Wenn Sie sagen Deal, was gibt denn Großbritannien eigentlich?
Dann können wir in der EU bleiben.
Oh, das wäre ja mein Traum! Oh.
That clip is from The Heute Show, which is a hugely popular political satire show within Germany. Now, what this shows us is the distaste that they have towards how the UK has treated the EU and European values. This is a distinctly non-British and unique view on the British EU referendum. What is unclear is how widespread this feeling is amongst Europe. While it is probably similar to the UK in that there is many people who are passionately in favour of us staying and perhaps those who are passively or maybe proactively against us staying, what is unclear is how the EU referendum result will impact Britain. Will it end Euroscepticism, or will it divide communities between those who remain and those who leave? All I can do now is leave you with this beautiful Brexit moment. Good night.
Hi there, I hope you enjoyed that VT. Just a couple of results to run you through. Redditch have voted to leave, as have Runnymede, and the current state of play is Leave with 50.3% and Remain with 49.7%, with a 70% turnout after the 122 areas being declared out of that magic 382 number.
Our sources telling us that this is set to be the most telling hour of the night. Results expected to come in quick.
Thick and fast.
Thick and fast.
As they say.
We'll try and keep up with them as we can. But if not, we'll just give regular updates on the scores, as it were.
Yeah, so, Tom, what was this Daily Show VT all about?
Well, it was hopefully enjoyable and funny at this time of night. You know, we need that pick-me-up at 3 a.m. I think the most interesting part of it for me, of making it and researching it, was this the sort of the local level German response. It was quite negative towards Britain because we're sort of taking the EU for granted, sort of playing with it when they take it so seriously.
Yes, it's quite strange to see. And that flag burning, that was a...
Yeah, that was funny. This guy trying to burn an EU flag, but EU flag regulations making it unburnable.
Oh,
so that was
it burnable?
No, it didn't burn.
What a shame. What a shame. Just a quick result. Upper Band voted to leave 53 to 47. About Germany in particular, obviously it's the largest economy within the EU. Do you think, what do you think the attitude is to us within the EU?
I think it's very,
indeed this referendum.
I think it's very mixed. I think on like an economic level, they would like us to stay, a lot of trade between us. But I think on sort of a public level, the sort of general population, I think people are sort of a bit sort of annoyed by our attitude. Very sort of like we're taking it for granted. We're taking everything. We're taking more than we give. Because in Germany, you give so much up. All the other member states, they must be sort of grating for them.
Yeah. So yeah. What about you? How do you think other EU countries see us?
I think in many ways, because of our economic standing and the relationship we have with, the most major nations in the world, we're looked towards for examples.
Yeah.
Which is why we touched on the point earlier that what is tonight's referendum going to do? Is it going to, particularly if we vote leave, is it going to inspire other nations or to hold similar referendums? But yeah, no, we're definitely seen as standard bearers of sorts.
I mean, I don't know if any of you saw that video that was going around earlier today and yesterday about different buildings around Europe being lit up in the Union Jack flag or the red, white and blue colours. So there must be some support, especially in the big political institutions, of us staying within the EU, and maybe it's a message from them to show that, hey, we are appreciated in the EU. We aren't hated, as some Remainers, some Leavers may like to think. So it's a strong message from Europe there.
I mean, it's not only whether people like Britain as a nation, as a people, as a culture, but like we say, it's symbolically what it stands for. If we vote to leave, that could be the start of a slippery slope for Europe, and whether they like us or not, I think they like the European Union more, particularly the countries developing.
Yeah. Just a couple of Scottish results to come through here. Aberdeen voted 61 to 39 in Remain, and the Scottish Board has also voted to remain in the EU. In terms of the SNP, obviously it's a sea of yellow in the current political map at the moment. Obviously it's looking like a sea of yellow for Remain in the current map of the referendum. Do you think that'll give them, if the result goes the way it is, to say if Scotland overwhelmingly vote Remain, but we do end up leaving the EU, do you think that gives them such impetus to press for a second referendum?
I would say so. I think if you consider how close the Scottish referendum was in the end, and how heavy they are in favour of Remain in this referendum, if they are dragged down by England once more, there will be even more, I think, even greater clamour for a second referendum. I think, arguably, you might argue they deserve it if it's that big a difference.
Yeah, but having a second referendum 5 years after the Scottish people, remember, voted by a 10% swing to stay.
But you think about what's happened in Scotland since then. Obviously, you had the huge SNP swing. That was the referendum. You've had this, which is one of the biggest divisions between Scotland and England in political history. Yeah. If it continues to sort of trend. Yeah. Speaking of other big areas, also I just had Westminster announce their results. That was in 54,000, out 24,000. Yeah. And Vince Cable, obviously former Lib Dem MP, said, "We are in Leave territory. It is extremely sad."
It is extremely, extremely close. Leave currently lead by 85,969 votes. Remember, still with many, many seats to be declared, over 240 of them. Actually, both campaigns are approaching the magic 5 million barrier, which will still be under a third of the number of votes they need to get to win this EU referendum. So obviously a close result is still expected. So imagine this scenario, Damian. Say if we vote leave and the SNP press for another Scottish referendum. Obviously they're still in power in the Scottish Parliament. Can you see Westminster granting them that wish?
I think it certainly has to be open to the idea, because we can't have a campaign based on Remain, based on unity, based on shared values, based on listening and cooperating with each other, to then slam the door in the face of the Scottish people wanting a second referendum. Yeah. That may not happen short term. There may have to be certain details that need to be sorted out before they will allow that to happen. But I would be surprised if there was one so soon after the most recent one, but definitely in the near future I can see them allowing it if we stay.
Just two northern results quickly. South Ribble in the northwest voted 59 to 41 to leave, and Darlington in the northeast, another urban north east town, voted by the same margin to leave as well. And Rochdale, back in the west near Manchester, voted 60-40 to leave. So it's really very much the north seems to be voting Leave.
And speaking of which, Edinburgh is predicted to be 75% Remain.
Yeah.
So that could be a huge swing back in Remain's favour.
Yeah.
And again, talking about that big divide over the Hadrian's Wall, as it were.
I mean, we can see, like, you can obviously see why the northeastern towns may be voting Leave, because obviously they've been impacted by things like fishing, immigration, etc. But why the traditional north working class areas inland? Why do you think they're voting Leave?
Over the last few years, UKIP in particular have been really targeting that sort of traditional Labour vote. Of course, before Nigel Farage took power, UKIP was always seen as sort of a Tory light in terms of an ex-Tory sort of dominated party. But since 2009 and over the recent elections and over the recent sort of this new Labour alienation of the northern areas and the sort of the classic work areas have opened the door to UKIP, as it were, and it's gone really unnoticed. Same, in fact, in SNP in Scotland, the same sort of deal. This sort of new Labour, which is very sort of England focused, really affected the sort of Northern England, Scottish heartland, as it were. And I think it's going to be a tough time for Labour. It's going to be a tough time for a lot of the parties that were very popular. A lot of left wings, like Lib Dems, Greens, they're going to really sort of struggle to SNP, and then the sort of traditional Labour vote is going to go really close towards UKIP and give that a big surge.
Yeah. Port Talbot, obviously the big location of that steelworks plant that was closed recently, they voted to Leave, as have Coventry, a big urban area, of course, in the Midlands. So a lot of urban areas are voting Leave. It's really only London, London, Scotland, and parts of Northern Ireland, bits of Northern Ireland that are consistently Remain. Merseyside as well, but a lot of urban areas are voting Leave. But of course, we stress it throughout the night, it's numbers that count, not number of areas won. London, massive population. Merseyside, big population. Those are the areas where the vote will be decided. That's not necessarily the smaller areas, but the areas in London and Liverpool.
Absolutely. And I think interesting now that the Leave campaign have established another healthy lead, it should be said, 176,888 votes. Last time they did this, Remain took them out in a couple of crippling blows, but do Remain still have the strongholds like London left?
Blows, Scarborough, again, another northeast seaside town, votes to Leave, 62 to 38%. We're seeing a trend appearing. It's now nearly 200,000 votes for Leave. As well as tourism, obviously a lot has been made of like the agricultural policies the EU has, especially with fisheries. Obviously they banned fish quotas a long time ago, and a lot of fish we do have a lot of fish in our waters, but a lot of European countries can send their boats into our waters, and obviously that does destroy quite a few fishing communities. So do you think that's a big factor in why many of these communities want to leave the EU?
I mean, if you take those towns in a wider context, I don't think it has a massive bearing on the overall result. But certainly for the people who live there, I imagine it matters a great deal to them. It's their livelihood. It's probably a traditional source of income. Quite the same as the southeastern regions that are used to having affluence wealth. They're not used to having this massive influx and inflation of prices. So like we said earlier, different areas are voting for different reasons.
Well, interesting, this morning, Sky News was in, I want to say Hartlepool, might be in a different port town, and they interviewed fishermen, and every single one of them back to Leave. Clearly this idea of the fish, quotas, as it were, have been really impactful on their sort of, maybe their daily lives and their sort of income, so much so that they're really keen to leave the EU entirely.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a big factor, along with agriculture as well. Now, of course, so many urban areas throughout the UK are obviously voting to leave the EU. And of course, Southampton is one of these big urban areas. It'd be interesting to see whether they vote Remain or Leave. And of course, with over 100,000 votes, it will obviously it'll be a big factor. So we're going to hand over now to Alex Smith at the Guildhall in Southampton to hear his say.
Yes, thanks, guys. So, looking at the count here in Southampton, it appears we could be close to finishing quite soon. People getting through all their counts. Once all the votes have been counted and verified, we will wait until all the counters have left the room, and then the results will be announced. So hopefully we're getting some results to you very shortly. Speaking of Southampton, just going back over the stats from earlier. So the turnout for Southampton, again, was 68.14%, with 107,772 of the total 158,171 possible electorate turned out to vote. So that's slightly lower than the average expected turnout of between 70 and 80%. Expected results, now they are slightly different depending on what poll you look at. The APCO poll suggested that Southampton would vote 54% Remain, 46% Leave. However, the Daily Echo did a Twitter poll which showed slightly different results, with 57% saying they would vote Leave, 38% Remain and 5% unsure. So what remains to be the actual result here in Southampton remains unclear right now, but hopefully we'll have some results for you very shortly. So that's the next update you'll get from me. For the time being, back to the studio with Michael, Damian and Tom.
Thanks very much, Alex. We'll be with you shortly as soon as any news of the Southampton count being declared. We hear it should be earlier than expected, which is good news.
Yep, obviously. Fantastic to hear that everybody down at the O2 Guildhall is getting on with the job efficiently.
Yeah.
Helps make the picture a lot clearer the sooner we get the results in, and we're only about a third of the way there now.
Yeah. So just looking back onto the results. The latest standings, the Lead campaign are ahead by nearly 150,000 votes. And indeed, Milton Keynes have just popped into votes Leave, 51.4 to 48.6. Of course, one of the fastest growing towns in the UK, along with Southampton. So that's a big thing to look out for, of course. Slap bang in the commuter belt as well. But again, it's still really, really close. Both sides have broken the 5 million barrier. The Wirral, again, up in the northwest, have voted to actually Remain this time. So quite a nice contrast. The Wirral sort of near Liverpool, Remain 52, Leave 48%. Still really close, both actually in the numbers. So again, it's not the number of wins, it's those percentages. If you get the big swings, that's where the damage is done. If you get like the 51-49s, 52-48s, that really doesn't mean too much in the whole grand scheme of things.
Crawley voting to Leave as well. It's just every time the Remain get an area now get a small win, Leave are just responding in kind. We've actually seen it stabilise at around 150,000 for a while now, although as I say that, it's been cut to 122,000.
Because Fife have just voted to Remain.
I was going to say, Tom, any news on who's done that, but Fife would just about do it.
Yes, interesting about Crawley, it's obviously close to Gatwick Airport as well, so I don't know if that's any relevance at all, but it's just a fun fact to you about Gatwick Airport, of course. What would leaving the EU, what impact would that have on, things like transport, ease of travel between Britain and the rest of the EU? I mean, obviously they have to show their passports because of we're not in this Schengen agreement, but would there be any other restrictions, do you think?
Potentially you need visas. It could be quite a task. It would also increase costs of travel. In terms of, it will stop, as it were, booze cruises to France because you have a limit on how much you can bring back. Now you're no longer in the EU. I know, shocking as a student. But I think one of the key ones is also the price of fuel will increase if we leave the EU. And if we leave the EU and this fuel increases, it could increase airfares because it could increase the price of air fuel.
Yeah.
As well as the fuel we put into cars. Being about France, we've got the Calais jungle. What happens to the Calais jungle? The French Interior Minister the other day suggesting that this deal that we have our border in Calais, although not part of the EU, could become a new negotiating point, because obviously the French population are a bit fed up with this Calais jungle and will be more than happy to see it moved to Dover.
Quite closely linked to transport, though. It's a bit of a tenuous link, if you like. One of the main talking points on the Great Debate the other night was about Britain's relationship with Europe through trade of cars and other modes of transport. Boris Johnson, for example, was very adamant that tariffs that Remain have suggested will be imposed on us importing those goods, sort of ridiculed those claims, saying that we account for a massive amount, 800,000 models a year from Germany, where their biggest export of car models, and to put a tariff on us to discourage us from taking from them would be nothing short of an economic suicide on a small scale for them. Don't know what you guys think about that. Do you think it is rubbish, or do you think there's a chance that countries will lash back out at us and put tariffs on?
I think from the EU point of view, it makes complete sense not to give us a favourable deal. If they gave us the same deal we got by being in the EU, then it completely makes the EU redundant in that respect. You definitely will see countries start questioning their own membership, whether or not they were Eurosceptic or not, because if they got the same deal without having to pay
extra
so much money a month. What's the point? You know what I mean?
Exactly. We're just seeing lots and lots of leaves flashing up on our screens at the moment. I mean, the Leave campaign have now broken the 6 million barrier, which is quite a big milestone. Still just over 10 million to go for.
We're talking about
the
a
big
lot
magic
of
number.
big Leave numbers. Apparently, ITV News predicted the Leave will win by a margin of 75%, which sounds unreal.
Blimey, that's quite a lot now. But
if they were to win by 75%, Remain would have to dry up very, very quickly from here on in.
Yeah, very indeed. I mean, Leave are currently 51.1, Remain at 48.9. The gap is growing, and Turnout is. It's good to see it's 71%, which is a lot higher than the 2015 general election, which in itself was relatively high.
I mean, there's an interesting tweet here, and it says, as much as I want us to remain, if it does turn out to be a yellow London surrounded by a sea of blue, that itself shows a problem with British politics. It's a very actually interesting point. There's a vast difference between the capital and the home of British politics and the rest of the country.
Of course, yes. So Barrow-in-Furness, again, votes to Leave. In England, 61 to 39. Thurrock, just flashed through there, was 73% to 27.
See, the Leave lead is now over 250,000.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, it's getting higher. Do you think any of the Remain campaigners would be worried now? Because I mean, they had the initial worry, then Remain came back. Do you think any people who voted for Remain will be worried?
I think they will, because they're losing ground, but it's important for them to be mindful of how much they've come back from so far. I mean, they're nearly 300,000 votes behind now.
Yeah.
But over the course of the evening, if you add up all the different deficits they've made back, it probably comes close to 1 million by now, with all the times they've slipped 100,000 behind. So,
but could they add another 293,786 people? I mean, there are the constituencies left to do it. We're not even halfway yet.
I was going to say, if you look at it purely on the basis of the fact we're not halfway there, if Leave can establish that kind of lead in the first half, Remain can pull it back in the second. There's absolutely no reason why not.
Exactly, and there's only one way to find out, and that's to stay tuned for the rest of the results as we bring them to you live, especially the Southampton count, which is looking very, very tight indeed. It could go either way. Remember, over 100,000 people will be voting in the Southampton count. Quite a good turnout as well, and of course we'll be bringing you that live as soon as we get it. So at the moment, the current state of play is 6,150,049 for Leave, 5,856,263 for Remain. So both sides are nowhere near the 16.8 million mark needed to win, but if one side gets it, I can see it being very, very late on in the day. If it ends up really, really close, of course there will be the old accusations of, we need to recount. But as sort of said at the start, there will be no recounts national level. There will be no recounts based on the fact the vote is close. There'll only be a recount if any foul play or any suspicions would have been arisen. So that's just to clear that one up straight away.
Absolutely. There's a lot of suggestions prior and during this referendum that it's going to be rigged or fixed in some way because of the sheer size of the decision that's being made, but the steps are being taken at each.
But I wonder what would count as foul play or suspicions, do you think?
I'm not sure, to be honest, because obviously the people selected to do the ballot papers and do the counts are selected because of they're neutral to it. I mean, they will obviously have a political opinion. It's foolish to suggest that they're completely neutral, but they're entrusted with a job, and in the same way that someone doesn't become the manager of a supermarket and steal all the stock, you know, it's not going to happen. So I think it would have to be a very obvious and ridiculous case of foul play for it to flag up.
Just an interesting result. This came in quite a while ago. Murray, the difference, there's probably about 60,000 votes in total. The difference was literally 150 or so. It was that close in Murray. New Forest, again, not far from here, has just voted to leave.
Dear, obviously unhappy with the EU.
Yep, the horses are as well. 58 to 42%. Again, quite far. Just one quick question. What happens if this ends up in a dead heat?
I personally vote dance off.
I think dance off would be good as well.
But who would each side put up? Sorry, it's 3:30 in the morning and we need to inject some humour here. Who would each side put up for
Boris Johnson and Jeremy Corbyn.
Jeremy Corbyn would be interesting, and I also feel like he'd turn up in quite a funky outfit for it.
Yeah, I agree as well. We need some light humour. Oh, maybe they'll just draw some straws like they do for the MPs, you know. Imagine that.
Rock, paper, scissors.
If they
want to draw a straw, they just need to take some of Boris's hair.
Imagine. We should do that instead of worrying about all these stats and stuff nationally, I think. Talking of stats, Katie is coming up very, very soon with some more stats from the Wessex scene, charting what our students from the University of Southampton think.
Thanks, guys. So here's a quick reminder of the stats before. This is the split for gender, the split for leave or remain, and the split for the faculties. 33% of students who voted in the survey were first years, 29% were second years, and 28% were third years. When it came to gender and voting intentions, there wasn't really that much difference, with 76% of females who voted in the survey saying that they were going to vote Remain in the EU referendum, and 68% of males saying that they too were going to vote in. Now let's have a look at the faculties. 80% of the humanities students who voted in the survey said that they were going to vote Remain. 67% of social sciences students said that they were going to vote Remain. Of the engineering and environmental students, 52% said they were going to vote in, but that's the most Eurosceptic faculty. And of the medicine students, 86% said they were going to vote in, but then only 6 students actually voted in the survey, so we can't really trust this one that much. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much, Katie. There were some very interesting stats in there. Of course, the first one that jumped out was the difference between male and females. It seems that more females wanted to stay in the EU, although of course the difference wasn't too much. Perhaps an interesting one we saw just briefly there was the fact that engineering and the environment, that was pretty much split down the middle between Remain and obviously Leave and Don't Knows. Thoughts on that?
Interesting, because all the early indications we got from a student point of view, people had their minds fairly made up on Remain.
Yeah.
So interesting to see that it diversifies somewhat. The other one I was interested to see was the high proportion of medicine students intending to vote in, obviously motivated by the NHS, things like that. I don't know if, Tom, you want to elaborate a little bit more on that?
Well, yeah, it's quite interesting because obviously the NHS has been a bit of a battleground for the last few years in every sort of debate in British politics. In terms of its relationship with the EU, it gets quite a lot of funding from the EU, which hasn't been mentioned a lot of. A lot of the people who actually work for the NHS are EU migrants. A lot of people say that without EU migrants, the NHS would essentially fall apart very quickly. Yeah. But then they also get the same other side of the argument and claim that a large number of EU migrants actually puts pressure on the NHS.
Yeah, it's quite strange because the Leave campaign have been especially vocal of saying we can save this money we put into the EU and spend it on the NHS. So it's interesting that obviously it seems to be the medics just don't believe that.
Another interesting point that I've seen as well is that they're talking about a massive influx of people coming to this system to sponge off the NHS, and that means that healthcare professionals from Asia and other countries aren't coming in. I mean, maybe I'm missing something that Tom can enlighten me on, but I'm fairly sure that if you're qualified enough and you go through the proper process, you have just as much chance to come to the country as everybody else. It's not like you're put at the back of a queue because you're qualified.
No, qualification actually generally guarantees you immigration rather than stops you from getting into the country. Like you said, it normally promotes your entrance, especially if you look at like immigration to America. You tend to get more likely to enter America if you're a specialised career or if you've got specialised degrees. So like you said, like generally these same people who help the NHS will still probably get into the country regardless of us leaving or staying in the EU.
Yeah, exactly, of course. So that's an interesting, if you just take, they were very interesting stats, I thought. Of course, humanities students, overwhelmingly the highest faculty, especially language students, of course, part of the humanities faculty, obviously with their year abroad especially. Ease of travel.
Big impact on
Big
language
impact,
students.
so obviously maybe that has an influence as to why humanities students voted.
Well, the Erasmus programme gets some funding from the EU as well.
Remain in
I'm
the EU.
not surprised, to be honest, that humanities students have voted the most. Certain subjects like history, politics, law lend themselves towards being self-aware of politics quite closely. As you said, obviously the language students are quite vested in it. English students always need an opinion on something. It's not surprising that it's the most represented faculty.
Yes. In terms of obviously with humanities, they have a lot of connections with the media, for example, conferences and research to do with that. I mean, in terms of say film, for example, directors and actors need to travel in and out of Europe. I mean, look at I don't know, Game of Thrones, for example, the most popular show on television, going all around the UK, all around Europe and everywhere. And if we leave the EU, that's just an extra complication to be had in terms
What
of
you're saying is
films,
Brexit
TV.
means no Game of Thrones.
Yes, I am.
Well,
If I'd known that, I may have voted Leave.
If it's similar to that, the ex-Top Gear blokes over at Clarkson and May the other day produced a video saying that being part of the EU actually helps their new show on Amazon.
Isn't it? Yeah. So it's really strange. I mean, most celebrities I know of are sort of openly Brexit. However, there have been a couple who are vote Leave. So I think John Cleese was a big one. One of the Monty Python stars. He was a really big Brexiter. And it's quite interesting to see just listing down the people voting Brexit, and then you list down the people who vote for Remain. Of course, Elizabeth Hurley, the model, she wants to vote Brexit as well. So it's really, really strange to see how the celebrities view that. Just another point I want to raise very, very briefly. We saw a tweet on the wall there saying the pound, if we do vote Leave, is on course for its biggest drop in history, and that can only mean a bad thing, right, Tom?
Yes and no, to be honest. Immediately, it would impact trade, it would impact sort of stocks in London. A lot of people would, if you're like looking to travel abroad, obviously you get less money for your pound. But for a long time, people have been saying that the pound's overvalued, and it might benefit from being devalued. But again, it's a huge uncertainty and a huge risk that people may or may not have considered.
And what, just for like the guys who don't know, what does being devalued actually mean for their money in their pockets?
Well, essentially, is how it weighs up to other currencies like the euro, the pound, the dollar. Traditionally, we have quite a strong currency because there's less of it around. Sort of how much of it you can receive, like how much of it's in circulation, that kind of thing. Sorry, we have a huge result in Scotland. Edinburgh have apparently voted 74.4% Remain. So that could be a
big
good turning point.
Centre,
a big population centre. Other results include Highland remaining 56%, Sheffield out, Milton Keynes out, New Forest out, Great Yarmouth out, and Monmouthshire in.
It'd be interesting to see if Sheffield and Milton Keynes cancel out that Edinburgh game.
Yes, of course, that'd be very interesting. Of course, Sheffield, of course, with Nick Clegg as its MP. Nick Clegg, of course, Liberal Democrat, very much pro-EU. Well, do you think he'll have a hard time over the next few years with Sheffield voting Leave regardless of the result?
I think he is probably set in as a somewhat of an expert on the Liberal Democrats, Tom. I think he definitely is in for a rough time.
Well, the last few elections, he's definitely been in for it. I was surprised if he actually stood again, but he probably will end up losing his seat because it's sort of moving away from that general idea. I think what else has been, and talk about celebrities who were big in favour. Apparently, Lindsay Lohan has been hugely in favour of Remain. Even more tweets
on Twitter,
saying, even more tweets saying she's sort of bigging up the SNP. Surprisingly, calling on that for the love of the Queen, we should vote to Remain. Bizarre stuff from
the love of the Queen.
Yeah, very bizarre
stuff.
Has she referenced SUSUtv once yet?
But sorry to change subject slightly, but what's interesting is that we've got results from all four of the Belfast sections, and it's essentially cancelled itself out, with North and South voting Remain, but East and West voting Leave.
Okay, that's really strange. Of course, talking of divisions, in Northern Ireland, chances are it could be 7. There's 14 areas in Ireland, Northern Ireland. 7 Remain, 7 Leave.
It looks very evenly split.
Haven't heard one as well. So at the moment, it's 51% Leave, 49% Remain, and the turnout is still above 70%, which is absolutely fantastic stuff. Made that 51.2 and 48.8%. Results are slowly trickling.
Seems a bit of a lull at the moment.
Bit of a lull at the moment. So Leave have broken the 7 million barrier. 7,328,856.
According to Twitter, apparently the Leave campaign now have a lead of 300,000.
300,000, yes. So again, away from the national politics, down into the local university. Obviously, we've talked about how the union have backed to Remain campaign, and the university have backed to Remain campaign. The University of Health Debates Union have clearly put posters up saying we should vote Remain. And our union president, actually, Ben Franklin, sat down with us very recently to discuss his views on the EU referendum and how we should vote, essentially. Here it is.
I'm here at the union to speak to Ben Franklin, its president, about the stance that the union has taken on the EU referendum. So first of all, what right do you think the union has to take such a stance when it's a decision made on an individual level?
So I think that the union has a responsibility to its students to sort of keep them informed on sort of big changes like this that will, unquestionably impact education, not just here but sort of across the whole higher education sector. I think the union sat down, it went through the right channels and processes and said, what's our responsibility to our students to keep them informed of the educational impact of this debate specifically.
So do you feel this could be interpreted as telling students how to vote?
No, what we've tried to do is we've tried to make sure that we've sort of kept a balance, we've sort of addressed points from both sides, we've invited student groups from each side to really lead the debate, and all we've done is facilitate that discussion and followed it up with the decision that based on educational factors alone, the union believes the best stance for us to take is to remain. I don't think it's telling students how to vote, but more making sure that they are aware of specifically the educational impacts.
So the policy passed by Union Council makes it clear that the union should provide balanced analysis of both sides. So how do you think such analysis can be trusted when a stance has been taken?
So essentially what we've done is we've always asked the student groups responsible to come up with the information, and all we've done is we've shared it. So we've given Students for Britain a chance, we've given sort of the pro-Remain campaign an opportunity to come up with all the marketing collateral, and then we've put it forwards, and they've been happy sort of with that as we've gone along.
So do you feel that the 23rd of June date of the referendum has affected the union's ability to engage students in the referendum?
It's made it more difficult. So what we've tried to do is we've kept a very, very clear message the whole way through that our focus is on getting people to register to vote. Obviously that was the big drive, that was what needed to happen, because if you're not registered, whenever the referendum is, you've lost your chance to vote in it. So it's made it more difficult, and we decided that when students are around, that approaches registration deadline. I also think that it's not the best thought out date on behalf of the government, in that so many students are sort of in transition at this time. You have those that are leaving and looking for jobs and looking for places to live, who'll be moving then. Students moving between houses as it approaches the end of June when housing contracts run up. So there are 1,000 ways in which it isn't the best date for students. But in terms of how the union's changed its sort of approach for that, it's been more about registration and then trying to get students to think ahead. Where will you be on 23rd of June? Will you be moving? Will you be back at home? Will you be voting by post, to make sure that they're ready?
Some of the wording in the policy passed by Council is vague, particularly in relation to cost. So are the costings that this has led to justified, and are they transparent?
I think so, yes. So the EU referendum obviously we knew was happening and accordingly planned this year. It comes from the external engagement zone budget. So all of the expenditure is something that's been discussed sort of at the appropriate committees and at Council. Legally, there's a limit on how much we can spend. We're not going to approach that limit, because I think it's something like £10,000. But there are sort of checks and balances in place, both on a national level and in the union, for how that money is being spent. But it has come from external engagement zone, which is sort of the appropriate budget for this place. So there is transparency there, and if students do have questions, concerns, they can, they're free to see that as they see our accounts every year.
The policy mentions the union supporting a campaign. What campaigning has been done by the union so far, and do you think it's enough?
Sure. So as well as the sort of post campaign, which I think a lot of people have seen, we've had the online campaign. Our Vice President for External Engagement, Hannah, has also gone to sites, and she's been out on Red Brick, on Highfield as well, talking to students about their experience with the EU. So she's spoken to international students, to European students, to home students, to ask them how they think things will be affected by the Brexit vote, by the Remain vote, to sort of find out what the actual impact on our individual students is, instead of sort of throwing around numbers and rhetoric.
And finally, do you think the controversy surrounding the rebrand has detracted somewhat from the EU referendum debate?
I think for a short while it was a hotter topic on our campus. I think that overall sort of the national message for months now has been about the EU referendum, and I think that as things settle, focus is sort of realigning back to the EU referendum, which I think is a more positive focus at this point.
Well, thanks for your time.
No worries, thank you. That was Ben Franklin there, our union president. Of course, the union is independent from the NUS. Now, the NUS particularly have an official position on this, on the EU referendum. They're obviously looking to remain inside. But it's quite interesting that a lot of universities have voted to leave the NUS recently. It's quite interesting. So there's referendums galore across all the universities, but I do think the vast majority of universities and unions will have an official position, and that is to vote leave. So the current way things are standing is Leave are on 52%, Remain are on 48%, and the Turnout is 71%. So
yeah, apparently Leave are ahead by 500,000 votes,
which is quite considerable. And things are just flashing up on our screen. Powys, Hastings, frankly, Leave have broken the 8 million barrier, and in the words of Bon Jovi, we're over halfway there of all the seats being declared. So Ipswich just voted to leave as well. So it's really...
Tipped that earlier as a massive powerhouse in East Anglia. Obviously Ipswich deciding to leave means that Norwich, unless I'm incorrect and that's already been declared, Norwich is basically the last big centre in East Anglia.
Yeah, exactly. So
we are waiting to hear back about.
Yeah,
Norwich have declared they voted Remain. I'm pretty
It's
sure.
interesting then that there's quite an even split in East Anglia, because obviously we're seeing people voting by region for whatever reason it is that influences that particular region to vote a certain way. That's why I'm fascinated to see if Southampton sides with Gosport, Fareham,
Isle of Wight,
in going.
And of course Winchester, whenever that comes out as well, that'll be very interesting to see for our Winchester School of Art students as well. So finally we've seen a Remain, should I say. Epsom and Ewell have voted to remain into the EU, only by 52% to 48%. So still, it's looking like Leave are establishing...
That's close to me.
It's quite sparsely populated though, compared to the others, as far as I know.
Yeah, I've just heard something that apparently in Southampton there is a lot of recounting going on. So that could be something to look out for. We'll give you more information as soon as we get hold of it. But that is definitely something to watch out for. So
maybe they found my drawings.
Oh, your drawings. What drawings were they then, Damian?
I got bored.
Yeah, you got bored inside.
I just want to quickly, Epsom and Ewell came up as a just about 52% Remain, was it?
Yeah.
Interesting, because I used to live near there. It's actually a Tory strong seat. Like it's Chris Grayling actually is his seat. And it's quite a contrast. There's a lot of older people, but also a lot of younger people, a lot of schools in that area.
Yeah.
So it didn't seem whether or not the breakdown of votes there will be young and old rather than party, because being a Tory safe seat, you would expect it to be a Leave.
But of course, the vast majority of Conservative MPs do want to stay in the EU. So of course, being a Conservative seat, you are more likely, seemingly, to vote Leave. Although today, with all the northern powerhouses, all the northern towns, Labour strongholds, a lot of them are voting Leave as well. So really, it does cross party boundaries. So the current lead for the Leave campaign is 478,947. So quite a few votes there. Still a 71% turnout, and Leave has now gone down to a 51.5% share.
Interestingly, though, we've just had two more Remain decisions that came in. Whilst we're saying that, it's taken 20,000 off that Leave gap. They were just shy of 500,000.
Yeah.
It's come down slightly, but the problem is now that with the larger areas having voted, it's going to take a massive swing of smaller, more rural areas for Remain to bring this back now, I fear.
We just also heard something, sorry, things are going through our ear all the time. We've just heard talk, if we do vote Leave, there may be talk of a general election being held in autumn. This is
something I suggested earlier on, actually.
Did you suggest?
Yeah, because mainly because we said earlier maybe David Cameron position could be untenable, despite the MP backing. Boris Johnson, Michael Gove, power play.
Yes.
A definite shift in the balance of power in terms of America and British politics, in terms of who supports what. See if UKIP, how they would survive a vote Leave, how Labour, Lib Dem, Green, these traditional Remain parties would respond. You might see a polarisation effect. You might see like a Democrat-Republican issue where you have a huge Leave party, as it were, and a huge Remain party, and it could become an issue for the foreseeable future.
Although, of course, I would say, with the general election talk, with the Fixed Term Parliaments Act, if you remember that one, the next general election is scheduled to be held in May 2020, and the only way that could be broken is if Parliament votes for a 2/3.
No vote, no confidence.
Vote for no confidence, that's it, my mistake. And that's the only way. So unless there's enough Conservative MPs that want to defect away from the government, I mean, they haven't got a massive majority as it is, then we could be seeing a general election in the autumn, especially if David Cameron resigns, of course, then people may not see any potential future leader as tenable without having a general election.
Bring it local, Bournemouth, 55% out, just been announced. While Reading, close to London, Remain 58%.
And surely my mum's hometown also voted out as well.
Milton Keynes, your football team, voted out.
Voted out as well. So a lot of votes outs. So it's quite interesting how a lot of football places, especially outside of London, football heartlands should I say, are voting out. So I wonder if there's a connection there.
Obviously John Barnes, I've completely
John Barnes,
John Barnes, it's early, forgive me. He voted, he's an overall in, but he raised a good point about an outvote could be good for British footballers and English footballers, because you remove this easy access to young European talent. There's more a focus on young English talent.
Yeah, and of course I imagine that was seized on
immensely. Exactly.
But he's still an in-vote, of course. So Tendring have also voted to Leave, 70% to 30, that's quite a big mark, and now Leave are approaching 8.5 million votes. Of course, the biggest swing we've had was still that first seat we saw declared Gibraltar, our favourite of the night, 96 to 4%.
I think the biggest homeland was Edinburgh, the 75 to 25.
Yeah, but the biggest in the homeland, 75 to 25 as well.
I mean, most significantly, perhaps, as we head towards this local Southampton count, Eastleigh have just voted to leave.
Yes.
And also a quote from Nigel Farage, "I now dare to dream that the dawn is coming up on an independent United Kingdom."
I mean, Farage has been flip-flopping all night, hasn't he? We've won, we haven't won, I concede, I don't concede. But I think now, with a lead of 500,000 for the Leave campaign, with over 200 out of 382 areas declared, it's looking more and more secure, would you guys say?
We've got 174 seats left to decide. We're only just halfway there, but significantly, nearly 500,000, nearly 500,000 votes. As we said before, with most of the larger areas now counted, Southampton, I think, is probably one of the largest left to declare.
Obviously we've got some in London, Birmingham as well.
So we've got quite a lot in London, of course.
We've got Manchester as well. So there's
we've got a big one here. Hackney have just voted 78.2% for Remain.
That's another big one. Hackney, of course, have a big number of counts. Remember, it's not necessarily the percentages, it's the sheer numbers. If, say, for example, there was a 96 to 4% vote in, say, Gibraltar, only 20,000 votes in total, compared to 48-52 vote in Hackney, that difference is probably bigger than the difference in Gibraltar. It's all down to numbers.
Kensington and Chelsea, one of the richest boroughs in London, have voted to Remain.
So it's a clear trend in London.
Well, that's quite an interesting one, because whilst it's a trend within London, it subverts the trend we were saying earlier about the most affluent places in the country are all voting Leave. Chelsea
of course.
Among the richest places in the southeast.
Yeah, but London, I think London can be sort of seen as almost a separate country to the rest of England, would you say? In terms of how it's
quite a sort
set
of
up?
independent state. It's almost like a Scottish barrier.
Particularly within today, within the context of tonight, London always seems like a separate place. It seems like London is this haven.
You know, the SNP keep talking about, maybe Scottish referendum if we decide to stay in and the rest decide to go. What if London decides to stay in and the rest of us decide to go? Being fanciful, could London really one day in the future?
I think if we do that, the congestion charge is set to rise exponentially.
Oh God, yeah, wouldn't it? Yeah. What about Southwest, for example? Obviously, you've got big Cornish independence. Anyone see the Bad Education movie, of course?
Yes, of course.
And Cornish independence, very funny. Of course, Cornwall, a lot of them do want to vote Remain as well, so that could be in the future. Heck, let's all get independent.
Why not?
Why not?
The University of Southampton is now declared an independent state.
Yes,
we've got our own president, so why not?
Absolutely.
Of course, Hounslow have just declared Remain 51.1 to 48.9%. So quite close again, but remember, it's all numbers.
We are seeing the numbers come down now. We were close to 500,000 about 15 minutes ago, and the number's now closer to 400,000. But I think the problem we've got here for the Remain campaign is we're not catching up.
Yeah.
Or they are not catching up at a big enough rate.
Yeah, exactly. Now, there's a really important tweet here from Keith Mills, and he goes, by my estimation, the most London can now swing back to Remain is 750,000 votes. Once Leave goes that far ahead, that's game over for the EU referendum. That's a stark prediction,
Is that
isn't
counting
it?
the rest of Scotland, though?
Is that counting parts of Manchester, maybe parts of Birmingham?
Maybe even the south.
But, I mean, London is Remain's big call card, isn't it? I think if he's true about the 750,000 figure, maybe that's something to look out for, because 750,000, if Leave get ahead by that much, it'd be very, very difficult, I think.
Slough voted to leave, outskirts of London again.
Yeah. Very much outskirts of London, 54 to 46.
Definitely clear trends here that we've picked up on across the night, and they're just continuing to expand.
Also, the big vote Leave surge has led to suggestions that the pound will fall to its new low since March 2009. Of course, that's just after the big economic crash. The FTSE set to open at 7.72% down, and most betting sites are saying that Boris is 5-2 to be the next Prime Minister. And a big one, Manchester has just voted to Remain by 60%.
60%, and the numbers, that'll be crucial. So
we get a lot of percentages at the moment, but not a lot of numbers. So we see if this Leave and Remain difference will change, because it hasn't changed much since we've been getting these percentages.
Yeah, okay, so Manchester, when we get the numbers, of course, we'll bring those straight to you. But it's interesting, could we see another recession, do you think?
It's a potential. Obviously, it's impossible to know for sure. I mean, we haven't even got to the final result yet. we're literally halfway there. Overall, we've got 16 million, and if it needs 60 million to win.
Yeah.
So the fact that we're halfway there and the FTSE's already dropped by nearly 10% is quite a substantial drop. And considering the pound is falling to the newest low since March 2009, which is just after the economic crash, we could see the pound drop into where it was during the 2008 recession. Whether or not that would class as a recession because of our new economic status within the world, who knows? But again, it's certainly going to be a few, maybe 5-10 years of uncertainty.
Yeah, I mean, only one side needs one vote to win. That's all it needs. And then it's a numbers game, as we keep on saying throughout the night. Now, the Southampton vote should be coming up soon. So, so when we hear that, we'll bring it back to you. But so wait for the Manchester numbers as well. So overall, so Leave approaching the 9 million mark now, just over 500,000 ahead of the Remain campaign. Sorry, just under 500,000. Bedford, my hometown, have voted to Leave. Surprise, surprise. As have a lot of towns in the community, about 52 to 48%. So that's a big pull for the Leave campaign there.
The main thing for me at the moment, whilst we're waiting on the Southampton vote, for me is I'm interested to see just how much Manchester and London can help perhaps save the Remain campaign, because at the moment it very much is getting to a case where it's going to be do or die, because Leave are so far ahead. If they don't start making big inroads into that gap, it's just going to be a formality of seeing out the smaller areas. Yeah,
most regions in the UK, East of England, West Midlands, North West, North East, are showing big Leave leads, apart from London, 65 to 35 for Remain, South East 53 to 47, South West 54 to 46, as well as everything else I've just said. So really, it's we could be onto something completely unprecedented here, unless London can pull back enough votes, and unless Manchester and Birmingham can help out the Leave campaign.
We've got some interesting stats here actually. England is apparently on 54% in favour of Leave. Wales is on 55% to Leave, while in a complete contrast, Northern Ireland's on 66 and Scotland's on 63. So it seems that if Scotland and Northern Ireland are completely divided from England and Wales, could we see Northern Ireland become part of the Republic of Ireland, back into the EU? Could we see Scotland go independent and become part of the EU? It could really fundamentally change the United Kingdom.
So many questions. As for the Remain campaigners, if Leave do win, as we see another result going Torfaen voting to Leave by 60 to 40, if Leave do win, who do the Remain campaigners blame?
Well, the SNP seem to be pointing the finger at Jeremy Corbyn and Labour for not campaigning hard enough at these sort of heartlands that UKIP have performed so well in. If you look at Wales, you look at Northern England, and I think it's a fairly accurate place to leave the blame on the Remain side, because they are key areas, and those key areas are falling hard for UKIP and for Leave.
I mean, if you even just followed the campaign vaguely, I wasn't even particularly aware Jeremy Corbyn was actively campaigning. All of the Remain footage is David Cameron and Sadiq Khan going out and talking to people, but there's far more footage of Boris Johnson going out to different constituencies. With the Leave campaign, they've definitely grasped what they needed to do, I think, better, and acted on it.
A big issue is because Corbyn's been so relaxed and because Labour's been so relaxed, those traditional Labour voters who have been targeted by UKIP may feel like Labour doesn't care about them if they're not even trying to win their vote, and they might just swing towards UKIP just because they've been given attention.
So Leave have now broken the £9 million vote barrier, with the Test Valley voting to Leave 52 to 48%. Their lead is now 462,907. Lewis have just voted to remain in the EU, so that's something, some good news for the Remain campaign. But again, the percentages are very close as well. Remember, it's not the number of constituencies won, it's a sheer numbers. I mean, theoretically, Remain can stay 49, 49, 49 on most constituencies. If they win big in London, they can win it overall. That shows it's just a numbers game. It's
I think in those real sort of like Northern England area, Wales areas, they can just hang on close to the Remain the Leave numbers. They could just pray that London and Scotland and Northern Ireland could just drag them out of it.
I'm interested to see if the numbers for Manchester are still waiting to be added on, because I've been catching an eye on it every now and again for the last few minutes, and the numbers haven't changed at all. If anything, Leave are stretching further in front, and to me, with an area as big as Manchester having that sort of majority, that strikes me as odd.
Sky News reporting that Cameron may resign Friday morning and call a general election as he does so.
Blimey. ITV News are now predicting an 80% chance for the Leave campaign to actually succeed.
Harrogate have just voted to remain, 49 to 51 in favour of remain. The strange thing is, there's nothing we can do about this. We're just literally waiting for results to go in. There's nothing any of us can do to affect this. We have all had our say, hopefully everyone's voted. But there's still nothing we can do. As a Three Rivers, that's a strange name, have voted to remain in by 51.3%.
Portsmouth apparently are voting out, confirmed.
Out, yep. So Three Rivers were voting to leave, not remain. My mistake.
It would be interesting to see, because if Southampton does elect to vote remain, it will very much be a yellow block surrounded in a sea of blue, quite in the same way we were discussing with London.
Okay. So, so Southampton vote should be about 10 to 15 minutes away. So for now, we are going to cut to an interview with Inji, who is EU campaigner. So let's see what she has to say.
So we're here with Inji Usman, who is a lecturer in governance and policy, specialising in EU politics. We're just going to ask her some questions about how the EU works. So can you just explain to us how a law is passed in the EU?
Sure. I mean, you've got three key EU institutions involved in the decision-making process or passing legislation. You've got the European Commission, the European Parliament, and the Council of the EU, or the Council of Ministers, as it's usually known. So the Commission's main role, according to the treaties, is to initiate the policy process, the legislative process. So the Commission drafts legislative proposals or policy proposals. So that is the key role of the Commission. Then these legislative proposals are passed to the European Parliament and the Council of Ministers. These are the two main legislative bodies of the EU. So obviously we vote for the MEPs in the European Parliament, and in the Council of Ministers you have national ministers from each of the 28 member states. So these two institutions act like the two chambers of a national parliament. So you have the lower chamber, which would be the European Parliament, and then the upper chamber, which is the Council of Ministers. So both the European Parliament and the Council of Ministers have to agree on the legislative proposals sent by the Commission. They can make amendments to the proposals, but the key point is that both institutions agree on the final legislative draft. If they fail to agree, then the legislation is not passed. And once the legislation has been passed, then it is the duty of the national parliaments and national governments to implement that EU legislation at the national level. And is the role of the European Commission as the executive body to monitor member states' compliance with EU law. If they fail to comply with the EU law, then the Commission can take member states to the European Court of Justice.
Obviously the EU Commission isn't democratically elected. How can we tackle the issues with democratic deficit in the EU?
Okay, this is a very complex debate, and it all boils down to, what we mean by the democratic deficit. What are the democratic standards we use in order to assess the EU's democratic credentials, whether the EU should be democratic at all, and then, which are the democratic shortcomings, that we observe at the EU level. And as you mentioned, obviously the European Commission is the main target, of those who say that the EU is undemocratic, mainly because, like you said, we don't elect the commissioners that make up the European Commission. However, the European commissioners, one for each country, they are nominated by national governments, so by prime ministers or heads of state, heads of government. And of course, we elect for the members of the national governments. And there is quite a strong link between the European Parliament elections and who gets to be the president of the European Commission. So ever since the latest treaty, the Lisbon Treaty, entered into force, the president of the Commission is elected by national governments, by taking into account the European Parliament election results. So the party or the political group that gets most of the votes in the European Parliament gets to approve the President of the European Commission. So in a sense, when you vote for your MEP, you indirectly elect the President of the European Commission as well. Now going back to this debate on the democratic deficit, of course, in order for a system to be democratic, the decisions reached by that system, the policy outcomes, should be representative of the preferences of the citizens, right? This is what we generally mean by a democratic system. In a sense, you have lack of representation of European policy outcomes, mainly because, as you were saying earlier, we have a very low turnout, for the European elections. So when we elect our MEPs, and this is very much linked to how European citizens perceive the EU. So to them, the EU is all about the single market, economic integration, and the things that are most important to European citizens everywhere, like education, healthcare, taxation, pensions, defense, security. These are issues that are mainly dealt with at the national level, by national governments. So the EU doesn't have competence to address these issues. Therefore, European citizens see no point in turning up, to vote in the European elections, because these issues are addressed by their national governments. And secondly, there is this perception that European citizens don't trust or they don't identify with the European institutions. And this trust has been going down, has been eroded, especially since the economic crisis hit Europe, so 2009 or so. So we see more and more citizens across Europe, especially, Germany, Italy, France, where these were the most pro-Europhile countries, but the citizens now of these countries have also lost the trust in the European institutions, and that's why we see a very low turnout, in the European elections. Regarding the undemocratic character of the Commission, which is obviously the main undemocratic institution according to, obviously, the EU critics. And at the same time, most critics argue that obviously the Commission is the most powerful institution, but it's not democratically elected by the European citizens. However, this is a huge misinterpretation of the power relationship between all these three institutions that I mentioned earlier. The Commission initiates the policy process, the legislative process. However, it's not the most powerful institution, because the Parliament and the Council can always strike down, the legislative proposals that the Commission sends to these two institutions. And at the end of the day, the Council of Ministers and the European Parliament have the final say on all the EU legislation. Also, some argue that obviously the Commission has this monopoly, over initiating the legislation in the EU. The Parliament can request the Commission to initiate policy proposals, so to initiate legislation. Also, the Council of Ministers can ask the Commission to adopt specific policy proposals. And now with the citizens' right of initiative, you can have citizens asking the Commission to draft specific policy proposals. So you need at least 1 million signatures from European citizens representing a significant number of member states, usually it's 7, asking the Commission to draft policy proposals on specific issues. Of course, the main problem is, whether the EU has got powers to adopt those policy proposals, which are targeted by, citizens' initiatives. So, but you have this bottom-up form of input into the policy process, from the citizens' side.
So what will happen to the UK if we vote to leave the EU?
Okay. I don't think anybody knows at the moment. But in the latest EU treaty, the Lisbon Treaty, there is this Article 50, which provides the legal aspects of, what an EU exit might look like, I mean, in legal terms. And what it actually says is that the country leaving the EU will have to up to 2 years to negotiate with the other 27 member states the exit terms. Some scholars and obviously legal experts as well think that 2 years is a very short period of time. So in reality, probably it would take up to 7 years, 5 to 7, or even 10 years, depending on, how quickly they manage to negotiate all these crucial aspects regarding, EU laws and policies. So imagine that a country leaving the EU has to disentangle itself from all the, the legal aspects, the political aspects that apply to that country as part of the Union. So all the legislation, the rights that the European citizens, say British citizens enjoyed as European citizens, all these aspects have to be disentangled from the, being part of the EU, so the original status. But apart from negotiating this exit, a country has to negotiate in parallel, and this aspect is not included in this Article 50. So they have to negotiate the new status that that country would have, the new relationship that they would have with the other member states. So this means that they will be doing two things at the same time, in parallel, negotiating the exit, but also negotiating the new relationship with the EU. And of course, this goes back to, the out scenarios, whether, Britain will end up with the kind of Norway type of scenario, or, Canadian, the Swiss, the World Trade Organization. So nobody knows what, Britain will manage to negotiate, but also what the other 27 member states will agree, in terms of what their relationship with this outsider country now, would be. So the new relationship, because you need to remember, it's not only so the British government that would need to agree with the new status, the new relationship between Britain and the EU, but all the other 27 member states, so national governments, but also their national parliaments, have to ratify, have to agree with the new relationship, with the new status negotiated by Britain, and on the other side, the 27 member states. And in some countries, they might have to hold referendums, ask their people whether you agree with this new relationship that, the EU would have with Britain. So it would be quite a complex process, a lot of bargaining, reaching compromises and making sure that obviously what they would end up with would be beneficial to both, Britain and the other 27 member states. But like I said earlier, nobody knows what is going to happen. And I think, for a matter of fact, is that what we can say for certain is that obviously the relationship between Britain and the EU would have changed for good. That's a fact. What the new relationship would be, I think it's really difficult to say, what would be the key aspects of that relationship.
So it's gone 4 a.m. and it's essentially crunch time in this referendum results night. We have got a couple of big results coming in. Cardiff went 60% Remain, Bristol went 61% Remain, but interestingly, the pound is down to a 31-year low, and the Zimbabwe currency, it's gaining on the Great British Pound. As it stands, the Vote Leave campaign is on 10.4 million votes, when Remain is on 10 million votes. That means that Leave are 6.4 million votes away from taking this.
It could actually happen, couldn't it? They could actually win this. Who would have thought this at the end of February when the date of the referendum was announced?
I think at this point it is quite likely that we're going to see the Britain leave. I mean, obviously a number of millions of votes to be counted left, but if you look at the margin proportionate to what we've got left to come, I don't see there being a massive last-minute surge.
We just had a tweet from Carlo Buffoni. If it wasn't for Scotland, this wouldn't be close at all.
Or London, even.
Or London,
Or Northern Ireland.
Because a fact, if we take out London or Scotland, no other area voted to remain in the EU. And Norfolk have just voted to leave, 59% to 41%. However, Bath and North East Somerset have voted to remain, which is some solace for the Remain campaign, by 58 to 42. So it's now Leave 51.1%, Remain 48.9% with a turnout of 72%. We're still waiting for the Southampton count. We hear that there's some people there still counting, so we'll bring that to you as soon as possible. But Leave, both camps have now got over 10 million votes. Just happens the Leave campaign are over 500,000 votes ahead of the Remain campaign.
Both Daventry and Chesterport and Gravesham now all three have voted to leave.
Literally, results are coming in thick and fast. We've got just over 118 areas left to declare, so we're getting very, very close to the end now. I think once we get below 100 left to declare, we'll have a proper picture as to how this result is taking shape. Hamilton, Salford, of course, near Manchester voted to leave. That's quite a big turnout for the vote.
Also, starting to hear from Nigel Farage now, claiming that this is the UK's Independence Day, saying that this is a victory for ordinary people, a victory for decent people.
Okay. Plymouth voting to leave, 60 to remain 40. We hear the Southampton result is coming very soon. People are starting to pack down voting. So as soon as somebody gets on that stage in the O2 Guildhall, we'll be right over there with Alex with the results. Swale have again voted to leave. Literally, it's just constant leave coming
West
up on our
Oxfordshire
screen
vote to
here.
remain.
So
but it's still a good $500,000 lead.
Just voted to leave. Newark and Sherwood the same.
So Leave 10.7 million, approaching the 10.8 million barrier, which means they'll need only 6 million more votes to ensure a win.
I think what's interesting to talk about as well, we mentioned how the last few is a big Leave block. So this could be over by 5, maybe even leave that.
South Holland have again voted to leave, 74% of 26, so that's a big jump for the Leave campaign there. What we are clearly seeing is the Remain campaign falling flat. I mean, it flies in the face of that early exit poll we got from YouGov saying 52 Remain.
It's almost the opposite way around.
42 Leave. It's almost the opposite way around. Leave are now leading by 564,000 votes. So do you think Remain can turn this back?
I don't. Being perfectly honest, I think we've reached a point in the evening where it's quite clear that it's now a case of a formality seeing out the rest of the areas.
Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to cut to the O2 Guildhall in Southampton. We hear the Southampton results should be here any few minutes now, and we're going to stay with you, looking at a very nice empty lectern with a very nice empty microphone, waiting for someone to stroll out and announce with the results for the city of Southampton.
It'll be interesting whose sources are right. Obviously, earlier on that you said that your sources suggested 60% for Remain. Then we heard from, was it the Daily Telegraph, suggesting that it was 60% for Southampton and Portsmouth. Of course, they were roughly right. Portsmouth was about 55%.
Yeah.
You can see which way Southampton swings. My gut tells me it will swing towards Leave, just because of the lack of students in the area, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I think as well, if you look at the voting pattern of the local area around places like even Poole, Bournemouth, Weymouth,
Gosport,
Fareham, they're all voting to leave Eastleigh. Let's not forget Eastleigh, probably the closest in proximity.
Yeah.
Are all voting to leave. I find it very, very difficult to believe that Southampton's going to stand out as a beacon of yellow amongst the sea of blue.
West Oxfordshire have just voted to leave, so it's remaining now on 10.2 million, just slightly shy of the 10.8 million for Leave. So we're now actually approaching 600,000 votes down, so Leave are actually increasing their lead.
Just need 6 million exactly to win now.
Yeah, exactly. So remember, every single area of the UK have voted to leave, apart from Scotland and London.
And most of Northern Ireland.
And most of Northern Ireland, or of course that is split up. But Scotland and London are the big areas. And even in Scotland, there have been some areas where they're voting Leave, and even in London, there are some areas that are voting Leave. Now, so we hear security are getting into position at the Guildhall, so the results should be here pretty soonish as we look lovingly at a very, very blank wall.
Just quickly, as we wait for the Southampton vote to come in, Vince Cable saying that the Britain is about to enter a legal quagmire. Tom, thoughts on that?
I wonder what he means by that. I mean, there's a lot of interesting. I'm assuming By that, he's referring to the difficulty we have in terms of Northern Ireland and Scottish sovereignty. This debate has mentioned sovereignty in regards to UK and EU, but this has a big question for the Scottish and Northern Irish, whether or not they want to choose the EU over the UK.
Yeah. So we've still got Birmingham counting, we've still got Bradford counting. Bristol obviously declared they voted to remain. Cardiff also voted to remain. Two big urban areas there for the Remain campaign. Coventry voted to leave, Doncaster voted to leave. But the upshot of it is, Leave are still leading by nearly 580,000 votes now. Thanet have declared to leave. Of course, Thanet was one of the big targets for UKIP in the last general election, and indeed Nigel Farage.
The latest fresher poll or forecast being declared on Sky, out will win by 52%.
52% to 48, so virtually the opposite of what we saw.
Exactly the opposite.
In the Remain. So yes, the South Thanet with Nigel Farage obviously contested that seat in the 2015 general election. So Leave are now approaching 10.9 million votes, nearly 11 million votes, and that'll be under 6 million votes needed to win. Obviously, with just over 110 votes, 10 areas left to declare.
It's a lot of paper. It's just struck me.
A lot of paper.
A lot of paper.
A lot, yeah. Imagine it's
Where
a
are
lot
these
of
trees
paper.
coming from?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, I suppose you could even question what the environmental impact of holding a referendum like that is. People
basically, we should say no more referendums.
Yeah, no referendums. Or maybe they get the eco paper where they plant 5 trees for every one.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. I mean, to be honest, if we have this referendum and a Scottish referendum and some more referendums, we could just end up wiping out every tree in the country.
There will be a new forest.
Yes, literally, yeah. Bassett Law voting to leave 68 to 32. So Leave are now 51.5%. So the lead's getting bigger and bigger.
Well, like we said, there's a big Leave block between 5 and 6 a.m. So this result effectively could be over by 5 a.m.
Yeah.
I think it's very likely we're going to see a conclusion within the next half an hour, I would suspect.
Pretty soon. Leave are just about to tick over 11 million votes. Remain are still on 10.36 million. It's looking quite bad for the Remain campaign. We see a lot of glum faces in the Remain camp. A lot of ecstatic faces. Nigel Farage, I think he's won this.
I think for once Nigel Farage has actually won.
Yes. Nigel Farage, Boris Johnson's won, Michael Gove's won. He will not be leaving the country, it looks like.
I think that's possibly what upsets me the most.
About Michael Gove not leaving the country. But anyway, people like Jeremy Corbyn, David Cameron, Nick Clegg, Nicola Sturgeon, where does that leave all them? What are they going to do? Is David Cameron going to resign? There have been some rumours that he may resign and call a snap general election. It really depends.
I mean, speaking as a history student, I think that would probably be one of the biggest political upheavals in this country for a number of years.
Yeah, I suppose if he called an election, say in autumn, for example, there'll be even more uncertainty on top of the negotiations. Of course, nothing will happen tomorrow. Tomorrow will dawn just the same as the way today has done. But it'll be over the next year or two. And if you just have a new government, maybe potentially, or a new prime minister within that, that's just going to cause chaos. Whereas at least if you have the same prime minister, he can lead through negotiations to exit out. But East Hampshire, interestingly, have voted to remain, only by 1% swing though, 50.5 to 49.5.
West Berkshire also voting to remain. That's interesting. That's in close proximity to Reading and East Hampshire. So we're seeing that that small
section,
cluster of areas have all gone together.
So anything on the social media, Tom?
A lot of sort of mixed reaction. A lot of people who are clearly Remain saying, "Bye Europe, bye Scotland, hello little stupid England," which is quite a damning response to the results.
Yeah.
A lot of also pro-Brexit saying, "Finally, my voice is heard. Thank you, Nigel Farage," which is a. Yeah. It seems that the count is imminent.
Imminent, yeah. I've heard all the counting representatives are going to the front of the room. Just touching on the social media, can over 11 million voters be that stupid?
It remains to be seen.
In the words of that tweet?
Yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, you knew the economic forecasts, and it seems to be becoming horrifyingly true, almost.
It's becoming true, but we're going to see Trafford, of course, in Manchester has voted to remain with 58%. So they're starting to close the gap by 0.1%, but it looks very much like Leave's winning by 51.4%. Of course, England are winning 54 to 46. Leave are winning 54 to 46 in England, should I say. And of course, England is really where this referendum
looks like it's going to be won and lost. Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, they don't really have the numbers. The City of London has a bigger population than all those 3 countries combined. It's really England where this referendum is being won and being lost.
Absolutely, and it's interesting to see at the top of the page we were saying about how different areas were going to group together, and that would be the case, and it's just been proven all the way throughout. This has very much been a territorial referendum. And as we were saying earlier, that links into their campaigns. Could Corbyn and Labour have done more to assist Cameron and Sadiq Khan? And they've obviously targeted areas such as London, Manchester. They've obviously reached out to the working class and the people closest to them. But perhaps they should have reached a bit further across.
Yeah, but it's interesting, especially for the Leave campaign, there doesn't seem to be any partisan party politics. People from all sides of the spectrum have gone to vote Leave. Some maybe left-wing people, sort of socialist worker, for example, obviously UKIP voters, some Conservative voters, have all come across just to vote Leave. And like Remain, people from all sides have seemed to vote Remain. So this referendum has sort of transcended political circles, would you say?
Yes, definitely.
There's some sources already, sorry to interrupt, there's some sources suggesting that the SNP are already discussing having a crisis meeting tomorrow to discuss a second referendum.
Yeah, I think the results, it looks like Leave may win this referendum. May probably win this referendum. This won't end tonight. It's going to drag on for weeks and weeks and weeks. Months and months and months. I've just had confirmation that the Southampton count will be announced at 4:29, so 6 minutes time until the final referendum. And Stockport interestingly, a working class northern industrial town, have voted to remain, as have Wickham in Buckinghamshire. They've also voted to remain. The Leave lead is now down to only 589,713.
As little as that?
As little as that, indeed. I mean, I don't think Gibraltar counts now.
Does anybody remember those days when it was only 20,000 votes in it?
Those were the days, weren't they? So, so it looks like Leave have really, really pulled away in these past few minutes. I mean, I think going back to the APCO thing we saw, which predicted the results of the referendum based on a 50-50 split, remember, this massive sheet of paper, and we saw consistently throughout the early part of the referendum, the Leave campaign, the Leave results exceeding expectations in these areas that are expected to vote Leave. And to be honest, it's sort of reflecting now, later on, Leave are clearly leading 51.3% to 48.7%.
I think this tweet here from a 20-year-old is sort of indicative of what I think a lot of young people might be feeling right now. Is I'm genuinely close to tears. This is my future. We shouldn't be doing this. I hope so much we can turn this around. So it's clearly a lot of solemn feeling at the moment amongst a lot of young Remain voters, probably amongst most of the Remain voters, probably starting to question what this means for them and what this means for their future.
I mean, Selby are voting Leave. I think there has been scaremongering on both sides of the campaign. I personally do not think it will be as bad as maybe some commentators are suggesting it may be. However, obviously a lot needs to be done to ensure that the future of Britain is maintained and secured, and we can only wait to see what our future will be like in the next year or two. But one thing's for certain, I don't think there'll be another referendum on this anytime soon.
I mean, it's slightly far-fetched thinking, but in theory, the referendum has to go through Parliament like any other bill.
Yeah.
Do you think that rather than call a snap general election tomorrow, there's any chance that Cameron might effectively resign his government by just blocking the results of the referendum, where they have a Conservative majority in the Commons?
That is a possibility, of course. As you were saying, referendums are not binding until passed through Parliament. Would David Cameron really risk going against the will of the people?
I mean, if he's got to a point where he feels that calling a snap general election tomorrow morning and resigning his government is the best course of action, then I wouldn't be overly surprised if he decided as an alternative to just...
But surely he can't go against the democratic will of, 71% turnout?
I mean, we don't know how much this is a commentary on Parliament or the government. Obviously, this sort of transcends party politics, so it's impossible to say what's going to happen. It's up to David Cameron at the end of the day.
Well, in 2 or 3 minutes, the Southampton count will be revealed. We're going to head over to Alex Smith now in the O2 Guildhall to bring us the result live. Alex, over to you.
Thanks, guys. So we're still here at the O2 Guildhall here in Southampton. Now, you may not be seeing me on camera, you are just seeing an empty stage at the moment. That is because we are waiting for the declaration results to come in. Now, we are hearing that 4:29 is going to be the announcement time. Very early, but it does fall in between, very late, but it does fall in between the 4 to half 4 in the morning time we were estimated earlier on. So we've got 2 minutes. I'm just going to quickly go through what the polls have told us before. APCO says 54% voting for Remain, 46% Leave, whereas the Daily Echo has also done a Twitter poll saying 57% Leave, 38% Remain, and the other 5% are unsure. So we've got another minute or so waiting now. They're just accumulating, getting ready to go up onto the stage in a moment. Getting ready for the count, which we've been waiting here a while for. We've got a lot of nice footage for you guys. Yeah, so results really haven't been going as they were expected over the last batch which have been announced. So the question is what sort of pattern will Southampton follow? Obviously there's a huge student population who tend to vote Remain if the statistics are correct, but obviously it all depends on who turns up at the ballot boxes on the day. We should be getting ready almost for you. It's been a long night here for us at SUSUtv, so thank you for sticking with us. We shall get this result in just a moment or so. I can see some movement. Oh, no, maybe not. Right, we're almost there, I think. Oh, no, there is a man walking towards the stage. Let's hope this is the right person we're looking for. Right, so yeah, I think this is the right man. So, in a moment, we are going to be announcing the results, so I shall hand you over.
And now the result for the Southampton count area. As the counting officer for the Southampton voting area of the referendum held on the 23rd of June 2016 under the European Union Referendum Act of 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the regional counting officer, that's me, I give notice that I've certified the following as the results for the Southampton count area. The total number of ballot papers counted was 107,665. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 49,738. The number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 57,927, and there were 110 rejected ballot papers. Thank you. To my patient and lovely counters, thank you. You've been stars. Please go home. Thank you again. Drive home, go home safely. Take care.
There we go. So there you have it. There's the result here from Southampton. We've got an 8,000 vote lead for Leave, so that's obviously against what we are going, against what we expected from the APCO poll, but obviously similar, in line with the Daily Echo. So yeah, 8,000 vote lead for Leave here in Southampton. What we're going to do is we're going to go back to the studio now, and you'll come back for a little talk with me in a minute or so. So here is Damian, Michael and Tom.
Thanks very much, Alex. So Southampton voted Leave there by a margin of around 8,000 votes going. Of course, we've got the rest of Hampshire and most of the south have gone for outside of London. So guys, immediate reaction to that?
As we predicted, I thought it would be very unlikely that Southampton would stick out like a thorn in the side of all the other places in the south. Very interesting to note the distribution. A lot of the south have voted Leave. It's further up north and in London that you see Remain vote. So not unexpected, but I think given a greater population of the student population in Southampton, had they been here, I think we could have been looking at a different result.
Just as also, obviously Luton also voted out there, obviously with a big immigrant population as well. Tom, what about your reaction?
I mean, it's in line with what we predicted, around 60%. Yeah. Not surprising. I honestly think it gives Leave this unassailable lead of well over 700,000 points. Farage is calling for Cameron to resign immediately. What's an interesting debate, of course, is 52% of the population is in favour of leave, yet 400 plus MPs are against it. It's a big difference between the accountability, the representation of Parliament and then the direct democracy shown here, which arguably should be grounds for a general election.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, David Cameron will give out an address tomorrow, well, this morning, should I say, regardless of the results. So we can expect maybe hear his resignation then, or whether he's going to hang on to be Prime Minister. Just one point to raise here. One point that was raised on social media. Do you think the lack of turnout in places like Scotland or Brighton or Birmingham even have maybe scuppered the Remain campaign? I mean, there's still 700,000 and nearly 750,000 votes they're losing by. But I just think the turnout, if it was increased in Scotland, for example, would have brought it a bit closer.
Perhaps the lack of turnout was tactical.
Yeah.
We mentioned Glasgow earlier, only being around 55% turnout, a big SNP area. In terms of the Scottish referendum, was massively in favour of leaving the UK. So maybe they saw it as an opportunity to guarantee themselves a second referendum.
Yeah.
I think more and more it gives grounds for Northern Ireland as well as Scotland to indeed have a second referendum. I think if there's another general election, there's more than enough ground for another referendum.
So obviously with the Southampton vote, that has brought the Leave lead over 750,000 now, and we're sort of hearing that the pound sterling is just going down worldwide.
Yeah, it's at its lowest rate since 1985.
It seems that ever since breaking the 12 million barrier, breaking the 750,000 lead over Remain, it seems it's just gone down worldwide, and really, who knows what's going to happen in the next few days.
Yeah, interestingly enough, apparently there's rumours that when quizzed about this failure of the pound, the Scottish UKIP leader Coburn has said, "It's all right, I'm paid in euros," which is quite ironic considering he is against Europe and the Eurozone.
Of course. So, just to recap, we will not be leaving the European Union tomorrow if we do win, of course, which is looking very much likely, but rather it will take a few years. We think it's never happened before, but rather it will take a few years before we end up pulling away.
It'll be interesting to see both Cameron's response and Brussels' response to this. It'll be interesting to see both their official addresses, what people like Juncker will say, but this is a fundamental rejection of the government. The government's stance was Remain. Parliament's effectively stance was Remain. The difference between Parliament and the referendum does bring in the question, technically this referendum isn't legally binding. Would Parliament dare go against it?
I don't think they would ever dare go against it. I mean, it's not just against the government, it's against the whole Parliament, and obviously by extent it's against the whole project of the European Union. I mean, you saw in Europe how all their buildings lit up in Germany, Spain, Italy, etc., in the British flag saying please don't leave. But it's clear to see the British 12.7 million at least British people have clearly rejected the notion of the European Union as a political and economic union. Surely that's a big message to Brussels and Jean-Claude Juncker.
I think the EU does have to take a long, hard look at itself. It's lost a key member, not a founding member, of course, but a very key member of the European Union, all due to the fact that it is fundamentally rejecting the bureaucratic nature, the undemocratic nature, as well as some of the issues with migrants and movement. Alex Salmond apparently has just told ITV this definitely triggers a new independence referendum, so they're clean. Apparently Wales might even lean towards Remain now, it's hard to say. ITV is calling it for Brexit.
Yeah, I mean, so most media outlets are calling Brexit. Who knows, there could be a Scottish referendum. England voted, we think, 53 to 47 at the moment in favour of leave. And soon we're going to head back to Alex in the O2 Guildhall for a bit of reaction. After what's really been a momentous night so far, and Southampton really was the straw that broke the camel's back. Here's Alex back at the Guildhall.
Thanks, guys. So you're back with me now, live for the last time in O2 Guildhall for this evening. So that result, just in case you missed it, is that the vote in Southampton was an 8,000 vote lead for the Vote Leave campaign. I don't know the exact percentages off my head. So implications of that, well, they're already being shown. I mean, Southampton result is only part of the whole bigger picture for the rest of the country. But other things that have happened, I mean, the odds for a Brexit to take place has fallen to as low as 1 in 10, and the pound has fallen to its lowest in about 30 years when compared to the dollar. So the effects are already in place, despite the fact that the result is not confirmed yet. As well as that, Southampton, with a lot of huge student population, surprising that it ended up voting leave overall, obviously with students tending to vote Remain more. But it could be to do with things like students on holidays, or in fact that they just changed their mind and wanted to vote leave. So yeah, weird result here in Southampton for us. But yeah, it's all part of a bigger picture. So this is the last time we've seen you here at O2 Guildhall. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the show, and we're going to be handing back to the studio for the very last time. So for the last time, here's Damian, Michael and Tom.
Thanks very much, Alex. So the percentages there were 54% leave and 46% remain. I mean, I think, Damian, the real winner out of this is Nigel Farage.
Absolutely, without a doubt. For once, Nigel Farage has come out on top. He's the winner. And as we said at the very top of the programme, David Cameron put this referendum as part of his campaign to get back into government to appease those who would naturally have gravitated towards Nigel Farage, offering them a similar deal. In doing so, the long way round, Cameron appears to have shot himself in the foot, because Farage now has exactly what he wants. Yes, UKIP may have to evolve their policy slightly, they may have to try and appeal, take a slightly different stance, but the Conservatives are seemingly out of power. All of these rumours coming around that Cameron may call a general election tomorrow, at the very least.
But surely can't you say, by saying that he'll promise an EU referendum in his proposal to get back into government, that wasn't nearly 13 million people who he wooed there. That was maybe a few 100,000, maybe a couple of million, not 13 million. So there obviously was an underlying discontent towards the European Union, and I think as the count is approaching the end, we're into the 300s now, so we're very nearly at the end. We have to look at what the European Union has done wrong to dissuade so many people.
I think fundamentally it's this idea of migration, the stigma around migration. I think the stigma around its bureaucratic nature, which is probably because it was never designed to be a political union, of course. It was an evolved political union. I think a part of it has to be considered that the lack of interest in European Parliament has led to parties like UKIP actually getting some sort of fundamental grounding. Interesting, if you think about UKIP, I mean, United Kingdom Independence Party, this result could fundamentally actually end the United Kingdom as we know it. If Scotland and Northern Ireland leave, it's just England and Wales. Is that United Kingdom, or is that just England and Wales?
Well, I think out of the sort of three other nations aside from England, I think Scotland, of course, the most likely thing would be a Scottish leaving. Northern Ireland, maybe not so. But we're just hearing that the BBC has officially forecasting that the UK is voting to leave the European Union. It's gone from too close a call to a voting to leave. Of course, it's 52-48. So on the face of it, it sounds close. And indeed, the Leave campaign still needs about 3.5 million votes to be sure of that result. But if the BBC is forecasting a UK vote to leave, it does not look very good for the Remain campaign at all, does it?
Not in the slightest. I mean, to continue the theme of joking that we're ahead of the BBC all night, we've been saying this for about an hour and a half now. It's looked pretty bleak ever since the Leave campaign went a few 100,000 votes in front, with most of the Remain strongholds gone. So it was always a case of when, not if, in my opinion.
Yeah, so, Tom?
I think this opens a very interesting debate on sort of the nature of British politics. Say if Northern Ireland and Scotland do end up leaving the United Kingdom, you fundamentally have England, who's very much a conservative stronghold. You could end up having a conservative right-wing government for the foreseeable future.
Well, yeah, it's great to find out. I mean, it's going to be all up in the air for at least a few days, weeks, months, and even years.
A lot of political scientists have a lot on their plate.
Yes, I mean, if you're a political scientist, you may be in a lot of work very soon.
I may change my career.
Yeah, definitely so. And there's a lot of things, monies, budgets, stats, analysis to go through. But talking of stats, we'll have a look through our last stats section from the University of Southampton's magazine Wessex Scene's student survey. Here's Katie with more stats from the University of Southampton.
So here's a quick reminder of the voting intentions. 72% of students who voted in the survey said that they were going to vote Remain, and 13% said they were going to vote Leave. Now, students were asked in the survey, if there was a general election tomorrow, who would they vote for? 55% of students said that they would vote for Labour, 24% said that they would vote for Conservative, 12% said Green, 8% said Lib Dem, and 1% of students said they would vote for UKIP. Now, of those students, 89% of those who said they would vote for Labour also said that they would vote Remain. 94% of the people who said they'd vote Green also said they'd vote Remain. With the Conservative voters, it's a bit more diverse. 50% said that they would vote Remain and 28% said they would vote Leave, which is interesting considering that David Cameron is the one telling us to vote in. So a quick reminder of the year group breakdowns. 33% of students who voted in the survey were first years, 29% were second years and 28% were third years. Now there isn't much difference when it comes to year groups. 70% of first year students said that they would vote Remain. Of second year students, 71% voted Remain. Of third years, 73% said that they would vote Remain. Fourth years, 75% said they would vote Remain. And finally, PGT students, there was 83% of them who said they would vote Remain, but there were only 5 responses for this, so it's not that reliable. That's all from me tonight, so back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much, Katie. Some nice, interesting stats there. Just a quick mention on Twitter, Mike Mustard says that Cameron and Corbyn should resign immediately. Andre Duvry says maybe he should consider moving to Scotland. And Voting McVoteface, very imaginative name there, suggests that Parliament still has to approve the referendum first, as what you said before, Damian. So the Leave campaign have increased their lead to nearly 867,000 votes. So they've got 13.3 million votes, so only 3.3 million more needed to officially win this EU referendum. Guys, thoughts?
It's a very difficult day for British politics, not because of whether you supported Vote Leave or Vote Remain. It's no longer about the EU referendum, it's about what happens next.
Yeah.
We're not going to leave overnight, that's clear. It's going to take a long time. If Cameron does, as there are some suggestions he will, resign and call a snap general election tomorrow, unconfirmed, rumours are starting to spread, that is going to put massive pressure on the political structure of the country, if you like. We've got to try and go through this process now with potentially an entirely new leader, an entirely new regime. There's that question, albeit quite a ridiculous one, I think, that the government might still try and use its majority to alter or block it. As I think you've quite rightly said, I don't think they dare. And obviously this then raises further questions of independence, which I'm sure Tom will.
Yeah, I think it's sort of undeniable that there probably should be a second Scottish referendum now. I mean, I think the majority, if not all, of the stations in Scotland voted to Remain. That is a hugely telling figure. That's another huge block of yellow in the north, and it's hard to deny them a second referendum if you really think about it. Once again, their future is being dictated to them by England.
Yeah, it's such a strange position to be in. Obviously, if Cameron does call a snap general election, I mean, he may announce it tomorrow morning when he addresses the media outside 10 Downing Street. It will just launch so much more uncertainty into the whole of Britain. And I mean, if you're into your politics, this should be an exciting few years. But if you're maybe sort of moving around with your life, it could be very, very uncertain. So the Leave campaign have now broken 13.5 million, with 315 out of the 382 areas declared. So we're coming towards the end of this night, 4:45. We're nearly at the end, and it looks pretty certain. The Leave campaign only need 3.3 million votes.
Yeah, Sky, ITV and BBC all calling it for Leave. I mean, we've been calling it for Leave for about an hour now. Yeah. It's an interesting result, and it should be interesting to see where this actually leads us.
Of course, none of the polls, like the general election, were predicting it. I mean, the opinion polling, has to be said, was quite clear. There has been quite a few polls saying that Leave would be ahead of Remain. But in terms of the actual exit poll, the YouGov exit poll, like YouGov did last year in the general election, they got it wrong again. Obviously, the BBC ITV Sky exit poll got it right. Maybe if they did one this year, they would have got that forecast
Is
right
there
as well.
a potential debate about removing polls from politics? Because there was a big question last year about predicting this Labour win motivated more anti-Labour voters to mobilise. Maybe this predicting of a Remain, if it were, sort of mobilise a lot of Brexit voters. Do you think it's too influencing these days? People take them too seriously?
I don't think so, because the polls we've seen, a lot of them have been neck and neck, even Steven, one way or another. And I mean, on polling day itself, you're not allowed to publish any polls that haven't been taken on that day, just in case you influence any other people. So I don't think it's necessarily the polls is the matter. I just think the Leave voters were just more passionate, and it's really down to the lack of passion and positive campaigning shown by the Remain camp to get the Remain voters out there. I mean, you saw in Glasgow, was it 56% turnout? Scotland generally is quite a low turnout. Brighton, low turnout. Birmingham seemingly could be a low turnout as well. Parts of London, obviously the weather had a factor, but still quite a low turnout. Whereas in many Leave voting areas, we've seen turnouts of 80%, 70%, 75%, with big majorities as well.
I wonder if the result would have been any different if we didn't have this huge Syrian refugee crisis and the immigration crisis in Europe. I wonder if that had a catastrophic effect on the Remain campaign. It's hard to deny when you see all these, like the Calais jungle is hard to deny, like all these, like the UKIP posters. It's hard to deny that it's happening.
Yeah. And of general thing, freedom of movement, of course, that's always a big issue. There's always been opposition to the Schengen Agreement, even though we're not part of it. But that's always been a big issue. I mean, especially in Britain. I mean, I think the fact we're an island, we're slightly away from the continent, can sort of obviously alter things.
Well, the ironic thing about EU migration is that if we do now decide that we want to trade on the common market, we still have to abide by all the regulations put forward by the EU, but now we don't get a say in them. The free movement of workers is a fundamental sticking point when it comes to trade deals with the European Union. So if you want to be part of the single market, you still have to allow the free movement of workers. So fundamentally, most of the key points of this campaign have been a fallacy, as it were, so that we might not even see any change in that regard, even when we eventually do leave.
Yeah, I mean, just looking on social media briefly, Luke Tugby has said that the odds of a Remain victory are now 20-1, possibly even going up. To put that into perspective, the odds of Wales winning Euro 2016 are 28-1. Which one do you think is more likely to happen?
Probably Wales winning.
Probably Wales winning Euro 2016. I mean, the Leave campaign are nearly 1 million votes behind.
I think the Remain campaign would have had to have appointed Claudio Ranieri to turn this around.
Definitely.
I mean, I wonder if the Northern Ireland-Wales match will have a bit of added spice to it now that you've got Northern Ireland in favour of Remain and then Wales in favour of Brexit.
Of course, good job Scotland aren't in there. Otherwise, if it ever had a Scotland-England match,
it's weird. I thought Scotland was supposed to want to be in Europe. It's bizarre.
It's strange. Do you think the fact that, I mean, I touched on this previously, the fact that we are an island, we are different to continental Europe in many ways, do you think that has, this historical aspect has sort of played a part in this vote?
It certainly allows us to feel more isolated if we want to, I think. A number of the countries within the European Union are surrounded by each other, whereas we have, as you said, we are an island, we have got our own isolation, if you like.
Well, historically, Britain has always sneered its nose at Europe, as it were. When we were building the British Empire, one of our fundamental policies was not to get involved in Europe, it was to look elsewhere. If you look at the sort of Napoleonic era, when Napoleon set up this, effectively a trading bloc within Europe, they banned Britain from being part of it. Britain's always had this weird relationship of sort of in, sort of not in the European continent, European bloc, as it were. And now, well, back then we had the Empire. We still have the Commonwealth, I suppose, but it remains to be seen how big Britain is in a modern map. How big Britain is without Scotland and Northern Ireland potentially on the modern map. It's going to be a very interesting few years from a sort of neutral, sort of political scientist perspective.
Yes, and looking forward, do you think, touching upon our historical connections with the rest of the world, do you think this will lead to more trade with places like China, India, the Caribbean?
What I think is interesting to remember is when we were trading as part of the EU, we could actually use other European countries' goods as a bargaining chip, and also we had that huge market behind us. What remains now is that we are sort of limited to what we can produce within our borders, especially if we lose Scotland and Northern Ireland. I know I keep mentioning that, but it's interesting to debate the difference, because if we lose them now, there's large areas of the country that are lost, and it sort of limits what we can offer as a trading partner, to be honest. But it does open us up to sort of more, we can dictate the trade deals more, we can look at which countries we wish to trade with more, but if we take the Norway route and we end up trying to trade the single market again, we end up paying the same membership fee for less rewards. And I think the EU, I have a strong feeling the EU might give us a really quite a harsh deal, not as a punishment, but as a deterrent to the other countries in Europe.
Yeah. Damian?
No, I agree with all of those points entirely. I was about to raise that. I definitely think we're not going to get a favourable deal now economically. They're going to want to make an example of us, particularly as us being so influential. It's a standard bearer, if you like. There are other countries now that are going to look to emulate this, I think.
Yeah, so it's quite an interesting thing. And also, talk about trading for other parts of the world. Do you think existent companies which have heavy ties to the EU, do you think they may leave the City of London, for example, leave other parts of Britain?
I think there's definitely a possibility, as we said, that the value of the pound is dropping. We may find that in the future, London's no longer the fantastic financial market or base that it once was. So it would be interesting to see how that develops. I wouldn't think there'll be a mass exodus straight away, as I think some people have been led to believe. That, Canary Wharf is not going to be deserted first thing tomorrow morning. But yes, at the same time, undoubtedly, I think there are going to be changes at some point.
So the Leave campaign have just broken 14 million votes, so nearly 14.1 million. So of course that means, 2.7 million votes left to go before it reaches that magic 16,800,000 barrier, with 325 out of the 382 seats declared. So what's that mean? 57 areas left to declare. Quick maths at 5 o'clock in the morning.
I think we'll probably be finished within the next 20 to 30
seats. Depending on how quick things go. So really, to sum this night up then, it started out obviously with thinking Remain might win, quite close, and then obviously going back, thinking Leave could win with that early lead. Remain clawed it back with big wins in London, in Liverpool as well. But of course Remain have just powered through. And it's really been topped off quite fittingly in Southampton, which has broken the straw on the camel's back. So, Tom, you're by the stats board interviewing one of our back staff team.
Yes, you've been feeding us information all night. What is your initial reaction to this result?
Well, when we were doing our rehearsals at about 10 o'clock, the first polls came through from today, and Nigel Farage was conceding defeat very quickly, and then unconceding, and then unconceding, and then unconceding eventually, and now it seems like...
Now it's calling Independence Day.
Well, Independence Day, a great moment for the history of the United Kingdom, and seeing the pound drop to 31-year lows. It's going to be a big transition now.
It's certainly going to be interesting. I don't know if you've managed to pick up a sort of national response to the result amongst about young people, old people. What is the general feeling though?
Social media reactions so far seem to be overwhelmingly negative, well, from what I've seen. But then again, the groups that I've been surveying recently have been predominantly younger people like myself, and YouGov polling earlier was suggesting that the older crowd were the ones voting to Leave and bringing the vote to fruition in the end.
Is there any indication about whether or not we will see anything from David Cameron, about any sort of recognition, but even Boris Johnson? Have you heard from him yet?
Well, Sky News have been camping outside number 10 and Boris Johnson's house as well, ready to go. Various members of Parliament and public figures have been calling for David Cameron to resign and Jeremy Corbyn to resign, and pretty much every political leader under the sun that's not Nigel Farage to resign. But we will, I'm sure, find out very soon. We did have the 84 Tory Leave MPs writing letters to David Cameron saying that they wanted him to stay on as Prime Minister regardless of the result of the referendum. And David Davis has just recently spoken. Do you think that will change depending on how... It's so much of a bigger swing here. It's now over 1 million votes in favour of Leave. Do you think that will affect people's opinion, especially all these calls for him to resign from the public as well? It's going to be very difficult for him to maintain his place. We knew that was going to happen, and especially when Boris positioned himself to be the leader of the Leave campaign, he put himself into perfect position to take over. A couple of hours ago, he was 8-5 to be the next Prime Minister, according to various betting outlets, and it just looks increasingly likely that we will have an announcement from number 10 in the next couple of hours as to what David Cameron would say.
Anything from the SNP and indications of another indie ref?
Alex Salmons has told ITV that Nicola Sturgeon will now call a new independence referendum, so the referendum spirit will keep going on strong, I'm sure.
Right, well, what keep going? Okay, sorry. So you got this young people reaction of very sort of overly negative Anything from the older generations at all, or is that still sort of unheard of? They all still asleep, maybe?
Well, I think perhaps it is now 4:58 in the morning, so we will, in the next couple of hours, see people waking up to a completely new country.
I suppose it might be bizarre for some people. They went to bed at like midnight and then woke up at...
Some people might have gone to bed as soon as the polls closed, seen the early polls, and decided to go to sleep knowing that they were still in the European Union. But we are now going to see a very long-winded process.
Maybe a nightmare to wake up to for some.
The devolution will be very long-winded.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if obviously Nigel Farage was saying it's a big day for the United Kingdom, but we don't even know how long the United Kingdom will survive beyond this.
I think many people are surprised at the lack of manifesto from the Leave campaign as to how the devolution will actually take place would count against them, but it seems that their rhetoric and their arguments have triumphed regardless.
Do you think maybe that lack of talk of further devolution or further independence calls from Scotland or perhaps even Northern Ireland was intentional because they thought that might take away from the pro-Leave vote?
Well, Scottish turnout was noticeably lower than in their independence referendum in 2014. However, every single region of Scotland did vote to remain in the European Union. Northern Ireland similarly had an overwhelmingly supportive move towards the referendum. However, it's clear that only those two regions and London, and perhaps occasionally other cities such as Cardiff, were actually genuinely committed to keeping the nation in the European Union.
And how do you is there any indication of what the EU itself is going to respond to this? Is there any indication from Brussels or Berlin even?
Early talks from Donald Tusk and Jean-Claude Juncker are expected in the next couple of hours as they wake up to find the news. It's going to be chaotic. We may see other countries begin their own referendum campaigns now in search of independence, and America, I know, has been monitoring the situation very closely as the pound has fallen, as we mentioned earlier,
to a 30-odd-year low, isn't it?
Lowest value since at least 1985, and the FTSE index is set to open at least 7% down.
Wow.
And that was before we had all the calls of the referendum victory.
For the first time in 41 years, Britain has decided on its future in the European Union, and we've overwhelmingly decided to vote Leave. Even though all the results aren't out yet, it's pretty clear that's the way we're going to go. Initial reactions, guys?
Historical, unprecedented. Obviously, nothing really happens with us in the EU for another couple of years as we negotiate our exit. I think the key areas of debate in the coming weeks and days is our government, our current union with the United Kingdom, and our currency and value of our economy.
Yeah, I would echo what Tom's saying, that I think in terms of where we go next, domestic politics is definitely where the attention needs to focus. Expecting to hear from David Cameron in the next couple of hours.
Yeah.
Who knows where we go from here.
Of course, what will this mean? Will David Cameron resign? Will there be a future snap election? Who knows? The days, weeks, months and even years are uncertain. This has never ever happened before. But I think we can all agree the real winner tonight was Nigel Farage. We'd just like to thank everyone for watching us. Thanks everyone in the backroom team. Thanks my co-presenters Damian and Tom. And goodbye.